or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at CISA.
I'm Stuart Vonnie.
I'm Martha McCallum.
I'm Jason Chaffetz, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Friday, May 9th, 2025. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. The first trade deal is in, and the president says more are on the way, including with Europe, and he hopes eventually China.
A constant sort of theme or drumbeat that President Trump wants to get trade deals done with a number of other countries in a way that will put pressure and box out China.
We speak with Fox News Sunday anchor Shannon Breen.
I'm Gernal Scott. A vote of cardinals at the Vatican and a steady stream of white smoke signaled history for the world's more than 1 billion Catholics. We have a pope, and he's an American.
He was born and grew up in and around Chicago.
And I'm David Marcus. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
The U.S. and U.K. have the first trade deal after President Trump's new tariffs.
We really do. We have a great relationship. I want to just say that the representatives of UK have been so professional.
He spoke over the phone with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer on speaker, who lavished praise on the president.
In the end, it comes down to, as you say, Donald, economic security is national security. On national security, we've been absolutely the closest of allies for so many years, keeping the peace through that close alliance, that friendship.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick led the talks with other cabinet and trade officials.
And what they've done is they've found the ways to do that so that we have new access, right? But the UK workers are protected, and that was the balance. So we did a deal with them in automobiles.
Lutnick said another part of the deal has Rolls-Royce engines going to Boeing, tariff-free, but now the UK is buying billions of dollars worth of Boeing planes. They've also agreed to accept more agricultural product, including some American beef.
Well, I think they'll take what they want. We have plenty of it. We have every type. We have every classification you could have.
A reciprocal 10% tariff will remain on certain items. However, the president was asked if other deals are imminent.
Well, very close. We have numerous deals. I know Howard's going back as soon as this is finished.
He noted Thursday that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was headed to Switzerland to meet with the Chinese.
You know, they very much want to make a deal. We can all play games. Who made the first call? Who didn't make it doesn't matter. It only matters what happens in that room. But I will tell you that China very much wants to make a deal. We'll see how that works out.
The president also said they're working on a trade deal currently with Europe. And on a Thursday phone call with Germany's new chancellor, the two agreed to resolve trade disputes quickly.
Yeah, well, I think that we all knew the pressure was on this 90-day pause on most of these tariffs. It had to come with delivering some actionables. And so this is the first big one. The president has been hyping this for a couple of days.
Shannon Bream is the anchor of Fox News Sunday.
It's good for Starmer. It's good for President Trump. They both needed a deal like this to get done for various wins on each side of the pond. So you heard the president, and he had his team there. You saw Secretary Lutnick. You saw Jameson Greer, and other members of the vice president who were trying to get this thing together. And you notice that when Secretary Lutnick spoke, he gave all of the credit to President Trump. You know, President Trump in response said, listen, I wish we had 10 Secretary Lutnicks and 10 Secretary Bessents. We could get a lot more of these deals done quickly. But Lutnick, very smartly, very wisely, said, yes, we did everything we could, but really this man is a closer. He loves to negotiate. He got this deal done, and we look forward to delivering more. Of course, everybody's watching this weekend where Secretary Bessent and Jameson Greer will be in Switzerland to talk to them, but also with the top Chinese delegation about that big trade deal.
Yeah, what do we make of how that might go, given that we hear from Xi Jinping this week that, you know, he's hoping that, you know, they're going to be closer to Russia than ever before?
Right.
What does that mean, especially in the context of us sort of talking to Russia in a new way about the war in Ukraine? Things are fluid. Things are moving. Should we read into that at all?
Yeah, so President Xi, of course, in Moscow for a few days with Putin for his Victory Day parade, this celebration of World War II victory. It's something that Putin loves to highlight and to rally the country. But to have Xi there with him, obviously, is a big statement. This administration here at home has not been happy about the closeness that's been growing between the two of them. And they'll point back the current administration and say, the Biden administration made many mistakes. It allowed these two to grow closer. Iran is part of that conversation, and there are a lot of legitimate concerns about that. You'll also notice in these trade conversations that there is a constant sort of theme or drumbeat that President Trump wants to get trade deals done with a number of other countries in a way that will put pressure and box out China. That's part of getting these deals done with these other countries. So I think there's very much an awareness of the optics of Xi and Putin being together, and this administration doing everything they can publicly and privately to pour as much cold water on that as possible.
When it comes to the future trade deals, you know, the Federal Reserve Chairman said this week, look, we're not touching rates, that there's a risk of higher unemployment and higher inflation, which had a bunch of economists talking about the dreaded stagflation word. But the chairman said, we just really don't know yet. He kept saying the word uncertainty. He kept saying the word, trade policy. So much is riding here on the outcome of these deals. I know we've got that 90-day deadline, but time really is of the essence, it feels like.
Well, it really is, because every time there is a bit of positive news or hope of positive news, you see the reaction in the markets. And they're just about back to where they were before Liberation Day hit, which the markets did not like. They hate uncertainty. So the more that these deals can come together and the more quickly, the more it stabilizes the markets, which I think meets a lot of the concerns that the Fed has. President Trump, goes right back at everything he heard from the Fed chairman saying, look, gas is down. Eggs are down. Eggs have been a big discussion. Eggs are down. Inflation was down slightly. Wages are up. He's really trying to make the case to the Fed chairman, you're getting it wrong. He calls him too late. He thinks that he is not. He's being too measured. And, this administration will point back to just before the election and saying, well, why were there cuts last year leading into a presidential election? And why now, when we've stabilized some things by the Trump administration's estimation, why can you not do it now? So I don't think those two will be, hamming it up on a Signal chat anytime soon, but they're very publicly kind of speaking to each other publicly.
Amazing. Amazing. So while the president's been and his cabinet have been dealing with this, the trade deals, Congress, aside from hearings, it sounds like they've really been trying to negotiate this so-called big, beautiful bill, and going back and forth on sort of really the pay-fors, right? Like, how are we going to do this? How are we going to extend tax cuts and maybe even make them permanent and pay for this without adding to the deficit? A group of House Republicans said, we're not on board unless this does not add to the deficit. They're arguing over SALT. They're arguing over Medicaid. What are you hearing?
Yeah, and I talked to the speaker yesterday. He feels confident they're going to get it done. And he's like, listen, I'm basically a mental health counselor. I listen to all of my people because I get that different parts of the caucus have different concerns. There's this issue of people who are Republicans in swing districts. They have to be even more careful about how this all comes together in these votes. They're all concerned about Medicaid. And the fact is, it's something that Democrats have hammered on. They're going to destroy this program. People are going to die. You're going to be without medical care. That gets people's attention at home, whether it's completely factual or not. And Republicans will say it's not. Now, the president has been asking in multiple interviews, if there are cuts to Medicaid and they get to your desk, will you sign it? He keeps saying, no, I would veto that. So that's his position. But then we get to the definition of, well, what is a cut to Medicaid? There's this talk of work requirements for able-bodied adults. You explain that to the average person in a poll, and they're like, yes, if you have no extenuating circumstances or health issues or whatever, this should be used for people who need it. That's what this very charitable country wants to do, is to help those who, really actually need to be beneficiaries of the system. But for a lot of people, when you talk about work requirements, it's a no. I mean, there's a freak out there. Some of the states have said where they tried it at the state level, the cost of ensuring compliance and tracking people's employment, that kind of thing, kind of ate into the profits of what you saved by instituting the work requirement. But I'm told the president is open to a discussion about the work requirements. And that's something that by one estimation could kick up to 5 million people off of Medicaid next year. But the question is, okay, well, if they're able-bodied people who don't have any of these special needs or concerns and should be working, then where do you fall on the optics of whether that's a plus or minus?
Interesting. Let's talk about some of the administration's some of the other things it wants to do in the context of some of these legal rulings, because you are still our legal eagle. We have this federal judge appointed by President Obama ruling that the Trump administration cannot shut down 3 agencies. They're smaller ones, like the Museum and Library Services, for example. But he wrote in his ruling, this violates the separation of powers, that Congress makes the laws and appropriates the funds. I assume this sort of ruling could have broader implications for maybe the efforts to close other departments, maybe even the Department of Ed, but I don't know.
It could possibly. And remember, this is the same judge who earlier this year also put a nationwide injunction on some spending freezes that the executive branch was trying to do. I think all of this, and there's so many, as you know, we track all of these different decisions with agencies and people fighting their firings and the freezes on spending. All of this really will come down to next week's arguments at the Supreme Court about nationwide injunctions. It's in the vehicle of this birthright citizenship case, but we don't really think they're going to be arguing the merits. It's about whether or not a single federal judge, there's 600 to 700 of them at any time in districts spread across the United States. Can they put a program on hold in a nationwide injunction? So I think that ruling will become so much more important than all of these smaller rulings, because it will dictate whether or not these judges can reach beyond the parties in front of them, the district geographically that they cover, those kinds of things. I think it's going to be a really important decision from the Supreme Court next week. We've heard Justices Thomas and Gorsuch say, I'm not sure this is how this is supposed to work. This gives an awful lot of power to a single judge. You've even heard Justice Kagan during the last administration say, yeah, I don't think that people should be able to forum shop and say, oh, it's a Biden policy, let's go to Texas and try to get it blocked. Or it's a Trump policy, let's go to California and try to get it blocked. So you've got at least 3 justices who have publicly said they think there's a problem with this. So, man, arguments next week. Do they make us wait until end of June, 1st of July, as they do for the really big decisions? Or because they fast-tracked this case and added it in May, do we get a sooner decision that tells us yes or no on whether these single judges can put entire programs like the ones you just mentioned on hold?
All right, Shannon, finally, President Biden was on The View. I guess maybe it was his second interview. But he was asked about Vice President Harris and said he hopes that she stays engaged. He said, I think she's first rate, but we have a lot of really good candidates as well. As to her answer during the campaign that she wouldn't have done anything differently from him, he defended her and said, look, she was her own person. When she was with me, we used to argue like hell. What do we make of some of those insights that the former president is providing about the Democrats, about what he thinks the future of the party looks like?
Well, and maybe he's trying to preserve her political future by giving her a sense of detachment from him. Like, oh, we fought about things all the time, but she was just being loyal to me. I mean, he may be trying to throw her a lifeline to say, we did have differences. She would have done different things, but she was trying to be loyal to me in those waning days. I mean, everyone who lived through that, every American, everybody was paying attention. It was 100 days of crazy. I mean, it just was the most insane summer last summer when it comes to a presidential election, not the least of which is because of assassination attempts, a last-minute dropout by a sitting president, $1 billion spent by the Democratic nominee, to lose all the swing states. I mean, it just was so much chaos. And, maybe in retrospect, President Biden saying, listen, I do think she has a lot of political life ahead of her, and maybe I need to give her the gift of some distance from me. But I think the party is still trying to figure out what's next. Is it the old guard? Is it the James Carvilles, or is it the David Hoggs? Is it the new progressive group? Is it the squad? I mean, it's just, I'm not sure the party has settled on exactly who's leading it and what direction they're going in.
So true. Shannon Bream, thank you so much for joining.
Jessica, thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do these 3 words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt? Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS. Call Civic Tax Relief for free information now. Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
Just call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday. We made it. The end of the week, May 9th, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. Catholics in the United States and around the world reacting to the election of history's first American pope. Fox's Jonathan Savage has more for us.
Americans in St. Peter's Square were shell-shocked after the election of Chicago native Cardinal Robert Prevost, now Pope Leo XIV.
It's pretty insane. I mean, I think it's something that I definitely didn't expect.
But some feel it's a timely opportunity.
Having an American pope with how divided everyone is hopefully creates some unity within the world again.
World leaders have also offered their congratulations. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni telling the Pope Italians will look to you as a guide. In Argentina, President Javier Milei, a critic of Pope Francis, declared the forces of heaven have clearly given their verdict. In Rome, Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
And I'm Ted Lindner on this Friday morning. That's a look at your Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
With Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Harry, you and I are both Temple grads, making us very proud the last couple of years, huh?
Yeah, they just took the decimation of the basketball program right off the front page.
Yeah, I got to tell you, they don't win in basketball anymore. They can't. Yeah. They had a nice stretch for football. That's fallen off. There's crime everywhere. Jennifer Griffin is a disgrace, and now I've got a bunch of anti-Semites running around with F the Jews signs.
Right.
Can I have my loan forgiven?
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Enjoy the spring weather with some of your favorite tequila and bourbon brands. Head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit store to take advantage of $2 off 750-milliliter bottles of El Jimador and Herradura Silver Tequila. Also, the world's first Reposado Tequila, Herradura Reposado. And finally, Woodford Reserve Bourbon, the official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty 7% ABF. Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Property Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the
the Coca-Cola Company.
This May, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4, just $43,999. Or a great lease offer on a 2025 Chevy Blazer, just $349 a month for 39 months. Or finance with 2.9% APR financing for 72 months. Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the Rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A good day on Wall Street Thursday, up across the board with the Dow gaining 254, the S&P 500 33, and the Nasdaq 190. The Nasdaq now up almost 17.5% from its bear market low April 8th. That upswing followed optimism after the White House announced a new trade deal with the UK, the first since the president announced his tariff policy.
This is now turning out, I think, really to be a great deal for both countries.
The 10% tariff the U.S. imposed against UK goods will remain, though some products will be exempted. Auto tariffs against UK cars will be lowered from 25 to 10%, and the UK is committed to import more U.S. goods including Boeing planes. First-time unemployment claims down by 13,000 last week to 228,000. Continuing claims down a bit to 1.87 million. And Freddie Mac reporting interest rates for a 30-year mortgage flat this week at 6.76%. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The thousands assembled in St. Peter's Square in Rome saw on Thursday what they had waited many hours for: white smoke from the Sistine Chapel's chimney, indicating that we had a new pope. A marching band serenaded the crowd as they eagerly awaited learning who that new pontiff would be. The reveal was historic, with an American, Chicago native Cardinal Robert Prevost stepping on a balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square, forevermore to be known as Pope Leo XIV. Among his first words to an enthusiastic crowd through a translator was a wish for his papacy.
A costruire ponti.
May we all
con il dialogo,
build bridges
con l'incontro,
with dialogue and encounter,
tutti per essere un solo popolo,
so that we can all be
in pace.
One people, all in peace.
Pope Leo XIV also urged the more than 1 billion Catholics he now leads to cherish who they are in what is a very uncertain world.
Siamo discepoli di Cristo.
We are disciples of Christ.
Cristo ci precede.
Christ goes before us.
Il mondo ha bisogno della sua luce.
The world needs his light.
The last pope to take the name Leo was elected in a conclave 147 years ago. To follow a pope, Francis, who many saw as a groundbreaking leader of the church, Leo XIV gives us much to learn about after the world, and many who are knowledgeable about all this, recover from the magnitude of this moment.
He was born and grew up in and around Chicago.
Timothy Gabrielli is an associate professor and theologian at the University of Dayton.
When he became part of the Augustinian order, which is a religious order within the Catholic Church, he was shortly thereafter sent to Peru to work there. You know, spent about a little more than a decade there before becoming a bishop in Chiclayo, Peru. So he really has an international perspective. His work when he got to Rome was on the dicastery, the department within the Roman Curia that's in charge of appointing bishops around the world. So that also gives you a rather broad perspective. You know, coming back to America for a moment, one of the things that Pope Francis emphasized again and again was that America is one continent. You know, when he addressed the U.S. Congress back in 2015, he described himself, Pope Francis did, as a son of this continent, right? And I think Pope Leo XIV really embodies that. He's born in the U.S., but he spent a lot of time in Peru. And when he switched from Italian, and in his opening words, he switched from Italian to Spanish, which was interesting, not his native language, but he called out Peru. And I think that was also significant.
You mentioned Pope Francis, and when you follow a pope who many say was groundbreaking, leaves a long shadow, how much influence will this have, can it have, should it have on Pope Leo XIV?
I look to history here a little bit to draw an analogy. In 1958, Angelo Roncalli was elected as Pope John the 23rd, and many called him a revolutionary pope. He was a surprise in his election, and he called the Second Vatican Council, which surprised everyone. And so in many ways, there were parallels between John the 23rd in the late 50s, early 60s, and Pope Francis, I think. The pope that followed John the 23rd was Pope Paul VI. And Pope Paul VI, I think, carried on a lot of the initiatives of Pope John the 23rd, but it was a bit more reserved, a bit more pensive, a bit more circumspect. I actually think that parallel is apt. I expect that we'll see with Pope Leo XIV a continual emphasis on those on the margins, on the poor, on the overlooked in society, that Pope Francis emphasized again and again on the world stage and to the church. I think, though, we'll see probably with Pope Leo XIV as someone who who's a good listener, but is maybe a little more circumspect, a little more careful and deliberative, maybe a little less surprising. And I think that parallel from John the 23rd to Paul VI is maybe instructive for us here.
He talked about being the light of the world, and he talked about many things that serve to be encouraging to Catholics. What did you take from his words?
The most striking thing were his first words were peace. Peace be with you. He went on to repeat peace 10 times. I thought that was really significant. And then he also emphasized in Italian tutti, everyone. And he repeated everyone. And when he said tutti, he emphasized it, almost kind of bounced out of his shoes. That reminded me of Pope Francis emphasizing everyone. So in a speech that he gave in Spanish, Pope Francis said, todos, todos, todos. The church needs to go to everyone, to be a missionary to everyone. And Leo XIV described himself as a missionary, one who wants to bring the gospel to everyone. I thought that was really significant.
Let's talk about the conclave, and we've heard so much about how this works, and maybe this isn't the correct term, but the politicking that may go on behind closed doors that we never see in the Vatican as this happens. Many people, conventional wisdom might say that being an American might have been a strike against him in becoming Pope. So what do you think won the day for him?
Well, I think he had a number of supporters heading into the conclave from at least some of the whispers that were coming out of the conversations among the cardinals. I think his experience in Rome, he did a doctorate in Rome, so he spent time there when he was younger, but then in the Vatican administration, in the Curia. And I think this global perspective, working with appointing bishops around the world, really aids his understanding of the church in various places. So he has, I think, administrative skills. I think he's seen as a centrist. I think he's seen as someone who will continue the efforts of Pope Francis, but also is someone who is rooted deeply in canon law and the law of the church. That's his training. So I think he's seen as someone who carries on Francis's legacy, particularly in thinking about the church globally. The church is not just a church of the elite, but also one who is very skilled administratively, as I say, understood to be a good listener, someone who probably is very deliberative in his decision-making. I think all those things were probably attractive to the cardinals. And I think you're right, that being from the U.S. in particular was probably a strike against him, but also remembering that he very much, that he spent his time as a bishop in Peru. And I think he probably, Pope Leo was thinking about that when he switched from Italian to Spanish in his opening address, not his native language, English. So I think that mix of factors were probably part of the discussion.
I do want to pick up on something you just said there just now about his administrative abilities, because what a lot of people, I think, don't remember about the Pope is not only is he the leader of more than 1 billion Catholics around the world, he's also a head of state. That is a difficult dichotomy, I guess, that someone who is elected to be the pontiff has to handle. How difficult is that?
I'm glad I don't know firsthand. Yeah, incredibly difficult, incredibly difficult. It really takes an immense amount of talent to be able to do it. And I think one of the ways in which that head of state role really plays out is in terms of diplomacy. You know, the Pope's role throughout history of being a player in facilitating peace negotiations and in in resolving conflicts. So, Pope John the 23rd was famously involved in brokering a conversation that ended the Cuban Missile Crisis. John Paul II's visit back to Poland is associated with the fall of the communist regime there. And so I think it becomes this symbolic role, but also the diplomacy arm of the Vatican city-state, having diplomats all over the world, being a resource for world powers and leaders to find ways maybe to facilitate dialogue. When you have someone who's perceived as somewhat neutral here, but has connections, that can be a framework in which dialogue can start. And so I think that diplomatic piece is really important for that side of it. And I think as someone who was thinking about which bishops to appoint around the world quite a bit over the last couple of years, that really helps him understand the dynamics on the ground in the church in all those different places.
In the world we live in now, with the conflicts that we see, that what you just said might serve him well.
I hope it does. Yeah, I think it will. And I keep coming back to those opening words of peace repeated throughout his initial address.
What do you think is the most important thing the world will learn about Pope Leo XIV in these next few days?
It, of course, remains to be seen. I think they're going to, my impressions are that they're going to really come to know somebody who's very warm. From all that I've learned about those who have interacted with him, he's a very attentive person. He's the kind of person I gather that when you're speaking with him makes you feel like you're the only person in the world. So I think he's very warm, very attentive, very deliberative, very reflective. And I think he's going to bring that warmth of personality that Pope Francis brought with him. And I think he's a very thoughtful person. And I think we'll see that as we get to know him better.
We will learn all of this together as we watch this new papacy begin. Timothy Gabrielli is a theologian and an associate professor at the University of Dayton. Thank you so much for joining us on the Fox News Rundown.
It's a real pleasure.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When it comes to preparing for a crisis, it doesn't matter if you're a year early, a month early, or a day early, but you can't be a day late. That's why millions of Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest preparedness company. Right now, you can get their 4-week emergency food supply, plus an incredible bonus, 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's an extra 12 days worth of food, absolutely free. This kit provides hearty, delicious meals for 4 weeks with 2,000 plus calories per day, 12 essential vitamins and minerals, and a shelf life of up to 25 years. And for a limited time, they're including 12 additional days of food absolutely free. Which means right now is the best time to get prepared. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com today to claim your 4-week food kit, plus an extra 12 days of free food. Offer ends soon. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Do these 3 words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to new NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest.
It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
What is dedication?
People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike and you didn't? I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Ted Linder. The first ever American pontiff taking the name Pope Leo XIV, speaking to cheering crowds at the Vatican after his election Thursday.
Dio vi ama tutti.
God loves everyone.
E il male non prevarrà.
Evil will not prevail.
Tutti nelle mani di
We are all in the hands of God.
He spoke in Italian, then switched to Spanish. Pope Leo is from Chicago. His name, Robert Francis Prevost. He was elected leader of the Catholic Church on the second day of the conclave. And President Trump announcing Thursday he agreed to cut tariffs on British auto, steel, and aluminum in a planned trade deal.
The UK agreeing to increase market access for billions in American beef, poultry, and ethanol as the U.S. trims back 27.5% tariffs on British steel, aluminum, and cars, up to 100,000 of them, to just 10%. Plane parts and Rolls-Royce engines will be tariff-free.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Golden State Warriors were without their do-everything star for the first time this postseason. It didn't go well without Steph Curry. The Warriors lost Game 2 of their second-round matchup to the Timberwolves, 117-93, as Minnesota evened the series at a game apiece. Julius Randle led the way for Minnesota, scoring 24 points and dishing 11 assists. Curry suffered a grade 1 hamstring strain in Golden State's Game 1 victory, and he'll be out at least through Game 4 of the series. Thursday night's playoff matchup was Golden State's first without Curry since Game 1 of the 2018 Western Conference semifinals. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Why the third and fourth games? You don't want to be without the head coach in your season opener to start a new season, and they go to Oklahoma in week 2, and that is Sharon Moore's alma mater. They even wrote in what they sent to the NCAA, here's why we're doing it. It's funny that, your coach broke the rules, and we're admitting that. But also, we can't embarrass him and not have him coach at his alma mater when we go on the road to Oklahoma. So it can't be that game that he's going to sit out. And I think two things are true here in this story. All right, and there's a lot of people really falling on one side or extreme or the other on this. I think Michigan knowingly cheated their ass off. I think they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew it was against the rules. Connor Steins knew exactly what he was doing. He was trying to get a leg up on the competition. He was smart. Smart guy. We've seen the documentaries. We've heard all the interviews. But he knew exactly what he was doing. He can play coy all he wants. I also don't think that what they did gave them some gigantic separation from the competition that unlawfully won them a national title.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Fed Chair Jerome Powell says the central bank can wait to adjust interest rates. He says Fed officials are not in a hurry, but he did warn tariffs could lead to higher inflation and unemployment. But until that happens, they're ready to keep rates unchanged. Disney shares were up more than 10% Wednesday after the company reported strong earnings that beat estimates. The company saw increased guest spending in its theme parks and also added new subscribers to its Disney Plus and Hulu streaming services. The company also revealed plans for its first theme park in the Middle East, in Abu Dhabi. Ford is increasing the sticker prices on models it builds in Mexico, with prices going up as much as $2,000 a vehicle. The price increases affect the Maverick, Bronco Sport, and electric Mustang Mach-E. A Ford spokesman says the price hikes reflect a combination of typical mid-year pricing adjustments and the impact of tariffs. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinis with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
You won't want to miss the action when the division rival Braves are in town for a midweek series on Tuesday, May 27th, Wednesday, May 28th, and Thursday, May 29th, all at 6:45. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Put the wheels in motion to visit CBP on Friday, May 16th at 6:45 when the Pirates are in town and all fans receive a Johnson Controls Zach Wheeler bobble figurine. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Friday morning, May 9th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number, on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Lomquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Oh, we have all the big stories today. All the A-listers from top to bottom on a day in which Sean Farish will join us live from Nashville, Tennessee for the Gut Sheet. After all, it is indeed a Farish Friday, and that'll get underway at 7:45. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm trying to get through it with this voice.
Oh, no, you're losing. Uh-oh.
It's
Oh,
cold.
geez. All right.
So bear with me, guys.
All right.
Oh, boy.
I
boy.
know.
Oh,
won't go
boy.
away.
Oh, no.
And you're sure it's not the allergies? It's the cold.
I'm sure it's
don't know.
I'm sure it's allergies.
Probably.
Everybody is suffering from allergies. Today, I think, is supposed to be the worst day of the pollen so far this year in 2025.
Is that right?
Congratulations, everybody.
Oh.
Yeah.
So not white smoke, not black smoke, but yellow pollen.
Exactly.
Love it. Love it.
White smoke, yellow pollen.
There you go. We have a ton to get to on the show today. Trump's tariffs against the United Kingdom. America has their first pope. The AP puts out a hit piece on John Fetterman. I'm picking up on a trend and a theme here. And also Joe Biden was on The View yesterday. Oh my God. I thought when I saw the first clip that popped up on my timeline, I thought for a moment that was from years ago. And then I realized, no, that is May 8th, 2025.
Yep. He's doing his redemption tour, starting with
think so. Yeah.
Starting with the BBC and now The View.
Yes.
So.
Unbelievable. He did his little trot where he looks like he's going to come jogging out. And then he's like, wait a second, where am I? Hey. We'll talk about it.
Why was Jill with him?
Well, you're going to hear why Jill was with him right in that first clip in the Big Take this morning. So she can finish his sentences. That's why.
I know why Jill was with him. I was just being facetious.
My God.
Editor-in-chief.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, exactly. Plus the cut sheet and a whole lot more. A couple of other stories that we might get to. I say that, might get to. Odds are we won't. But Bill Gates just going in on Elon Musk. We'll talk about that. I know it's on the cut sheet. And also, a little bit later today, if we have time, while Sean Farish is still with us, I've been dying to talk about this story. I had it on the show sheet. We never got to it. But the whole concept of 100 men against one gorilla.
Oh, here we go.
It's the perfect story for Farish. Because he's going to give us like an analytical breakdown of it.
Because he lives his life online like you do?
He's given us stories about being drunk while shoveling snow on Long Island.
Yeah.
I could see Sean Farish with the right accessories and groupings of men around him trying to fight a gorilla and probably streaming it live on his X feed or on Rumble. We'll talk to him about
100 men versus one gorilla.
Yes. I actually think it's an easy question to answer.
I do too.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's a debate. And I have no idea which way Farish will go. I have no idea which way Stalker will go. But we'll talk about it if we have some time.
Are the men allowed to have weapons?
Oh,
It's a good question.
that's the key.
That's a great question. Or shields, or swords. Would a COVID mask help? I'm kidding. Anywho, we'll get to that if we have time. A lot of big stories to focus on first. And before that, before the big take, we get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:03. Fighting through. Working her way till noon. Which, if there's a God out there, we need her to recover. It's her weekend. It's Mother's Day weekend.
Yeah, I know.
No mom should have to be sick on Mother's Day weekend. Let's get to the news. The great Dawn Stenzel.
Good morning, Kayal Company News Live this morning, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. It's spitting out there. Rain today, colder, 60 degrees, dreary, but there's a change coming in the forecast, hopefully just for Sunday, especially in time for Sunday, Mother's Day. In the news this morning, locally in Philadelphia, as we are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, a death investigation underway after a woman was reportedly thrown from a vehicle last night. This happened in Philadelphia's Parkside neighborhood. This happened after 9:30 last night, 5000 block of Parkside Avenue. Officers say they found the 32-year-old woman unresponsive with injuries to her face and her legs. She was rushed to an area hospital where she was then pronounced dead. The staffers at the hospital, the nurses, the doctors say that she had suffered severe injuries to her face. Now, some were indeed rash scrapes to her legs, and it appears she had penetrating wounds to her chest. But at the time, hospital staff, they're not confirming in any way, are these gunshot wounds? And as well, the severe injuries to her face, did she suffer a beating? And so that's the question here. There was one witness who reported seeing a woman being thrown out of a light-colored SUV, which was last seen traveling eastbound Parkside Avenue.
Wow.
My God.
Yeah, that's just horrific. You say one witness. I was going to mention about, maybe intervening or trying to come to the rescue, but moving vehicle, I get it.
Can't even imagine.
No.
We have a shooting in Wilmington, Delaware. This left a man dead this morning, injuring 2 others, including a young child. This happened before sunset. It was still light out. It was before 7, 6:30, 6:40-ish last night. 800 block of East 22nd Street. 21-year-old man rushed to the hospital. He was shot and succumbed to his injuries. Also injured, a 19-year-old woman and a 9-year-old little girl. Both of those victims are hospitalized this morning in stable condition, and we're not hearing about the circumstances, the details about that shooting and what happened there. So that's making national news, obviously.
Boy, remember when we were talking about the crime being down and the shootings? And I think, Dawn, you might have thrown a number out of 36% fewer or something in that ballpark, general vicinity. Well, these last handful of days, it's just ratcheting back up again.
Yeah, it does feel like that. With the warmer weather.
Warmer weather, lighter out later. Yep.
It's a sin.
Get ready. Here it comes again.
So I know that today in Philadelphia, across our region, local schools celebrating not just a new pope and seeing the white smoke, as I remember when the last pope, when Francis was chosen, but in this case, an American pope with ties to our region. And so the world knows him as Pope Leo XIV, a Villanova alumnus, yes, elected as the first American pontiff. There will be Mass today at the Basilica. Many Catholics celebrating throughout the day yesterday, but he is known as Villanova University alumnus Cardinal Robert Prevost, who will be known now as Pope Leo XIV, elected as the next leader of the world's 1.4 billion Catholics, and obviously is succeeding Pope Francis.
This is how it sounded and looked when they announced the new Pope in Vatican City. Roll this. He makes his first appearance here.
69 years old, too. Young for a pope.
Yes, I thought he's younger than my parents.
Yeah.
Did I hear correctly he spent some time in Delco?
Yes.
I was just going to say, we've gone from the Delco pooper to a Delco pope.
Delco poper.
The Delco poper.
So the crowd's approving.
Yep.
There will be a special mass today. A lot of local reaction at the Basilica.
Mm-hmm.
And the world celebrates reaction from...
Like a World Cup match.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
He held his first mass, right, today,
Yes.
or he's holding it now.
Yeah, it's live on TV now. Yep.
Yeah, so a lot of excitement, positive energy.
Yeah, Villanova. Rough week for Temple people, man. Rough week for the Temple Catholics out there.
I know that you're going to talk about so much going on. Judge Janine taking on a new role. I thought, oh, Nick Kayal's going to love this.
Good God.
Yes. I need every prosecutor and every judge in America to be an F around and find out judge or DA. That's what we need. Just like her. She does not play. Forget her TV prowess. Forget her affiliation with Trump. I just love her zest for justice. You ended up in that lady's court. You knew you were in deep doo-doo. And that's what we need. Not these Larry Krasner types.
I know that you'll talk about everything with Trump yesterday in that live newser, but I'll just point out to you that First Lady Melania Trump as well was at the White House.
Oh, for how long? For how long? Did she stay overnight, or was she just there to?
First Lady Melania, no. She was, first of all,
less than 2 weeks at the White House in 108 days.
Unveiled a commemorative Barbara Bush stamp that was unveiled, and that will actually be released on Barbara Bush's birthday, which will be June 8th.
The Bushes don't need anything else. Enough with them.
When's the last time you used a stamp? I thought I read that.
They're collector's items.
I know. When I read that story, I remember back in the day, my dad would run to the post office. Be right back. I'm getting a book of stamps.
And then as well, the First Lady in the White House celebrating and celebrating military mothers as we lead into Mother's Day weekend. And by the way, it was a good night again for our Phils as they did sweep. That's good news.
I don't know if anybody noticed this. Maybe I'm not privy to the details because I don't track the Tampa Bay Rays. They were playing outdoors at what looked like either a minor league park or a college stadium.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Did you notice that? Yeah. I'm like, wait a minute, what happened to Tropicana Dome or whatever they call
Field,
it?
yeah.
Remember it was taken down by the hurricane.
Oh, that's right.
Remember we covered that.
Yes.
So it's got to be repaired.
Okay. There's the answer.
Yeah, and the Phils were down 5-1 in the 8th, and they came back and rallied.
7-6 win.
And then went into the 10th or 11th, I think it was. I fell asleep. I don't know.
10th inning.
10th inning.
Made the comeback.
Yeah.
So 7-6 win. It's a win. That's this morning. It's a win.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Yeah. This is the first time this season I think that they've come back and.
Phil. Speaking of Phil's,
hang on.
Phil Almquist just came in here. I have no idea what he's good. This might be
Phil
baseball
Almquist
insight.
news.
This could be breaking news. I have no idea. This could be an early rendition of Today in Music History. I have no idea what he has to offer. Go ahead.
I just wanted to let you know, actually, the Tampa Bay Rays play at George Steinbrenner Field in Tampa Bay, which is the minor league franchise for the Yankees down there. So all the Tampa Bay Rays home games are currently in George Steinbrenner Field, so that's why it looks like a minor league stadium, because it actually is a minor league stadium.
So that's the AAA team for the Yankees?
I think it's actually Single A.
Single A, okay. But that's where they go for spring ball.
Yep.
Okay. And it's right. And Dawn's right with the
it's right
Tropicana Dome being destroyed?
Yes, that's correct. It's actually right next to where the Tampa Bay Buccaneers play.
Gotcha. All right.
How about that?
There you go. Look at that, Phil. He's just in and out. It's like a weekend update skit on SNL where they come sliding across the stage.
Love Phil Almquist.
That's good Tampa Bay Rays knowledge from him.
That is.
Woohoo! So we are sponsored this morning by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. the secret to spoiling the moms in your life this spring. Now with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. josephanthony.com. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Philly weather, it is currently 58 degrees. It's going up to 63 today. Showers tapering off around 11 o'clock this morning, and then we'll dip down to about 50 with the low tonight, which will set us up for a beautiful Mother's Day weekend. 74 and sunny on Saturday. And then how about this for Mother's Day Sunday? 81 degrees, mostly sunny. And Philly weather is brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. And that'll do it for Kayal and Company News Live, round number 1 here on a Friday as we roll into one last big take of the week.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by First Bank. The Big Take. All of the smoke. Trump in trade. Picking the Pope. Biden's blunders, Fetterman's failures, forget white smoke or black smoke. As the kiddies like to say on TikTok, we want all the smoke, and you will get that today in the Big Take. But we begin with Donald Trump and the first of hopefully many trade deals being reached with foreign nations. First up, the United Kingdom, the 47th president and the United States of America striking a deal with England, and it looks like a very nice victory for America. UK tariffs against America was 5.1%. It is now 1.8%. The U.S. tariffs against England was 3.4%. It is now 10%. That is a 9.9% swing in favor of America first. New market access for American exports up $5 billion. Tariff revenue for America, which is deemed external revenue, up $6 billion. That is an increase in $11 billion for America's bottom line. Here was 47 with his message to America. Listen and watch.
This morning, I'm thrilled to announce that we have reached a breakthrough trade deal with the United Kingdom. Incredible country. Today is a victory day for World War II. We won the war together exactly 80 years ago, so there could be no more perfect morning to reach this historic agreement. And it's beautiful weather out. I will tell you that, Keir. Beautiful weather. It's so perfect outside. But it's really, in particular, the agreement with one of our closest and most cherished allies. And we're so happy that that's the way it worked out. I want to thank Prime Minister Starmer and his very talented team for their outstanding work and partnership. Today's agreement with the UK is the first in a series of agreements on trade that my administration has been negotiating over the past 4 weeks. With this deal, the UK joins the United States in affirming that reciprocity and fairness is an essential and vital principle of international trade. The deal includes billions of dollars of increased market access for American exports, especially in agriculture, dramatically increasing access for American beef, ethanol, and virtually all of the products produced by our great farmers. And our Secretary, as you know, of Agriculture is here. Brooke, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, sir.
You'll let the farmers know. In addition, the UK will reduce or eliminate numerous non-tariff barriers that unfairly discriminated against American products. But this is now turning out, I think, really to be a great deal for both countries, because it'll be really great for the UK also. So they're opening up the country. Their country is a little closed, and we appreciate that. They'll also be fast-tracking American goods through their customs process, so our exports go to a very, very quick form of approval, and there won't be any red tape. Things are going to move very quickly both ways. The final details are being written up in the coming weeks. We'll have it all very conclusive, but the actual deal is a very conclusive one. We think just about everything's been approved.
One down, more to come, and now the media and the Democrats are on pins and needles, praying that more nations don't follow suit, because if Trump nails this and he nails the economy, they have nothing to question or to call out. Here was Carnival Barker and loudmouth Howard Lutnick, who, as you know, I'm not a huge fan of, more of a Scott Bessent guy myself, but he's not wrong in saying this. Listen and watch.
I have the best deal maker to my left, and if you don't think that we take advantage of him calling the Prime Minister and getting that deal done, You don't understand who's the President of the United States. So he's the closer. He gets deals done that we could never get done because he understands business, he understands deals, and that's why we're here today.
No doubt about it. And I, as well as many of you, voted for the closer. I'm also old enough to remember a time when the experts would get things right. The experts have been wrong time and time again the last 5 years. Stock market, tariffs. Now we just wait for the big one, and that is China. But even MSNBC and Morning Joe must admit it was a victory for the Trump administration. Here was Mika and Joe yesterday. Listen and watch.
You look for what's most likely. Most likely those trade deals are going to come from leaders that he's more comfortable with. And he certainly, again, says he's very comfortable with Keir Starmer.
Yeah, no question there. For President Trump, diplomacy is very personal. I mean, there's the degree of that for most presidents, but this one in particular, it's really whether or not he likes you. We know there have been foreign leaders he very much did not like. He did not care for Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada. But this is going to be a political win for the White House, Mika. We've already, President Trump up very early this morning, posting around 5:30 in the morning. We've heard from him a couple times already today about this. They're going to have an event at 10 o'clock. He's going to hold a news conference along with it. This is going to be something that they recognize. White House aides have told me for a while. It's been turbulent since so-called Liberation Day. They've seen the markets bounce back some, but there's a lot of economic worries. They needed to start delivering deals. This is the first.
And now we get to the Pope, the first American Pope in history, 69-year-old Robert Prevost, the next leader of the Catholic Church. And I love the fact that we have our first American Pope as we have a president in office who is America first. Also, the irony that he is a local guy and attended Villanova. Here is the announcement and the first public appearance yesterday on Fox News. Listen and watch.
Very special moment.
And here he is. There he is, Card.
And the applause going up, the greeting, the waving,
big
the smiles.
How amazing.
How amazing.
And Dr. Liz Love was also talking about the symbolism of the red that he's wearing. You know, it is a sacrificial role, and that is the symbol of the cloth that he's wearing right now.
And we see this beautiful close-up view from the side there at the same level as the loggia. Pope Leo the 14th.
Pope Leo the 14th.
Amazing. Smiling.
Smiling
and
Pope, yes.
You can see who wouldn't be taken by the moment. And
I think going through his mind, you know, the weight of this responsibility.
Oh, yeah. You can see it on his face. Okay.
Amazing visuals there, but let me trigger a few right now in the audience. I don't seek out popes in line with my politics. I also don't seek out presidents or politicians in line with my faith, religion, or religious denomination. But apparently some do, and that's fine. In a matter of minutes yesterday on social media, I saw countless Trump supporters on X celebrating an American pope and then quickly sour on him because of past social media history that indicates he is a very woke pope. Shouldn't surprise you guys. He did attend Villanova University after all. Tweets on his timeline over the course of a handful of years that have been critical of Trump, J.D. Vance, immigration policies, and also tweets and retweets in favor of George Floyd. But see, there's a little thing out there called separation of church and state. I can live with an American pope that doesn't jive with my politics, just like I can still listen to Bruce Springsteen despite his liberalism. And I would argue that you can't be hypocrites in advocating for diversity of thought when battling the left and cancel culture on behalf of free speech, and then be a hypocrite when the Pope doesn't believe the same things you do. From Trump and the Pope, though, we go to the Democrats and the left. A report from the Associated Press yesterday coming down with the headline, Senator John Fetterman raises alarms with outburst at meeting with teachers union officials, AP sources say. According to the report, quote, Fetterman had a massive outburst in front of teachers right here in Pennsylvania. The AP says, quote, he yelled, why does everybody hate me? What did I ever do? And everyone is mad at me. At one point, slamming his hands on the desk. The AP goes on to write, as the meeting unraveled, a staff member moved to end it and ushered the visitors into the hallway, where she then broke down crying. Now, here was my instant reaction yesterday upon hearing this story. This is either purely fabricated or wildly embellished. I think the seed of sensationalism has been planted as the superpowers have now soured on Fetterman. Point blank, period. Operation Takedown Fetterman has been ordered, issued, and is being executed in full swing. And think about this. First, New York Magazine, the story on Fetterman that we discussed at the start of the week, and now this. And when you think about the intentions of the media and the Democrats, we have seen more hit pieces on Fetterman's health in the last 4 days from the legacy media than we did on Joe Biden's health in 4 years. And I wonder why. And think about this hypocrisy. When Fetterman was running for office, remember, up against Oz, midterms 2022, we were not allowed to talk about his stroke. But now his health is fair game? It's really simple. I believe in the game of Democratic politics in 2025, useful idiots only. Independent thinkers need not apply. You are either 100% committed to their playbook or you're on the outs. Case in point, Joe Biden. They loved Biden because he would march along to their beat all day, every day. Fetterman is pro-Israel in a party that has become pro-Palestinian, and this is happening by design. Which finally gets us to the big guy. Joe Biden and Dr. Jill, the Philly girl on The View yesterday, speaking of useful idiots. Biden was asked about his health and the media cover-up, and as usual, Dr. Jill had to finish the job. Listen and watch.
Mr. President, since you left office, there have been a number of books that have come out, deeply sourced from Democratic sources, that claim in your final year there was a dramatic decline in your cognitive abilities. In the final year of your presidency, what is your response to these allegations, or are these sources wrong?
They are wrong. There's nothing to sustain that. Number one. Number two, think of what we were left with. We were left with a circumstance where we had an insurrection when I started. Not since the Civil War. We had a circumstance where we were in a position that the pandemic, because of the incompetence of the last outfit, end up over 1 million people dying. And we're also in a situation where we found ourselves unable to deal with a lot of just basic issues, and which I won't go into in the interest of time. And so we went to work, and we got it done. And one of the things that
Alyssa, one of the things I think is that the people who wrote those books were not in the White House with us, and they didn't see how hard Joe worked every single day.
Permission to make a conspiracy theory here on the radio. I think Joe is actually doing these interviews on BBC and now ABC to show that he is a shot fighter, to take away the sizzle, the sexiness, and the sales of all the books being written about the decline of his health and the cover-up Democrats and the media operated. But one thing is for sure, Trump notched another W yesterday. The world has its first American pope, and the woke will devour their own, as is the case with both Joe Biden and now John Fetterman. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by the good folks at First Bank. If you're ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner, well, you can count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. A lot to react to. 855-839-1210, the number. Trump, the Pope, Fetterman, Biden. Let us have your thoughts. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company live on a Friday morning. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Take Mom to Gallows for Mother's Day. The family will enjoy a sumptuous meal at Gallows in the Northeast. Go online now, gallowsandburgerbar.com. An incredible variety of homemade food, delicious soups, delectable clams casino, sweet and spicy salmon, the best chicken parm, all from their scratch kitchen. Visit Harv's Burger Bar. Get the French onion burger or the Harv's burger, the shrimp mac and cheese. Quality, variety, and value. Visit Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar, gallowsandburgerbar.com. Ask about their beautiful event space for your next gathering, gallowsandburgerbar.com.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
This Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways we could show our appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet or giving you your own personal marching band. but we decided on special military offers instead. This month only, we're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card on us when you purchase a new smartphone on my plan, because we're proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Additional terms apply.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Phony.
6:32. Happy Friday. Mother's Day weekend has arrived. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Phil, and Jimmy. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Just over an hour from now, Ferris Friday officially gets underway for the cut sheet. Looking forward to that. So many big stories in the news today. That's why we threw all four of them into a big take, because they were all big take worthy. The Biden media tour, the Fetterman hit piece tour, the Pope, 69 from the University of Villanova. A super woke Pope, by the way.
Can I ask you a question before we get into about the Joe Biden clip?
Yeah.
Did that seem super rehearsed to you guys?
Or scripted?
In a way that Jill almost knew when to jump in and didn't miss a beat.
Yeah.
If you notice in that clip, he goes, he starts meandering about insurrections and
he's all over the place.
COVID. And then he stops all of a sudden and says, well, I've said enough.
Yeah.
And then she immediately jumps in and finishes the sentence. It's almost like it was planned like that as soon as he ran out of gas, she was right there to jump in.
I think she's used to doing that.
Right. It's
but
like,
I think they knew the questions.
Yeah, it's like once I spill my bucket on a topic on this story, on this show, Dawn knows exactly when to jump in.
Yeah, I understand what you guys are saying. I just think it's a little more, I think there's a little more to it than that.
Well, I do think it was rehearsed from the standpoint of knowing the questions in advance. We know that Joe needs everything in advance, who the reporter is, what the question is. But we're used to Joe kind of rambling and then saying,
anyway.
And then Jill jumps in to finish the thought.
Let me ask you guys this, because I'm not going to go, knowing the questions, I mean, they're going to ask you about that, because it's been the biggest story for the last couple of days with him. So
plus he just did the BBC.
They're going to ask him about that. So I don't know if he knew the questions. He knew the line of questioning that they were going to go. My question is more of, it almost seems like there's this unwritten signal between the two that as soon as he kind of forgets where he's at, she jumps in and you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I don't know.
I guess I would kind of expect that. Husband and wife, they know their tendencies, they know their current states of mind, they know their health. So my question is, for how long was she kind of finishing his thoughts on really pertinent issues and the real matters of our country behind the scenes?
Well, we knew she was doing those cabinet meetings.
Oh, my God. Could you imagine? Now, let's just flip that around for a second, which, by the way, the fact that the media never torched her, I mean, nobody elected her. With all due respect to a first lady, you're the president's wife. Could you imagine if Trump was in cognitive decline and Melania was the one conducting the weekly press conference table that we always talk about? Oh, Mr. President, you did a great job this week. Yes, thank you, Linda McMahon. Oh, you did a great job. Oh, thank you, Howard Lutnick. Imagine if Trump was deteriorating, yes, and Melania was running the show. Could you imagine the mainstream media meltdowns?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Dawn, your thoughts if you want to jump in.
Well, I think that if you read the history, that was the allegation about Nancy Reagan.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Yeah, she was.
Maybe she just did a better job.
Maybe. I have no problem if Jill's finishing comments on The View, But man, because that's just a total tugfest media tour. It's not really my thing. All the softball questions. I like when media is contentious and there's a back and forth. At least Alyssa Farrah Griffin had the ability to ask that question, because she is, quote, the Republican of the bunch on that set. That question was not going to come from Sonny Hostin or Joy Behar. I mean, Joy Behar, I believe, is the same age as Joe Biden, and with all due respect, you sit there and you look at Joy Behar, she's far more with it cognitively than Joe Biden is. There's two 83-year-olds basically up on that set. One is still capable of doing television, and Joe can't go more than about 57 seconds, if I think that was the math in that clip, without his lady finishing his thought for him. It's a bad look. So,
but I also think that as far as the Bidens, you remember when Michelle and Barack Obama, they signed right after he was out of office a $65 million book deal.
Mm-hmm.
And so part of this, I think, is
that they're running out of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yep.
CAA is the agency I think they signed with, which I believe is the same agency that Kamala signed with as far as doing some movies or some television. And there was a source, I forget the outlet yesterday, but the quote, and I'm paraphrasing here, is the funds have dried up with the Biden family.
Well, what's interesting to me is that, you can say what you will about the Bushes, and I've said plenty of critical things about them, but at least George W. Bush, when he was done, he was done. Mm-hmm. Like, he went out of the – it doesn't matter what anybody said about him.
On his ranch.
He never commented on anything. As far as I know – and I could be wrong. As far as I know, he never wrote a book after the White House. I could be wrong on that, but I don't believe he did.
Mm-hmm.
And he just kind of faded off into the sunset and is kind of just living his life.
And I don't blame him.
Doesn't get into politics.
Nope.
The second the Bidens get some sort of hint or whiff of this uprising against his administration, they're out there doing media tours.
Yes.
And by the way, it ain't Joe.
Right.
It ain't Joe who's doing this.
No, of course not. Joe has no idea what's going on. Joe can't even find 6 ABC with a clicker at this point. And I give Bush credit for that. You ride off into the sunset, you go live your life, you're out of the public spotlight, you're on your ranch, you're doing whatever you're doing. When he showed up at the funeral for Jimmy Carter, that was, I think, the first time I've seen G.W. Bush in 4 or 5 years, minimum, in the public light.
Now, he did in 2010 Decision Points. He also did he did the portrait of my father.
Okay, so
that was about his dad. Obviously.
So he did write books.
Okay,
so he did write some books.
So I was wrong. Okay.
About his old man, that's fine.
But he wasn't. He wasn't out
really
there in the public eye, right.
Some people just don't know when to go away.
Yeah.
Like the Clintons, they just can't go away. Especially Hillary, the Obamas. Michelle's got the podcast now. The same thing with the Bidens here. These lifers that just, can't get out of the swamp even when they're officially out, but they're always, peddling for the next endorsement, the next television deal, which I'm fine with, right? If you're done performing in whatever industry, pro sports or politics, and you get a cushy media gig, I don't begrudge any of those people. If you've got some brand manager out there that wants to throw away a bunch of money on somebody that's perhaps not great on television or radio, I would take that as well. Stocker threw a boatload at me. I jumped on it.
It's true.
I said, this sucker's going to overpay me. I got to take it. Got to do it.
A boatload.
It's unbelievable. 855-839-1210.
Struggling to pay a $300 ticket.
Dawn, I want to get your thoughts on the Trump side of things, which, by the way, we also have to get...
I want to hear more about Greg overpaying you.
Yeah,
Lucky you.
I couldn't contain myself when I saw the offer. I just jumped out of the kitchen table. I was like, honey, we got one. I was like Janine when the phone rang at Ghostbusters. Trump and the Pope. Your thoughts on the tariffs and the Pope, and then does it bother you? Because I know you are. I'm religious, but you're certainly more committed to your faith on a daily or weekly, monthly basis than I am. I've told you I've been in and out of church for 20 years. I have stretches where I go, stretches where I don't. Does the Pope, as far as the new one, Mr. Prevost goes, being in line politically, ideologically with the last Pope, does that bother you at all?
I don't know that he is.
You don't think so?
Because I think that there are also many statements online that he clearly is pro-life.
Okay.
And so I don't know what he is. I have a wait and see attitude. I don't really see what everybody else sees as far as, oh, he's this liberal pope. I don't know that's what he'll be.
Does it matter to you what his politics are beyond pro-life or pro-choice?
I don't think I do not think your social media defines you.
Oh.
Actions, not words, define you.
Okay.
And so let's see this pope. Let's see what will he focus on? What will his policy be? To me personally, I think that number one, I think that he is pro-life, and that will be profound.
Mm-hmm.
And especially during a time when we do have a population problem, people.
Yeah.
And so maybe that'll just all work together.
No,
everybody's saying he's going to be this liberal guy. I'm like, well, let's see his actions, because I don't even know does this guy really do his own social media? Half of these people, do they do their social? I mean,
well, if he doesn't,
saying,
AOC might have the password. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. As far as Trump, I thought that yesterday was an incredible day, and it was monumental. And think about 80 years and tying it with the UK and our allies in the UK, the Prime Minister, Churchill.
Yeah.
I thought it looked big, and I thought that President Trump, with tying it to World War II Victory Day, I thought was brilliant. But it was, to me, it was in part a PR as much as a PR need or win as it was one in reality.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that as far as this, everybody keeps talking about, the cars and what are the details, and we have to look at that with 10%, this and that. I simply think that Trump needed something big going into the weekend. If you look at the markets, they were up. Now we're headed into the weekend. What's everybody talking about? Everybody's talking about the Pope. I think that what this is teed up to be, this just bought Trump more time as Scott Bessent and others go to Switzerland and try to do a deal with China. And so I think that it buys time where the markets aren't crashing, and that's all they want. They just want to buy time so that they can sustain everything and get her done.
Yeah. Stalker, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing about the Pope. That you guys know I'm not religious, but I'm not, I never, everybody's faith is their own thing, and I respect everybody's belief in whatever they believe in. That being said, the thing about this Pope that bothers me a little bit is there's accusations already that he quote, looked the other way when confronted with child sex abuse allegations against priests in the Chicago church.
Uh-huh.
So if that's true, or if any inkling of that is true, then I have a huge problem with
Sure.
that.
I think most people would. Yeah, I agree. 855-839-1210. All right, Trump, the Pope, and Biden out of the way. Let's wrap up the hour next with the Fetterman story, which I think is very fascinating. I think there's a lot of wheels in motion to put John Fetterman out to pasture politically by the Democrats and the power brokers. We'll hit on that as we wrap up the hour next here on Kayal and Company.
It's that season as we look at the weather. One day it's 60 degrees. The next day it's 80 degrees. It's springtime. You got to make sure that your system, your home system, is good to go for the season upcoming. And that's why I've always got my guys, and I'm really thankful to Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning. Every season, they get us ready for that new season. Marvin E. Cann's third-generation owned and military veteran-founded company. If you live in an older suburban home, consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi Electric is just such a great solution for a home, especially if you lack that important ductwork, and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. I am thrilled with my guys at Marvin E. Cann's, the fact that they were able to install that Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning system for our new office, and just keeping that temperature the same as well as drying things out. It's a wonderful, and it's silent. It's really just a beautiful thing. It's a great unit. Contact my guys at Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKANZE.com, MarvinECans.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company, 6:50, live on a Friday morning. You can listen to us on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the free Odyssey app, or watch us on YouTube. And now I'm going to let Dr. Jill finish my sentence.
That's amazing. Oh boy, that is. I did not expect that. If I haven't said, I know I said this late in the show yesterday, but if you have not done so, please make sure you download the podcast and. Wherever you get your podcasts, whether it's Apple, Spotify, Odyssey, you can do it from Odyssey. And when you download it, meaning like subscribe, just click the subscribe button. The first hour of the show, I believe, is uploaded by 8 o'clock. So if you miss anything, it's right there. But leave a review of the show, even if it's Greg Stocker sucks, Dawn is hot, Nick is bald, whatever you want it to be.
You just summed up the whole program.
Just leave any review you want to, please. Odyssey, Apple Podcast. Phil, can you throw the link up in the YouTube chat to make it easy? Because I'm going to shame everybody that's in the chat if they have not downloaded the podcast yet. Do it now, please.
Yeah.
It means a lot.
iTunes and Spotify.
By the way, Squeeze.
Squeeze?
That's who this is.
Oh.
Very underrated band. They're a great band.
I've actually never heard of Squeeze.
No, what's wrong with you?
There's the first review. Nick doesn't know Squeeze?
But yes, please do it now. It doesn't, you may why do I do it? It means a lot to us.
Yes,
Please,
it does.
Please.
So,
we're judged on every aspect.
That's correct.
Thank you.
The John Fetterman story I find to be completely fascinating. If there wasn't so much with tariffs and the Pope yesterday, this easily could have been the big take, because I think we all realize that the Democrats, the media, hand in hand, the media gets the talking points from the Democrats, and they basically go out there and paint the picture, present a narrative, and push and push and push and try to get you to believe what they're spinning and what they're selling. So we gave you the story on Monday from the New York, not the New Yorker, New York Magazine, about how anonymous former staffers basically are saying that I don't recognize this John Fetterman. This is a completely different individual from when I got on board and started working with John Fetterman in maybe 2022, 2023, 2024. So then yesterday, the Associated Press puts out a story about, and I mentioned this, and I gave you kind of the Cliff Note version and the big take, a tense meeting last week between Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman and a delegation from a teachers union ended when one of his staffers ended up in tears, according to the AP news agency, escalating growing concerns over the Democratic lawmaker's mental health and behavior just 3 years after suffering a life-threatening stroke. They go on to write, this episode comes amid broader scrutiny of the Pennsylvania Democrats' mental and emotional health, including recent public allegations from his former chief of staff, Adam Jenelson, who described the senator's conduct in a 2024 letter to a Walter Reed neuropsychiatrist as, quote, on a bad trajectory. Fetterman, as we know, had the stroke in 2022. He was treated for clinical depression in 2023. And they go on to write that Fetterman is among the few Democrats in Congress who have openly met with President Donald Trump since his election victory, drawing rebukes from progressives in his home state. But they also go on to say the progressive brand once endeared him to the left. With his recent alignment on issues like Israel and his distancing from party orthodoxy have added to speculation about his political direction and his personal well-being. When asked about the meeting, Fetterman issued a statement through his office to the Associated Press, describing it, quote, as a spirited conversation about our collective frustration with the Trump administration's cuts to our education system. Again, this was with the people from the teachers unions. He added, quote, I will always support our teachers, and I will always reject anyone's attempt to turn Pennsylvania public schools into a voucher program. So, folks, Fetterman is not in favor of school choice. I got a few tweets yesterday. Fetterman should just become a Republican. No, he's pro-Israel. And there's another, one or two issues out there, I can't think of them off the top of my head, where he aligns with common sense people and Republicans. He's in favor of men and women's sports. He is against school choice. John Fetterman is not having a reawakening through recovery and becoming a moderate or a Republican or a conservative. He is against school choice. But my theory is that they have put the wheels in motion and they are going to go full throttle. We've got New York Magazine. We now have the Associated Press. Before we get to Father's Day, I bet you there's another 2 or 3 hit pieces on Fetterman, and they're trying to get rid of him and take him out because of his stance on Israel. I think it's calculated. I think it's coordinated, but I'm not shocked. This is what the Democrats do, right? That's why I strongly believe if you don't jump on board with everything that the progressive faction of the party, which has hijacked the party, which calls the shots for the party, if you're not on board with all of their talking points, you're persona non grata. You're done. You're dead to them. And I think they're using Fetterman's health, whatever it might be. I mean, every time I've seen him now for the last year or so, he seems to be much better. There's still, moments where he gets a little, whatever. But, he's much better than he was on that debate stage with Oz, where he couldn't. I mean, if there was a Dr. Jill, if Giselle was a doctor, if Giselle Fetterman was there, she would have had to jump in every third word. I mean, he could hardly speak in that debate. Dawn, do you think they're taking down Fetterman, or am I going too wild here with the theories?
I think that John Fetterman can feel the pain of those on the right. I mean, welcome to the party, pal. This is how conservatives and Republicans have been treated by the media, are treated by the media, and so this is what he gets a taste of. But I think it's kind of bizarre that he gets a lot of support from Republicans, praise from Republicans, because he's pretty much a progressive rubber stamp.
Yeah.
Just with a few exceptions. I mean, look, I'm glad, I'm thankful that he speaks his mind somewhat, a little bit on immigration issues, but mostly this is about Israel. Good for him to see the light. But I also think that he realizes that Jewish voters in Pennsylvania have, if you look at the last election and you look at those numbers, Fetterman also knows that at the top of the ticket, Democrats lost the Jewish vote. That's critical. And I'm looking at Pennsylvania. And so Fetterman knows that as well.
Yeah.
And now I'm actually not questioning him. I think he actually looks at this issue and thinks it's nuts and it's crazy.
It is.
So I'm not questioning that he's just doing this for the votes, but it is politically astute, let's face it.
Yeah.
But other than that, he's not an old school Democrat.
No.
He's not a moderate. He is a far left progressive on everything else.
I agree. New York Magazine, in their story, Jenelson warns in a letter that the senator had stopped attending his medical appointments, pushed away those responsible for helping manage his health, and might have even discontinued prescribed medications. He's also been accused of alleged reckless behavior, including texting and FaceTiming while driving at high speeds. Quote,
a year ago.
Yeah. Quote, he has picked fights with each person involved in that system and used those fights as excuses to push them out and cut them off from any knowledge about his health situation. And I don't like the anonymous source thing when they start talking about people's medical situation, right? Like, to me, your finances, your medical health, things like that, what you're prescribed, what you're taking, what you're not taking is really nobody's business except for, Fetterman or his wife or his kids. So that to me feels a little dirty. I feel a little slimy when I read that. You can check it out, the AP story yesterday, as well as NY Mag. All right, Kayal and Company, 855-839-1210, hour 2 on the way. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. Cut sheet at 7:45 with Sean Farish. And then also Bill Gates going right after Elon Musk. And we have a new judge on her way to Washington, D.C. Apparently the way to the White House and to the District of Columbia is directly through Fox News. Kayal and Company, back after this.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, with their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They're focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale to order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. You know, having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And at retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Why you look so sad? The tears are in your eyes. Come on and come to me now. Don't be ashamed to cry. Let me see you through. 'Cause I've seen the dark side too.
It's Kayal and Company. 7:04. It is a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. Sean Farish coming up in about 40 minutes. Friday edition. What's on the cut sheet? It's more like what's not on the cut sheet these days.
Yep.
It's not a matter of when we start it. It's a matter of when we end it.
Did you guys see the James O'Keefe Pam Bondi drop?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Wait,
oh, yes.
Bondi got O'Keefed?
Bondi got O'Keefed. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Do I have something for you coming up at 7:45?
Oh, I can't wait to see this.
Yep.
Or hear this.
Yep.
Or both.
Yep.
I don't know how anybody in this day and age that is remotely involved in politics ends up O'Keefe without knowing.
Well, I'm not 100% sure about this, so don't quote me.
Okay.
But I believe she believed she was speaking to her nanny or a nanny or something along those lines.
Uh-huh.
And this just happened, by the way, at the end of April.
Oh.
So.
Was Bondi imbibing in cocktails?
I don't believe so, no.
Because usually that's how O'Keefe gets you.
No, she's just flapping her gums. She's flapping her gums about stuff that, like, was previously unreported.
Oh.
You know what I mean? So, and if you noticed when we played this the other day, by the way, my take on Squeeze was they were a very underrated band. The Pretenders, great in their first couple of albums. That song sucked. Thank you very much. If you've noticed, the narrative on the Epstein thing has changed, and not just with when it's going to be released, but the allegations against Epstein have changed.
Yeah.
And it started with this drop from James O'Keefe. I'll play it in.
Yeah, Kash Patel said something yesterday to the effect of "in the near future."
Yes.
In the near future.
Yeah, you know what that means.
Yeah, I'm not expecting much. Yeah. I'm really not, but what are you going to do? All right, let's get down to business. Round number 2 of the news. Fighting through like the trooper that she is. At 7:07, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal Company News Live. We are sponsored this Friday morning, May the 9th, sponsored by Kitchen Magic. So 61 degrees, spitting out, and periods of heavy rain this morning. So some ponding on the roadways. Be safe as you're making your way in if you are. In the news this morning, we have a Philadelphia woman in critical condition this morning. She was shot in the stomach while she was lying in bed because this was a drive-by shooting. So she was not the intended target, apparently. But it happened last night, about 10 o'clock last night, 15th and Widener Street. This is Widener Place, I should say. This is in the Ogons neighborhood of Philadelphia. At least 8 bullets went through the first floor window, and one of them striking the woman. So apparently there were one or more people firing nearly 24 shots into the home or near the home, and this was a drive-by shooting. I mean, this is so...
24. You're, laying in bed. The last thing you ever expect is to be laying in bed under your nice, comfortable blanket. Which, by the way, I took off the big blanket last night. It's light blanket season for the rest of this year until we get to like Halloween. Then I pull the heavy stuff back out, and you get bullets in your stomach while you're laying in bed. Who signs up for that? Who expects that? 20? You said 24?
Yes.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Like a video game.
It's really insanity. As we look at what's going on there. We also, just updating you, speaking of being shot in the stomach, I will say a 30-year-old man has been charged now in the shooting situation that was the lead story yesterday, with a Philadelphia police officer trying to break up a fight outside Overbrook High School Wednesday afternoon. And so now 30-year-old Deshaun Shea is charged with aggravated assault, officially charged. We knew that this was the individual who apparently during this fight shot one bullet into the ground. It ricocheted up into the 26-year-old officer's stomach. Mm-hmm. Stomach wounds are nasty. So the officer then rushed to the hospital, underwent surgery. It was a long surgery. Latest was he was out of the OR. So this guy, as far as Shea, he came to the scene, we know, armed with a Ruger 57. He's accused of firing that gun with a rifle round into the ground. The cartridge then ricocheted, striking the 26-year-old police officer right underneath his bulletproof vest.
I was just going to ask you, and I know you've done ride-alongs with officers, and I guess I should know this answer. I've seen plenty of officers with the vests on, but is there a little window like in their, where there's a spot? Like, I mean, does the vest not go like below the belly button? Was that where he was hit? Is it on the side? Because I feel like the vest goes down most of the front and most of the back, but it doesn't wrap completely around, right? You're vulnerable in certain parts of your torso, right?
Yeah. As far as this goes, you think about how weird this is, but because it's a large, the size of the casing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so because he's shooting into the guy is shooting into the ground, now it ricochets up. So it's kind of a weird trajectory, if you will. It's a weird angle that the bullet is bouncing off the ground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now it's coming upward and under the vest.
Yeah.
It's just the weirdest thing.
I mean, the odds of that happening.
I know, right?
I mean, that's like Powerball.
So, God almighty.
Yeah.
So, 26-year-old officer, he just graduated from the academy a year ago, and stable condition, but we obviously a lot of prayers for him as we move forward, as we think about what's going on here. So we've got that going on. And speaking of prayers, we do have today a lot of reaction, even continuing today with the new Pope, Pope Leo, and especially because there are such close ties to our region, not just Villanova, where he graduated, but as well because he's the first ever. You think about the first ever Pope. This is thousands of years, an American Pope. That's one of the many headlines.
It's unbelievable. I mean, you talk about America first. You talk about local ties to our area with Villanova, and then now was he born and raised in Delco, or did he just make a life pit stop there?
He was born in Chicago.
Chicago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do we know the specific Delco ties?
I believe he was there when he was at Nova, or maybe around that time.
Okay. Boy. And he, by the way, 64-1 were the odds.
Yeah.
He was a total long shot, almost off the board.
I know you're wishing that you had bet on that one.
I know. I was all in yesterday on Pizza Bala.
Pizza Bala.
Yeah.
You were wrong, by the way.
I know. I just like the name.
You like that?
That's how I pick my horses for the Derby.
By the way,
there's
there's a viral video going around of Jalen Brunson, who's a Nova guy, who now plays for the Knicks.
Yeah, well, half of Nova plays for the Knicks.
He's reacting to the fact that the Pope is a Villanova guy, and he's just like, celebrating.
Yeah. Yeah, there's three. I think there's 3 Villanova guys on the Knicks.
Yeah.
Bridges and Hart as well.
So, as far as local angles to the Pope story and updating you, there will be a special mass today at the Basilica of Saints Peter and Paul. And to answer your question specifically, Pope Leo XIV, as he's known now, worked at St. Denis Parish. This is Havertown, while he was studying at Villanova University back in the 70s. So it was St. Denis Parish.
Well, we've been ground zero for so much of the major political and Pope news.
It's amazing.
Right?
It really is amazing.
Trump went to Penn. Biden's a Delaware Scranton guy. There was an assassination attempt in Butler. And we know Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes for the Electoral College, big battleground state. My God, the last 3 years, I mean, everything that has happened right here in this listening area. Remarkable.
So he was known as Robert Prevost, Bob Prevost, now known Bob.
He speaks Italian as well.
Bob!
He speaks 5 different languages.
It's amazing. I haven't even figured out English yet.
This is good.
People are wondering. Somebody emailed me yesterday and was wondering if Pope Leo took his name from, Robert emailed me and wondered if he took his name from the cheesesteak place in Delco called Leo's.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah.
That's hysterical.
I'm sure that's almost a lock. Yeah. That's where it came from.
So updating, I will just update something that Greg alluded to. And that is the survivors of sexual abuse by Catholic priests. They're a group called SNAP, and this is famous, as you know, the Survivors Network of Those Abused by Priests, 25,000 members worldwide. So just following up on something that Greg had talked about, they sent this 6-page open letter calling on the new pontiff to instill, quote, a truly universal zero-tolerance law for sexual abuse and cover-up by clergy. And so specifically they are pointing to allegations where that were tied to the now Pope, how he dealt with a man named Father James Ray, who was a priest who had been accused of abusing minors. So this was back in the day. The Chicago Sun-Times had reported this at the time, that this Father Ray, he was moved, like a lot of priests were moved. He was transferred, and at that time, now Pope Leo had approved of that transfer.
Okay.
And so that's what they want, and they're asking the Pope to be for transparency. They're asking him right now, please open this back up and let everyone review it and see what you knew then, and allow the transparency.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to go down this road here on a Friday, but I just figured I would ask the question. With all of these, whether they are allegations and accusations, or they actually end up happening, and it's awful. Would this happen if popes and those that are, pastors in the Catholic faith, if they did not end up
priests, you mean?
Priests, yeah. If this doesn't happen, would this happen if they were married and allowed to have sex?
No.
I always feel like that's a sensitive thing to talk about that people don't want to address.
No, it's
This
not.
was a study.
Yeah.
They've studied this.
It's
the
not
church
sensitive.
has studied
Because
this.
in other denominations, I mean, I've gone from Catholic to Lutheran. I was also in a Baptist church for a little bit, in a Protestant church. The Catholic faith is the only one where they put this restriction on the men, right?
What's the pool of, in all seriousness, in an un-PC way, because that's how we roll in the show.
Yeah.
What's the crop of dudes you're gonna get that are willing to give up sex for the rest of their lives?
Meaning, you mean what do you mean by that? I'm just trying to.
The pool of people you have to pick from,
right,
who are willing to give up sex for the rest of their lives, then become priests,
right?
The pool may be a little shallow, if you know what I mean.
Yes. And I've never understood how. I mean, God bless you if you're that faith, your faith in the whole profession means that much to you. I couldn't do it. I'm just saying. There's no way I could give up female interaction.
I don't understand. I don't understand why they stick to this. They've bent and broke the rules on so many other things. Why not this?
Yeah, if the Pope is so progressive and woke, why is this still a rule, so to speak?
In the past, the studies by the church, because when my kids were little and went to Catholic school, Norwood Fontbonne Academy, you're required nowadays in most schools, if you volunteer at your child's school, you have to provide that you have your clearances, and that's a good thing. I think that anybody in and around the kids, if you're volunteering, that you have your clearances. So I did all that, of course, all the parents did. But as part of it, they required all the parents to take classes, like 20 hours worth of classes about all of this stuff. And one of them, we learned that, in fact, the Catholic Church did studies on this.
Okay.
The disturbing piece of it, to me personally, was that they discovered that it was a situation unlike what Greg's saying, which is, I think that's a natural thing that you would say, Greg.
Yeah.
But the study showed that the people were, in fact, not this way, that it was, you are putting people in such an unnatural, isolated way that you create it.
Oh.
And that was horrifying to me.
Yeah. So this is a creation of the restriction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was the result of one study. So I'll just pray about it, everybody.
Men got to get the poison out.
Oh, jeez.
One way to put it.
It's Friday morning.
Friday morning,
just joining
baby.
us.
Dawn's like, geez, give me some more medicine.
I'm serious.
I'm cussling Dayquil.
When men are yes, we're gonna send you home. When men are backed up, you know what I mean? Like it's not a good thing.
Shooters got to shoot.
Wars happen because of that, guys. I'm just saying.
Exactly
I'm just
right.
saying.
We want to hit that hard. Wow. Am I dreaming this? I'm so drugged up on allergy. And
Dawn, I have a
and-
lot of drops of you on the board.
my
If
God.
you can't give it to us live, we'll go to your tape delay board of clips.
You know,
Yeah, I
other
go both
news.
ways.
I will say this on speaking of shooters, is that people from around the world are coming here to the Philadelphia region, specifically Flowertown, Montgomery County, at the PGA Tour's Truist Championship. This is incredible for our economy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Philadelphia's Cricket Club, this is the Wissahickon course.
That's right.
In Flower. I mean, Nick and I are like
Yep.
minutes away from here. We know this well.
Mhm.
So through Mother's Day this weekend, but it's pretty cool. And they're saying that, in fact, this is pumping up to $70 million into our region. So when I think of and everybody's, looking to the Chestnut Hill, across the border on the Chestnut Hill area, like McNally's, famous historic tavern all along Chestnut Hill, Flowertown, Montgomery County. This is fantastic for this region as far as, and I will say Center City. People are going to be, all over just looking at the shopping, the restaurants. So it's giving us a nice little economic boost.
Well, they have the shuttles, the signs for the because the parking over at Cricket Club is terrible. There's They're not equipped for it. So I saw signs for shuttles over in Bluebell right on the corner of Union Meeting and Jolly Road, right where the turnpike, the Northeast Extension goes right over top of that. If you've been in that little intersection area between Germantown and DeKalb Pike, and people are shuttling over there, I'll tell you, I watched a lot of it on TV yesterday. It just looked phenomenal. God.
40 minutes, they tee off again.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Who's in the lead right now?
Denny McCarthy, a no-namer. I know him, but most people won't. But there's big names on the first page of the leaderboards, though. As long as the weather doesn't delay them today, it should be a good weekend.
100% chance of rain today.
Yeah.
But as I said yesterday, it's going to soften a very tough course.
That's right.
So
another course that I'm not permitted on. They don't allow me on that
They
place
don't?
now.
This is an historic course as well.
I need another zero behind my salary to be permitted on that property.
Well, we are sponsored. Before we get to Nick's forecast, we're sponsored by Kitchen Magic. If you're looking to remodel your kitchen, at Kitchen Magic, their products, and you know this, right? They're made right here in the USA, American made, in fact, in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. So any talk of tariff delays, that's not going to impact you or any of us because Kitchen Magic, they're right here. They're local, they're family owned, American made, and this month only, May, save up to 30%. Visit kitchenmagic.com today. Kitchen Magic, and the forecast. Well, Nick, I hope my cold clears out for Mother's Day.
What
and I hope
clears
the
out
weather-
first?
I know.
Poll question, Phil. Throw it up on the YouTube chat. What clears out first? Dawn's sinuses or the weather?
Jeez.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT.
Thanks for bearing with me.
Philly weather, it's currently 59 degrees. Only going to go up a few more degrees to 63 today. Showers expected to get out of here around 11 a.m., but it'll be cloudy and murky the rest of the day. Tonight's low going down to 50 degrees, but we do get set up for a great weekend for Mother's Day. 74 and sunny on Saturday, and then 81 and mostly sunny on Sunday. It's brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Kayal and Company News Live. All right, cut sheet coming up in about 20 minutes. Sean Farish will join us at that point. When we come back, another selection for the Trump administration and also a battle of the billionaires might be brewing. We'll talk about it here on Kayal and Company, but first a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we're talking about the Mazda brand today and their huge crossover and SUV lineup. This month, Piazza Mazda offering 0.9% financing on their award-winning SUVs and crossovers. From small to big, you can choose between the sleek Mazda CX-5. You want a little bigger? You want a little sportier? You go up to the CX-30. Then we get to the capable CX-50, followed by the three-row CX-90. That's the big one. And, of course, the CX-70. That is your plug-in hybrid. You can discover your dream SUV with 0.9% financing for 36 months today by visiting Piazza Mazda of Westchester or Reading for a personalized test drive. Or you can shop online anytime at piazzamazda.com.
I want you to take my advice. Call my guys at Marvin E. Cans. Get your HVAC system and your furnace checked for the new season, for springtime. If they feel that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train furnace, T-R-A-N-E, Train. Hard to stop a train, as they say. Marvin E. Cans, third-generation owned, military veteran-founded company. I can tell you, I trust my guys. Marvin E. Cans, heating and air conditioning. Every season they come in and they make sure I'm taken care of and my family's taken care of. So contact them. Marvin E. Cans, heating and air conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinEKans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc. P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey. I'm Bobby Finger.
And I'm Lindsay Weber. Our podcast, Who Weekly, is everything you need to know about the celebrities you don't. Think of us as your cheat code to People Magazine, your glossary for Hollywood, a shortcut to understanding pop culture at large.
For the past 8 years, Who Weekly has been telling listeners everything they need to know about the celebrities they don't.
Who Weekly airs twice weekly with brand new episodes on Tuesdays and Fridays. Listen and follow Who Weekly, an Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Oligarchy.
Sir.
Sean Ferris coming up in about 15 minutes. Boy, I got to tell you, he absolutely nailed it Tuesday night with the introduction for all of us at Politics and Pints. Man, the reaction of the crowd as Dawn, Rich, Dom, and myself are down at the bottom of the steps getting ready to come up on stage as soon as the video started playing. And I'm assuming it was a video, right? Because I didn't have an angle to see it.
It was a video.
Okay.
Yeah. And he was dressed up as Trump. He had the Oval Office in the background. I mean, it was amazing. The one thing I will say about that, and kudos to our general sales manager, Dave Skopinich, for suggesting this. He's 100% right. After the introduction, you know what you guys needed? Entrance music.
Oh, yes. As a wrestling fan, I demand it next time.
You definitely need entrance music, right?
That's right. All of us with the same song or individual songs?
Well, I would do the. I mean, it would take forever to do individual songs, right?
Well,
so what would you do, Lee Greenwood?
Who, me? No, I would not. Yeah, I might do something like this. Yeah, it would definitely be a wrestling theme. Yeah, and burn it down. Yeah, I try to burn it down every week.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He's right. He suggested AC/DC's Back in Black.
That would have been good.
That would have been cool too.
Yeah,
But,
you're right. Yeah.
Next time, you guys will get interest music. So
Yeah, although Lee's a nice touch. It's a very, I never get tired of hearing that, I must say.
Dawn goes patriotic,
Yeah.
and Nick and I go
I know.
wrestling.
Yeah.
By the way, we're getting ripped in I'm getting DMs and texts from people saying that politicians, as far as the percentage of abuse in a profession, that politicians have the highest rate of any kind of sexual abuse, and the worst one was that one mom wrote, "I'm very disappointed in you guys that you went."
So politicians have more sex abuse allegations or convictions than the Catholic Church?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, well,
percentage-wise.
Percentage-wise, okay.
So that's, but
All right.
By the way,
there's a special place in hell for all of them.
Nobody can condone what I say, but let me just say it because I never back down from anything I say. I stand by what I say 100%. Thank you.
As in,
it's
the church.
It's disturbing.
Being yes, of course it's disturbing. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me if you're a politician, a pope, a cardinal, a bishop, or if you're the football coach at Penn State.
There's a difference. You revere priests and clergy and people like that. You send your kids there in hoping, that they get a better, understanding of God and all of that stuff. It's not the same with politicians. Politicians are creeps. Of course they are.
Yes.
You don't expect that from priests. You don't.
Yeah, you're
You
right.
don't.
You're supposed to have a certain moral standard, whereas in politics, it's kill or be killed, basically, right?
Yeah, I will say for this particular pope, it behooves him, obviously, that he's somebody who's good with interviews, with talking about this, and certainly that's something that I have no doubt behind the scenes that he will deal with this as the church has dealt with this. But I will say this, as far as it goes, when Greg mentioned it, it was important to me as your news person that I wanted to clarify the exact what they were talking about.
Sure.
There has never been a claim or anything like that Pope Leo, before he was Pope Leo, ever was involved personally in any situation.
I never said he was.
And Greg never said that.
Nope.
This goes back to the transfer of a priest that was indeed accused of and involved little girls back in the day in Chicago. And the specific question by these groups has to do with what did he know when he signed off? He literally had a signature to sign off on one transfer. And so I just wanted to clarify what Greg was talking about, but there was never a claim in any way that before he was Pope that he personally did something.
Yep. 855-839-1210. If you want to join the show, our buddy Joe Snow, big listener, came out to Politics and Pints, sends a meme and a GIF. It says, tariffs are working so well that even the Pope is made in America.
Roll Tide.
Thank you very much, Joe. Which gets us, and I do want to get to the Gates and
Bill Gates.
Bill Gates, Elon Musk story. I mean, I know we have clips for this, and maybe we'll just save it for the cut sheet. But I do want to mention, it looks like, now I just jotted all these names down, so I might even be missing a few. The big news yesterday in the world of law and order is that Donald Trump has selected Judge Jeanine Pirro from Fox News to be the D.C. attorney after cutting and parting ways with Ed Martin. So it looks like if you want to get into the White House or the Trump administration or anywhere in D.C., Fox News is an excellent avenue to explore.
Is there anybody that's left there?
Well, let's go through this. These are the names I've jotted down. Maybe I'm missing a few. So Pete Hegseth went from Fox and Friends weekend host to the Secretary of Defense. Sean Duffy was the Fox News talent. I don't know what show he was on. I know his wife is on Fox and Friends weekend. I don't know what Sean Duffy did TV-wise, but I remember him being on.
He was more of a pundit because he was Rachel's husband.
Okay.
And he was
a DEI hire because he was somebody's husband.
We need a man husband here. Which, by the way, I'm getting killed yesterday for saying that for bringing up my wife's husband in a context of it not being me yesterday on the show. That was right up there with me going from what did I say as far as Brett Baer and Bernie Sanders? I called him Bert and Ernie by mistake.
Yep.
I was getting killed for that. So you've got Sean Duffy, who is basically the new
Mayor Pete.
right? So he's in that role. Judge Jeanine Pirro goes and becomes a D.C. judge. You know, she's been a judge before in Westchester County in New York, former prosecutor and district attorney as well. And then on the other side, you've got family members or, relatives through marriage in Laura Trump, who's she married to? Eric?
Yes.
She's married to Eric. Okay. I don't keep up with it. It's like the Kardashians and the royal family. I don't know who's banging who what's going on here. Tiger's, with Trump's Jr.'s old wife, the whole bit. So then she gets a television show. But I will say this in all seriousness. Forget it. I don't care that she's a loyalist to Trump or that I enjoy watching her on the 5. I just like judges and prosecutors that have a zest for justice and a zest for doing and representing on behalf of the victims. And I think that gets lost in the politicization of judges and district attorneys and who's a Democrat running for office, who's a Republican, who is backed by George Soros, who believes in no cash bail. To me, at the end of the day, especially when you're a district attorney, the judge, you're supposed to be impartial. You're supposed to sit there, and whether you're sitting there as a judge where the jury ultimately decides, or if it's a bench trial and it comes down to the judge's decision, you should be fair, you should be balanced, and the only things that matter should be the rule of law and facts. But on a district attorney level or an assistant district attorney level, especially in criminal courts, you're there to represent the victim. And whether the victim is perished or if the victim is alive and well or alive but maimed and struggling. And I just love these no-nonsense prosecutors. I love these no-nonsense judges. By the way, I think Jimmy Fallon, who you hear weeknights at 7 here on 1210 WPHT, he has, I saw the clip of it last night. He teased it for his Saturday night television show. They did like one of those Jimmy Fallon taxi cab segments. And they've got Jeanine Pirro. Yeah, I don't think she's really driving it, but
it's old. I'm assuming they're probably going to rerun it.
Oh, is it old?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
I thought that was new.
Yeah, no, he's done it. He did that maybe a year ago.
Jimmy's
or so.
taxi cab
Yeah,
bit. That's
it's
phenomenal.
a great bit. It is an absolute great bit
because it's authentic.
100%.
It's his prior life.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So
my man Jimmy, man, he needs to be careful. There's some knives out for him at Fox News.
Oh, is that right?
People very
the egos are bruised.
People are very jealous of his meteoric rise.
It wouldn't be a little guy that's on the right on the 5. Do we have comedic wars? Do we have? Could we have a Gutfeld Fowler rivalry?
All I will say is, and I'm not privy to anything, and Jimmy, of course, would tell me nothing. All I notice is that he used to be on Gutfeld's show, and ever since he's gotten his Saturday morning or his Saturday night show, he has not been. That's all I'm saying.
It's you know what, in TV news or probably this industry, but especially TV news, if you do not have at least a dozen knives in your back, you're not successful.
Wow,
that's a good point.
Yeah.
So take it as a badge of honor.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you ever have any beefs, rivalries, Dawn, with any other television broads?
Be careful. Be careful.
So the truth is, I'm really serious. I always took, if somebody wanted my job, I took it as a badge of honor. But of course, that was going on. But I leaned into it.
Yeah.
I will say this. You
didn't throw down with Jamie Apodi or any of the TV people?
No, and she's a sweetheart. I actually would say I've always said this. The men in television news in particular, and I'm married to Lair.
Yeah.
But the men are the divas. The men
They are.
I've
worked
much
with a
more
few.
than the women.
Yeah, I've worked with a handful of them.
So
some I like, some I don't.
But I will say with Judge Jeanine, a week ago, wasn't it a week ago that Sean Farish, who's upcoming, he was talking about Ed Martin and that he really hoped. So I can't wait to hear what Sean Farish has to say about Judge Jeanine because she's going to bust some chops. And people keep saying, I've been here, another Fox News host. She made her name on being a very tough prosecutor, a tough judge, and she was such a huge advocate for domestic violence victims and survivors, as well as the elderly senior citizens.
Yep.
So the fact that she's returning to her first love in her career, I think that's such a cool thing, and she'll be fantastic.
I got a tweet last night from some anti-Trump guy. Oh, but she's never been a federal prosecutor. It was only at the state and local levels. I'm like, dude, you either prosecute crimes or you don't. It's like riding a bike. She hasn't done it in 20 years, Nick. I would actually argue she's more qualified for this role than Hegseth is for his, right? I mean, there are some people you can argue, and I love the fact that there are outsiders in these positions. But I mean, Judge Jeanine Pirro is about as qualified as anybody to be a district prosecutor.
And tough prosecutor, and she was right down there. And plus, let's just face it, we should have kind of a party, a viewing party when they go for her conference, because you know she's just going to bust some chops.
Well, I just want to go out drinking with her and Pete one night. Imagine Nick Kayal, Pete Hegseth, and Judge Jeanine whacking some nice dark reds.
Well, doesn't Pete claim that he gave up drinking? I thought he claimed that.
Pete, I don't like quitters,
Hegseth,
Pete.
I
do not like quitters.
Okay, I'm not sure, but I thought he said that was in the past.
Yeah.
That he had an actual problem.
Yeah, he did probably. So hopefully he cleaned up. Let's wrap up before we get to the cut sheet. Put your helmet on, Stalker.
Yep.
John in Jenkintown is on Kayal and Company. Hello, John.
What'd I do?
Hi, how's it going?
Hi.
We're good, John. Go ahead.
I love you guys. I think you have a great show. I just wanted to say that I was in the seminary for a couple of years, and I think Greg is really off on this one. I think that, first of all, guys go into the seminary and want to be priests because they really feel like it's the call of God, and that really outweighs even the desire for a sexual relationship. So I think, that's the overwhelming reason as to why people go in, and that's that outweighs everything else. And I also think I never quite got the correlation of you can't have sex, and so we're gonna go after children. If you guys couldn't have sex for a year or 2 or 3, you wouldn't start to have sex with children.
No, but isn't it the and in all due respect, I completely respect what you do and your faith and all that stuff. But isn't it when you pick people who don't want to or who are willing to give up, said desires, you're kind of limiting the pool of people that you're making priests. No,
I don't think so. I mean, I think really I think it's a problem of today we have less and less people wanting to go into the seminary and to become Catholic priests. I think it's because people aren't willing to give up their whole lives to serve God. I think whereas in the past there was a lot more willingness. So I don't know. I know a lot of good priests who have who are really good guys. They're well balanced.
Of course, sure. Yes, of course.
So John, you said you went to the seminary, but I guess you did not finish. What led to you not completing that?
Yeah, I was starting to have doubts, and I just decided that it would be better to leave before I was ordained until, wait till after. And, I teach Catholic school right now, and I love it.
Cool.
I feel like I'm still, giving of myself and serving the church.
Awesome. All right, John, thanks for the perspective, man. We appreciate it.
And John,
one more thing?
I meant no disrespect, by the way. I'm just saying that it's I believe that it's a when you if you would just allow priests to marry, I think maybe there wouldn't be the shortage that you're talking about, right?
Yeah, possibly. Just like I said, one more thing is that Dawn was right. We had a lot of classes and such in the seminary about after the priest scandal happened, and one of the things they told us is that a lot of guys were going into the seminary back in the 50s and 60s when they were 14, 15, 16 years old, and for some of them in that strict environment, it was like their psychosexual maturity stopped at that age. And so even though they grew, physically and all that, whoever they were attracted to, whether it was men or women, it almost stayed at that level. And so a lot of victims were of that age, and that's, people have said that's part of the reason why, which I always thought was kind of interesting. But it was that environment that kind of stunted their
growth.
What was that study?
Yeah. Yep, and Dawn referenced that study as well. John, thank you so much for the call.
Thanks,
out
John.
in Jenkintown. 855-839-1210. Sean Farish is up next for a Farish Friday as we roll into a Friday cut sheet rolling into Mother's Day weekend on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Kitchen Magic, they believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality that you can trust. And that's why Kitchen Magic manufactures all their products right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania, made in the USA. So, of course, you're not going to face any shipping delays or possible tariff surprises. As a local, family-owned company, Kitchen Magic is proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. This May, this month only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit them, kitchenmagic.com. Schedule your free design consultation today. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercials, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call us at 610-687-5280, or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Father's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for dads and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hey, you know I'm a loyal, long-time Honda minivan driver since my kids were little, but now I'm transitioning to a sporty vehicle right in time for Mother's Day weekend. And right now, you can lease the popular 2025 Civic or the HR-V. That's what I just got this week. That HR-V, ooh, it's smaller, it's sporty. I'm getting 29 miles per gallon. I love it. It's punchy and it's fast, but both of the vehicles I mentioned, the Civic, the HR-V, incredible deals right now, both starting at $249 a month. The Civic offers sporty performance, while the all-wheel drive HR-V, that's what I've got, providing the versatility needed for every drive. That's a new 2025 Civic or the HR-V for only $249 a month for 36 months. This offer won't last long. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Mustard.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. Kayal and Company, 7:50 on a Friday morning. We didn't start the fire, but the show has been on fire for an hour and 50 minutes, and it's only going to rev up here because it's a fairish Friday as we say hello to the sir from Nashville, Tennessee. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? I see every time I hear that drop on the soundboard, I get more and more excited. The fact that I'm on what I would essentially consider, the Hall of Fame of morning radio. That soundboard. You got Mustard, you got Sir. There's two Sirs.
Two Sirs.
It's just absolutely. It's an honor, right? I get chills every time I hear it.
We've got lots of you. We've got lots of Dawn. But by the way, hey, I think you're coming through your computer, not through your microphone.
Shoot.
Yeah. But I mean, it sounds okay,
that.
but I just wanted to give you the heads up.
Now I sound better.
There he is.
Oh,
Sir.
wow. There it is. Sir, thank you so much. I said, sir. You're not coming through your microphone, sir. I said, what are you talking? Somebody, it was Russia. It was China. It was somebody else. Who knows?
Before we get to the cut sheet, I got to say two things. One, your Cinco de Mayo video with Trump, Cinco de Porto, was sensational. And then great job. The crowd went nuts Tuesday night when you did the intro for Politics and Pints as Trump. So great work, dude.
Oh, good. I was going to ask about how that went, too. It looked like it was a good time. I saw some people, a few DMs, a few little pieces of feedback. It looked like it went well, so I'm happy. You guys had a good time.
Great job, dude. Thank you very much. All right, let's get down to business. 7:51 Friday morning. What's on that stalker cut sheet? Let's find out.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday? By the way, just a programming note, we are sending Dawn Stansland home.
Yes.
Because she is under the weather. She sounds like hammered doo-doo. And we're going to. She needs sleep. She needs rest. She needs to see a doctor.
Cup of tea.
Yeah.
Some honey.
Yep.
Some throat lozenges.
Yep.
Throat spray. And then shut it down.
All right. Let me start here with one, Phil. And Jimmy, can you grab the cut sheet from the printer? I never printed it out this morning.
Oh. Here comes Phil. 5-alarm Phil. Here he comes. Like he's ready to educate us on why the Phillies are playing at a AAA stadium.
Thank you, buddy.
There
I appreciate that. Cut one here. Well, I have to wait for him to get back.
By the way, Sean Ferris, your thoughts on Major League Baseball teams across the country right now playing in minor league parks? Did you see that? The Rays are playing at a AAA stadium or a single-A field. The Oakland A's are playing in Sacramento in front of 13 people. What a bad look.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. First of all, maybe the Texas Rangers could play in a AAA park because they can't hit in the Major League parks this year. 2 runs a game. Last 2 days, nothing. I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Is my question.
It's a great question.
Jock Peterson is hitting 114. That's great. I could do that. I'll take $37 million to hit 114.
114.
Okay? It's unbelievable. 114. $37 million. You want to talk about Doge? Where's Doge?
Wait,
you want to talk about waste?
You're paying.
It's right there.
They're paying Peterson $37 million for a year.
Over 2 years.
Oh, 2. Okay, that's
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's still
That's
terrible.
only $18 million.
Yeah,
so
only.
I must make it better.
only 2.
All right, Phil, cut one here. President Trump yesterday joked about Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah.
Riding his bike to
You know
work.
what we call him? Right? We call him Packer Pete. Right?
This is my favorite clip.
Roll this.
And when they took over Buttigieg...
Wait, hang on. He didn't even attempt. Buttigieg.
I saw this. I'm like, this has to be the first cut we play. This is not even the best part yet.
All right, start it over.
And when they took over Buttigieg, who has no clue, he drives to work on his bicycle with his, in all fairness, with his husband on the back, which is a nice, loving relationship. But he didn't have a clue. This guy didn't have a clue. And he's actually a contender for president. Between him and Crockett, you can have that party. But he didn't know what he was doing. And
He's right. He's the picture. If you're not on YouTube, you got to see it.
He's not actually riding. He's actually not riding on the back. He's on a separate bike. But it's hysterical. It's a hysterical picture.
In all fairness, I believe there are many occasions where the husband is riding on the back. I'm just gonna say, maybe not on the bike per se, but in other aspects of life, I would say the back door is.
No.
Is that a Waste Management sponsored bike? Why is it green and yellow? Is he? And look at that,
man. When you're very listen, let me tell you something. When you're very active back there, you got to manage the waste.
Oh God.
He's got
and that's
the
why when I was elected, and we should have won the Pope election yesterday. It was totally rigged, right? Completely rigged.
The woke Pope.
We were going to clean up the waste at the Vatican. We were going to do it, right? There was a lot of waste. You look at what Crooked Joe left on the floor. There was a lot of waste at the Vatican, right?
Mr. President is on fire.
Operation Tootsie Roll.
The bike helmet. He looks like Simon, or not Simon. The skit in SNL with
Yes.
Mike Myers wearing the bike helmet when he's chained up to the playground set.
It was Simon, yeah.
It was Simon. Okay. Here's the other thing too, and I tweeted this out last night. And I'll die on this hill. I know Democrats die on 90-10 hills. I'm dying on what I think is a 60-40 hill in my favor. If you're a grown adult, and I might trigger a lot of people. We got the bike ride coming up, by the way.
Yeah.
Just about 2 months. If you're a grown adult riding your bike to work, you're a moron.
Oh boy, here we go.
I will die. How can you ride a bike as an adult to work?
I don't agree with this.
The guy, by the way,
it could be like a fitness thing, though.
Yeah, exactly. Get some fresh air. Get some exercise. Instead
fitness.
Of sitting in a car.
I can't afford a car. I don't want to go on public transportation.
Buttigieg can obviously afford a car. You wanted to, stay fit.
I'm telling you right now. One of I don't want to reveal identities, but
we don't know if it's a tight fit or not, but we know that somebody's fitting somewhere.
Tight
right?
squeeze, yeah.
Mr. President.
A little raunchy.
Mr. President
That
is X-rated
smell.
this morning.
You can freaking smell it.
I know I can smell it.
There are some high-ranking officials here at Odyssey that occasionally walk to work from time to time because it's a couple of blocks away.
Yes.
I think that's a violation.
Nope.
I have no problem.
No, in Philly, it definitely is, especially if you're traveling with seafood, because you might get robbed.
I mean, seriously. And by the way, the guy that trained me for the last 2 bike rides, the great Dave Madden, used to, and I love him to death. And he told me this 2 years ago. I used to ride my bike to work, even in the winter, even in the summer, as long as there wasn't a snowstorm. I'd ride my bike, and he would ride like, I don't know, I'm thinking a couple of miles.
And by the way, did you ever see that human? Like he has not an ounce of body fat on him.
I'm not saying it's not a great decision health-wise. I just think I think it's a bad look as an adult.
Oh, for God's sake.
It's not a paper route as a kid. You're not like 16 riding to Starbucks to do your 5-hour barista shift. You're an adult.
The only thing about it is, if you're riding your bike a long way to work, do you show up to work sweaty?
Sweaty.
Well, and that's the other aspect of this. Like you want to go in there smelling like a blooming onion.
Nicole has a great point on the YouTube chat. Poll time.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, put up a poll, Phil. Put up a
smelling like a blooming onion.
Put up a poll.
But I sweat doing radio, so there's no chance I could ever ride my bike here.
So do I, by the way.
What's the poll question? What's the poll question, Nick?
Out of line for adults to ride bikes to work? Yes or no?
It's absolutely not out of line.
Oh, this is coming from a guy
healthy.
who finally just got a bike and still hasn't rode it yet.
Ridden it.
Thank you, Dawn.
By the way, I am like, if I lived close, like I don't live close. So if I live close to the station, well, maybe not at 4:30.
Okay, let's say you were producing Zioli's afternoon show, and you lived 8 blocks from here. You lived down at 16th and Market. You riding your bike here?
No, but I used to, when we were down at 4th and Market, I used to park at the river rink there on Delaware Avenue and walk up.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was great exercise.
I could see that. I mean, Phil Almquist, he doesn't park in our garage. He has to park elsewhere, so he has a little bit of a walk. Jimmy Kelly takes the train. He gets off. He walks a few blocks here. I understand the walking from where you're dropped off or where you're forced to park because of whatever the parking situation is for a city or the company you work for. But riding a bike, no, violation. I'm dying on this hill. Like the Democrats will die with men and women's sports. I will not let up on this one.
I like your conviction. By the way, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. The poll is up. Out of line to ride a bike to work. Let me look at the results. 81%, 82% right now say no.
Okay.
You're wrong.
I know what it feels like to be a Democrat.
Speaking of Democrats, Representative Jasmine Crockett says Republicans are inherently violent because the KKK aligns with the Republican Party. She was on the Everybody's Fever Dream podcast. I don't know. Everybody's a podcast.
Boy, these names for these podcasts these days, too.
Roll it.
They're getting long.
They try to act like, oh, political violence, it's the Democrats and it's the liberals. And it's like, actually, I mean, I'm not going to say that like a left-leaning person cannot be violent, because that would be like crazy to say that somebody can't be. But baby, y'all got the white supremacists galore, okay? Like all of them. You got the Proud Boys. You got the neo-Nazis. You have people that literally should be classified as domestic terrorists, because a lot of times that is what they are doing. They're engaging in domestic terrorism. And guess what? They all align with your side.
Yeah.
Including the KKK. So like, I mean, this is who aligns with that. So like inherently in like who you are, y'all are violent. Like y'all, and most of your violence has to do with people that's got a little bit of melanin. But nevertheless, like y'all are a violent group of people. Like you attract violent actors, and like, I'm sorry, I know they tried to make Black Lives Matter out to be the most violent. What about Black Lives Matter? No. So that's the thing. Like they try to pretend like that.
But she's so late to the what used to be the trendy, in vogue racial grifting thing that just, is she aware that it doesn't resonate, it doesn't land like it used to? Do we have to go through like the history of, who abolished slavery and things like that? I would argue today, and I really mean this, that the United States of America is one of the least racist nations across the globe. And I know that breaks up their narrative, because once this narrative is gone, they have nothing to stand on. But Farish, I mean, she's with the nonstop racial grifting, she's running like it's 2015 again, or it's 2004 or 1982. I don't think it lands. I really don't. I think she is just all talk right now, and she's gonna fizzle out real quickly. I don't think she will be a factor by the time we get to 2027.
No, I don't think she's going to be a factor either. And I'll say this too. I think I agree with you that America, in terms of the Americans, right, are the voting, the electorate, the voting group that participates in elections, are probably some of the most least racist people in the world. The racism exists in the political sphere, right? Like among the actual politicians and folks who just love to divide and pit people against each other. That's where it exists, like Jasmine Crockett. The fact that, and this is a woman who not too long ago attacked a reporter in the Capitol, wants to lecture other people about violence, right? Like, who's the one lighting Teslas on fire? Who called the SWAT team into my house? Who are were those people on my side of the aisle, right? And I'm not going to say that there aren't right wingers who are violent, or right wingers that are racist. There's an anti-Jew problem that is manifesting itself on the right, if you want to call it the right. A lot of people call it the woke right. But when she brings up neo-Nazis, I mean, there are people literally carrying swastikas in New York City protesting free Palestine, who voted for Bernie Sanders and voted for and are AOC's constituents, right? So don't tell me about Nazis in our side of the aisle, in our party, when the whole free Palestine thing, Jamal Bowman, like, did we forget about all that? Or she didn't forget. She's it's lying by omission, right? Yeah. And pretending like it doesn't exist. But I think you're right in terms of how long she's got, her shelf life. She's not making it to 27. She's going to continue, because here's the thing. She gets rewarded for this type of behavior, and she's going to start to lose that reward, and she's going to have to get crazier and crazier and crazier. She's going to keep kicking the vending machine because she's not getting her chips. It's going to be extinction burst every single time, going forward, and I think she winds up fizzling out.
And also, with the left, they love, when they talk about racism, they only talk about it from the African-American black perspective, right? So yeah. Trump did better with black voters this time than he did in 20, than he did in 16. But let's go beyond just black when we talk about non-white people that vote Republican. Look how well Trump and the Republican Party are doing with Hispanics and Latinos, right? You look at Hispanic men, well, I think it was 53% of registered Latino men that voted legally in the United States voted for Donald Trump. That is a majority, right? That's 53%. They act as if black is the only race or skin color that is only available for discussion. You talk about other ethnicities, other races that vote Republican, but all they do is bring it back to that specific race. So, and which is fascinating when you think about it from a Hispanic standpoint. 62%, I gave this number to start the week, 62% of people polled in the CBS YouGov poll that are Hispanic agree with Trump on his deportation, right? Like this is, and also when we talk about races and ethnicities of illegal immigrants, the left likes to make it all about just Hispanic. It's not just Hispanic people that invaded the border the last 5 years to the tune of 15 or 20 million. It was Asian. It was Middle Eastern. It was anybody across the globe that knew we had open borders, but they like to pigeonhole it to just one specific group.
Well, this is what we said, right? Listen, we had a lot of people on Monday. You said we're very popular with the Hispanics. We had a lot of people on Monday. They came up to me. They said, Senor, nos gusta mucho Cinco de Porro.
Sure.
Okay? They said, we love it. They said, we love Cinco de Porro. Get them out, right? Get them all out. These are bad hombres. They don't like the bad hombres. Nos gusta mucho. We like it a lot. That's what they say.
Thank you, Mr. President. We talked about this earlier. I want to get Sean.
Bilingual Trump is my favorite.
I want to get Sean's take on this. So Nick played this on the Big Take, but I wanted to bring this up to you, Sean. This is so Joe Biden was on The View yesterday. This has got 3, Phil, and he was answering a question about his cognitive decline, and then Jill immediately takes over. And I think that there's some sort of signal going on here that as soon as he starts, like a robot is, as soon as he starts going down, like she jumps in because she almost picks it up perfectly, exactly like, you know, where she needs to. Roll this.
Mr. President, since you left office, there have been a number of books that have come out deeply sourced from Democratic sources that claim in your final year there was a dramatic decline in your cognitive abilities. In the final year of your presidency, what is your response to these allegations, or are these sources wrong?
They are wrong. There's nothing to sustain that, number one. Number two, you know, think of what we're left with. We're left with a circumstance where we had an insurrection when I started. Not since the Civil War. We had a circumstance where we were in a position that the pandemic, because of the incompetence of the last outfit, end up over 1 million people dying. And we're also in a situation where we found ourselves unable to deal with a lot of just basic issues, and which I won't go into in the interest of time. And so we went to work, and we got it done. And you know, one of the things that
and Alyssa, you know, one of the things I think is that the people who wrote those books were not in the White House with us, and they didn't see how hard Joe worked every single day. I mean, he'd get up, he'd put in a full day, and then at night I'd be in bed, you know, reading my book, and he was still on the phone reading his briefings, working with staff. I mean, it was nonstop. It's the White House. Being president is not like a job. It's a lifestyle. It's a life that you
She completely took over that answer. She completely took it over when he said, well, I said too much. And then she's like, she comes right in.
I thought we were going to get him telling us he finally beat Medicare again. That looked just like the debate, right?
Yes, it did.
And you know, Jen Psaki, she came out last week and was like, "Well, I didn't see it. I didn't see it until the debate. I didn't see it." And as if one can catch dementia overnight, as if it's like a cold. like
cold.
Last night, you know, like the flu. Like when I got the flu, one minute literally I didn't have it, and then like the next minute I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is horrible!" Right? Like that, the flu hits you quick. Yeah. Dementia doesn't.
No.
Okay,
No.
it's something you can see for a long time, and I don't know. Maybe the evidence was there, maybe it wasn't. But when you're running for president of the United States, and part of your message on the campaign trail is "I got hairy legs," maybe you have dementia, and and in a serious note, like it's a very sad disease, and it destroys families, and it's hard for people to watch, and like it's not something that I want to make light of. So I'm not making light of the disease itself. I'm making light of the fact that these people think we are so stupid to think that Joe Biden, obviously Joe Biden did not catch dementia the way someone catches the flu overnight, and it was the debate. Because remember, it wasn't dementia. It wasn't cognitive decline on June 28th after the debate. It was jet lag and a cold, right? So, you know, this is just, we know what happened. And the books, I'm not going to read them because, I mean, I'm not going to read those. I don't want to live the Biden years. But I'll wait for someone else to read them and kind of throw some pages up or something, or maybe take the quick look through Amazon to kind of see, when they talk about how many times, pee ran down his leg or they had to change his diaper in the White House because, maybe someone writes about the Vatican incident because that happened.
Yep.
People say it's a conspiracy. I don't know. I don't think it's that far-fetched. Joe Biden crapped himself in front of the Pope.
And if you have hairy legs, you must have
hairy balls.
Exactly. Thank you, Dan Abash. CNN. Speaking of CNN, I want to get to these these quotes from this ex-CNN journalist. But let me get your thought on that from the standpoint of these interviews. So he did The View yesterday on ABC. Earlier this week, we played the clips of...
We call it the zoo, by the way. We call it the zoo.
Joey Behar. Oh, my
cows,
God.
Right? Livestock.
Yep. And then also he did the interview on BBC. What do you think the motive is right now? Is this to get out ahead of the books, or is this just part of his new media circus that he's signed up for? What do you think is at play here?
But didn't he sign with no, that was Kamala that signed with a talent agency.
I think they both have latched on to some Hollywood agencies.
So this might be like like a PR thing. Mm-hmm. Maybe it is to get in front of the books. It's not going well. Like every time you put him in front of a camera, it doesn't go well anymore. No. He used to be able to hold his own. Like Joe Biden used to be sharp and people used to laugh and he would, bop around. Even if he was lying or stealing someone else's speech, he would at least deliver it well, right? Yeah. He can't do that anymore. So, I would say maybe don't.
Yeah. Don't.
That was his one-word policy, right?
Yeah. Yes, I've got it. Here it is.
Don't.
There you go.
Yeah, that's my advice.
Former CNN journalist Chris Cillizza said, quote, there is ample evidence that former President Biden's aides covered up his cognitive decline by shaming reporters and making it uncomfortable to seek the truth. So this guy was... he was CNN's editor-at-large. He's now left, and he has his own Substack. And he said, quote, I think there is now ample evidence that there was a cover-up on Joe Biden's actual physical and mental condition by his aides in the White House. There's been a ton of reporting on it, too much, I think, to dismiss it. And then he goes on to say, quote, instead, I think the Biden team made it really hard to ask questions about his health. They shamed you, said you didn't like him, noting that many reporters, including himself, would, quote, let that be that. And he says he doesn't believe that President Trump's team would receive the same treatment from the mainstream press. He feels that some reporters took the Biden's team word for it. I mean, how pathetic as a journalist do you have to be to just take the administration's word for it, Sean, despite the fact that your eyes and your ears tell you that this guy is expiring right before your very eyes?
Again, it's not like something that we just saw after June 27th.
No.
We have been making the jokes about this since he ran for president. We were like, the guy isn't going to make it. And as it, he made it in terms of he didn't die in office, thankfully, but he didn't make it. He wasn't able to run for re-election because he had a condition that was making it impossible for him to be a viable candidate, right? So he didn't make it. He had to step back and let Kamala Harris, if you have to turn over, if you have to give her the keys to the car, you can't drive, period. I mean, it's that simple. So, and Cillizza is the same guy. He pushed the Russia hoax. You want to tell me that Donald Trump wouldn't be treated the same way by the mainstream media? This is the same group of people that called for the 25th Amendment when he wrote Kafifi on Twitter. Give me a break with Cillizza. I can't take that. I can't take that guy.
Uh-huh.
One of the number one Russia hoaxsters, the Fine People hoax, CNN, Jake Tapper saying Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler, but he would get different treatment from the mainstream. Come on. There wouldn't even be treatment from the mainstream media. They run with every hoax that there is when it's about Donald. He ripped the tag off a mattress. He's clearly a felon. It's
one more.
I can't.
One more from The View yesterday. Do you take any responsibility for Trump's reelection? This is cut 4. Phil, roll it.
You announced that you wouldn't be seeking re-election. Only 28% of the country thought that the country was on the right track. Now, you are understandably very proud of many achievements in your administration, but do you take any responsibility for not hearing the concerns of voters on the border security or cost of living sooner? And do you take any responsibility for Trump's re-election?
Yes, I do, because, look, I was in charge, and he won. So, I take responsibility, number one. But number two, You remember, we put together a commission leading with one of the most conservative members of the United States Senate from Oklahoma running it. We came up with a significant means by which we could deal with the border. What did Trump do? He got on the telephone and he called Republicans, do not support it. It's legal, it'll work, it'll make Biden look good, don't do it. And they backed off.
It's amazing how we were told we needed bipartisan support to fix the border. We've got to get it passed through Congress. When in reality, and I know it's cliche to say it at this point, all we needed was a new president. I'll say this, though, as far as the beginning there where he's talking about responsibility. And I know, the polling shows that he had to go. He believes, and this is just my thought on what I think he thinks, he truly believes that he would have defeated Trump had they not forced him out and staged the coup. I believe that wholeheartedly. Like, I think he is bitter. He might not have shown it there. I think he's angry behind closed doors. I think he's probably pissed off. He did not want to be replaced by her.
Well, at the very least, I think he looks at how she performed in the election and said, well, I could have done that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have had to ruin my image, right? They could have continued to gaslight everybody saying, no, he's not cognitively declined. They found a reason to duck a second debate and let it run out. And I think it would have looked a lot worse. I think a state like Virginia, which was a 5-point state, New Jersey, which was a 5-point state, those states probably would have flipped and it would have looked a lot worse. But I think Joe Biden basically he looks at it and goes, well, I could have done that. Now, I think where it would have been worse for him, not on the electoral map, but the congressional map, there would have been so much apathy on the Democrat Party. At least what I could say what they did was they at least put forth this idea, this image of enthusiasm. So there was some sort of kind of contagious, we got a new candidate, she's younger, new way forward. So you probably won a bunch of House seats because of that and Senate seats. Like, I think for a fact, you see Michigan and Wisconsin probably flip to Republican if they don't replace Joe. So from an election standpoint, yeah, he still would have lost. And I think he knows he still would have lost. And that might be what he's focused on. But down ballot, which is why Pelosi pushed so hard to do it, it would have been a lot worse for them. So, but I think you're right. He's very arrogant. So he probably thinks he would have won.
Yeah.
The guy's lost his mind anyway. He probably thinks he would have won.
Spaceship Moon says on X that Mark Halperin is reporting that the Bidens are doing this stuff to keep the money rolling in for the kids, the brothers, and grandkids.
We have that. Roll this.
Okay.
11 o'clock this morning, the Bidens are live on The View here in Gotham City. There's a story in Politico today that says they've hired the former Pentagon spokesperson to manage the Biden comeback. I'm paraphrasing kind of that Joe Biden wants to be out there. The 100 days is over. He wants to be prepared for the books that are coming out that will be critical of him. He wants to speak out against Donald Trump. He wants to defend his reputation. Politico is also reporting that the audio of the special counsel Hur of his interview with Joe Biden that caused her to judge Biden an elderly man with a poor memory, that the Trump administration is going to release that audio and that Biden's gearing up to fight back on all fronts. Now, you could say, as we've discussed, Biden's doing this to fight back, or Biden's doing this for his reputation. I talked to someone very familiar with the Bidens, and I think they've pointed out something that I'm going to say now that, to me, is the explanation, or at least part of the explanation, which is Biden Inc. has collapsed. All those Biden grandkids had a lavish lifestyle, which they very much liked. Wow. Hunter made hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars. Joe, as a former president, is not in a position to get the same kind of paid speeches, corporate boards, book deal. Biden Inc. needs a source of revenue. And Hunter does, even though he was pardoned and he's not going to prison, Hunter does not have great earning capacity. And you look at the rest of the family.
Wait. The paintings aren't worth a lot?
No, the paintings are not worth a lot. So what I'm positing for you guys to weigh in on, Dan first, is my source right? Is what at least part of this is about, is the reality that Biden Inc., the trough is empty. The spigot has shut down. Mm-hmm. They need a way to get back in the game to make big money, to have the grandchildren fed and clothed and flown first class, etc.
Wow.
You know, Hunter Biden's wealth came from paintings, just like Bernie Sanders' wealth came from his New York Times best-selling book.
Oligarchy.
It's all a ruse, all a scam. All of the Russian, Ukrainian, Romanian oligarchs and the influence and the... Remember we heard all the stuff, right, Sean? The peddling of the Biden family name. That was the influence. That was the value. Getting these meetings. Remember the phone conversation when he was with Victor Shokin and then Dad jumped on the phone. Oh, we just talked about the weather. My keister, they just talked about the weather.
Right.
They've been lining their pockets for years, and now that they don't have any stroke left, the cash is dried up. So what do you have to do? You're not going to get $300,000 an hour for a public speaking engagement when you can't put a paragraph together. So this is what they're relegated to.
Yeah, Hunter Biden can't sell his art. There's no more deals with Burisma, all of these things. So they've got to find a way, to keep the money train rolling. Hunter's broke. Apparently, he can't even afford to see his cases through regarding the laptop. He says he's broke. I don't know, but I don't know how you. I don't know how you manage your money that badly when you're getting all that a month. But I guess drugs are dangerous. Don't do drugs. That's the rule there. Don't do drugs. Or if you're gonna do drugs, which I don't endorse, don't live above your means.
That's right. It's why I buy Tito's. I don't buy Grey Goose. I don't go above my means.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Please make sure you hit the like and subscribe buttons. I want to get to, not yet, but I want to get to the James O'Keefe Pam Bondi video.
Yeah, you've really piqued my interest with this.
That was released last night, and we will get to that in just a couple of minutes. But first, I want to do this one. A Fox News panelist suddenly passed out while speaking live on air last night, shocking viewers and the host, whose stunned reaction caused outrage. Cameron Kinsey, do you guys know her?
No.
Who previously served in the Trump administration, was invited onto Fox News at night. What time is that on?
That must be the Trace Gallagher post. Who's the last one to go late at night? Is it
Gutfeld and then
Gutfeld's the last one.
Yeah,
so it's probably it's like the 11 o'clock. That's when everybody tunes out.
Last night to discuss the ideological difference between the current commander-in-chief and former President Biden. But at a certain point during the interview, Jonathan Hunt, who was interviewing her, Kinsey could be seen stumbling over her words, and then she passes out. If you want to see this video, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT to watch it. Roll this.
They put her as the border czar. She never went to the border. So this is about incompetency. It's not about ideology, or it's not about.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
We're just going to get some help here for Cameron. Let me come back to Lydia while we get some help for Cameron here. Lydia,
he just continues?
Just go to break. We'll be right back.
Go to a break right here.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
What?
Wow.
He continues? He doesn't
the show must go on.
You want to see good TV? Get the camera down there. Let's see somebody, doing some smelling salts and CPR or whatever. It remains unclear what may have caused Kinsey to suddenly faint, and her condition was unknown as of early Friday morning.
Blood sugar might have crashed and bottomed out.
Yeah.
I've actually fainted twice in my life. Actually, twice in the last 12 years. The first time, and it's scary. I'm telling you, when you can feel it coming.
91 Ellis Exer wants to know if she came to work straight from Bill Cosby's apartment.
No, she probably rode her bike to work.
It's amazing. Sorry. You buddy.
Yeah.
So
no, it's scary.
That's scary.
Yeah.
2014, my wife's uncle was in the hospital. He had some kidney issue, and he was in there for a week. We went to see him, and I was approaching the admissions desk, and it was really warm in there. And then all of a sudden, I started to get a little faint. I'm like, hold on a second, Kristen. Wait a second. I put my hands on the desk. I'm like, all right, I'm good. We take a few more steps. I went right down.
Right down.
Luckily, I'm in a hospital.
Wow.
So if you're going to faint, the best place to faint is in a hospital.
It's true.
And then in 2016, I fainted in my kitchen. I was grabbing a thing of iced tea, and I was filling my cup with the ice on the freezer side, and I fainted. I banged my face off the freezer, and I chipped my tooth.
I just asked.
Jeez.
I just asked one thing, Nick. If you're going to faint doing morning radio, can you do it between 7:45 and 9:15?
Whatever quarter hour is the best,
Thank you.
I'll do
Yeah,
it for you,
it's
sir.
It's prime.
I can do it like that.
Just prime morning drive. Thank you.
Hey, it's all for the brand.
I appreciate that. Well, we hope she's okay.
Oh, and also, and lost on that with the subtitle or the graphic was the Harris or Biden blaming sexism for why Kamala lost.
Yeah.
That was the crux of the conversation.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
It's
that's
just,
right.
if it's not racism's fault, it's sexism's fault. No. She was in over her head. She was unqualified. And the biggest issue, I mean, think about this. The two biggest issues, Sean, was the border. She was the border czar, never went to the border, and the economy. Her solution for the economy was a socialist failed campaign from 2015 where third world countries tried to put price caps on goods, which only lead to hyperinflation. No, she lost because she's an idiot.
She lost because she was a bad candidate.
Yes,
and she
that
lost
too.
because her primary economic plan was price controls, as you said, which was unpopular the minute she said it. It was a bad thing that she did. The border was a mess, right? And let's be honest, she wasn't a real person, right? Like this is not someone who is likable, right? I mean, who makes a production shopping for Doritos? I've never met anybody who, Dougie, if she's looking for Doritos where the toothpaste is, as if they would be there, right? The word salads. And then this is how inept, this is how genuinely bad she was as a candidate. Her job after becoming the candidate was to differentiate herself from Joe Biden.
Yep.
And she went right back on The View, where apparently if you're in that administration, you go on The View, it's automatically a disaster. And Hostin gives her the easiest question, right?
Yep.
Would you have done anything differently? And she could have said, well, while I respect what Joe has done, when I'm president, I'll do this. I'll make sure that she could have come up with some nice, you knew the question was coming.
Yep.
She said, there's not a thing that comes to mind.
Not a thing that comes to mind.
What?
Yep.
and she did it multiple times in October.
Mhm.
It was one of the worst nosedives in front of cameras that I've seen, right?
It was a
she made the
self-inflicted
ooh
wound.
face
Yeah.
when she was asked about
Yeah.
prices, The View, these people. She was asked that question a bunch of times, and she never had a good answer for that question.
No.
Which, that's why she lost.
And she lost $20 million.
Literally.
I've been sitting on this for a couple of days here. The WNBA's new superstar, Paige Buckers, what's her name?
Yeah, I think it's either Beckers or Buckers, Boogers. I don't know.
She got up and did her white guilt. Roll it.
With the light that I have now, as a white woman who leads a black-led sport and celebrated here, I want to show a light on black women. They don't get the media coverage that they deserve.
There you go.
They've given so much.
Sean, I know you and I are both sports guys. I seem to recall that Venus and Serena Williams received a ton of media coverage because they were legendary tennis players.
In fairness, those might be black men.
Serena Williams, probably the greatest female tennis player of all time. The media
Arguably
adores her, covers her. It's not a race thing in the WNBA. There's just not a compelling GOAT unicorn that's a black female. Caitlin Clark is a unicorn, and she happens to be white. So this whole thing of white girl that's great enters black-dominated sport that should have white guilt for receiving coverage. No, I don't even know who Paige Beckers is, to be honest. I'm pretty sure she's not Caitlin Clark talent-wise, so she probably won't get the same coverage. Not a race thing. It's a needle mover thing. There's very few needle movers in society. Caitlin Clark, race be damned, is one of them.
That's right. And you know what? If you're given an award, don't take that time to tell everybody why you don't deserve it. Just say, I'm honored to receive this award. This is a dream come true. Thank you. And get the hell off the stage, because that virtue signaling garbage is, people are tired of it. Yeah. Everyone is, here we go again with the white guilt. And then you know what else happens, unfortunately, with this
that only adds to the racial divide in the country. Where now we have this Shiloh Hendricks story, where this woman so competitive racism is now a sport.
Yep.
You know, with a $700,000 price tag.
Yep.
And I see people going, this is going to stop cancel culture. That is not going to stop cancel culture. What do you think? So you think there are people who think that this is the answer, right? Yeah. Like, we'll just give her a ton of money and all of this, anti-white hate will stop. So because you gave Shiloh Hendricks, and you have the right to do it, but I also have the right to call you stupid for doing it, because you gave her almost $1 million because she decided to drop the N-word in the park a few times, right? Mm-hmm. You gave her all that. You think the left is going to see that and go, all right, that's it, we're done.
Yeah. Yep.
The same people who tried to kill Donald Trump are gonna sit there and go, you know what? They just made this lady rich. We should probably stop now. I am waiting for the social media trend of dropping racial slurs in a park to go viral, because the last time a woman did it, she was made almost a millionaire, right? So this is the slippery slope. It's either then it's two polar opposites, but they're both sides of the same coin. White guilt or competitive racism being in a new sport and a new business that people are going to start to get into is both bad. Why don't we just stop with the race? It doesn't matter. It just leave it alone.
Well, let's go through this exercise as far as the alleged racism or media bias in sports based on race. By the way, UConn resident Phil Almquist says Paige Beckers was a key reason that UConn won this year. So Phil's been all over the Yankees minor league park this morning in UConn women's hoops, and he'll have the music coming up in about an hour and 20 minutes. I just jotted this down. So Major League Baseball, top media cover stars. Shohei Ohtani, Asian. Aaron Judge, part black. Ronald Acuna, I believe part black and Latino. I don't see mass hysteria white coverage in Major League Baseball. Bryce Harper's a pretty good player. Doesn't get the coverage that those guys get. College football in the NFL draft, we heard, Shedeur Sanders. They don't like that there's a strong father in the black community, a strong black father standing up for his kid. That's why he slipped to the 5th round. First quarterback drafted was Cam Ward to the Tennessee Titans. Your neighborhood, Sean. He's black. Jalen Milroe, drafted by the Seahawks from Alabama, black. They all went ahead of Shedeur Sanders. You go to the NBA, right? Who's the white guy that gets the coverage in the NBA? Nikola Jokic for the Denver Nuggets averages 30, 12, and 10, and he gets shunned. He doesn't get the coverage that 40-year-old LeBron James gets. So, I mean, you could go down. We could do this game all day, except the facts don't back up the claims of the left. Paige Beckers, don't pander to people. Just be yourself. You're there because of your merit, not your skin color.
Exactly. Just, you know what? Just be thankful that you've been given the opportunity to play this sport, to do what are you in the 99th percentile, right, of people who make it this far, especially in women's basketball. There's far less opportunities for women to play that sport at the professional level. Just be thankful that and be the best and just be happy. Don't do, I want to take this time to shine the light on the black ladies that are. This is your time. Yeah. It's not their time. And it's not about white or black. You won an award because you did something exceptionally well that very few people can do.
Yeah.
Say thank you and get off the stage.
And the other thing, too, with the gender issue with this league, too. I mean, it's like the WNBA is trying to self-destruct with identity politics. The reason the WNBA...
There's not much to really blow up, let's be honest. Well, come on.
And
There's not much to really blow up.
And the reason that's a thing, and the reason why they don't get ratings and they haven't turned a profit in 3 decades, even women don't have interest in watching women's professional basketball.
Yep.
They just don't. It's like the whole transgender sports issue. I can sit here and say it 1,000 times. Men shouldn't be in women's sports. But if women don't vocalize it, you're never going to accomplish your end goal.
All right, we have. Right. I will play the Pam Bondi James O'Keefe video.
Oh, I can't wait for this.
On the other side. So make sure you head on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. I believe Nick is seeing this for the first time. Not sure about Sean. But we will get everybody's reaction to the Pam Bondi, James O'Keefe, Jeffrey Epstein video in 3 minutes.
Kayal and Company as we continue a Ferris Friday on the Cut Sheet. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadea, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company, 8:38, rolling on a Farish Friday, rolling into Mother's Day weekend. Nick Kayal, Sean Farish, Greg Stocker. For those maybe tuning in for the first time this morning, where have you been?
We start at 6 a.m.
Dawn a little under the weather. She had to bolt. So, Farish, it's just the boys today.
Yeah.
Just the boys on a Mother's Day Friday.
Unhinged.
Unhinged.
We're going to be unhinged.
Unedited, unscripted, unredacted. Unlike maybe the Epstein files.
Oh, boy. So, this was released yesterday. Thank you, Scott Weiland and Sun Temple Pilots. This was released yesterday. James O'Keefe dropped this last night, I believe. Looking here for the cut number that it is. Philip, if you want to help me here. Talk amongst yourselves. 22. So, James O'Keefe released a video of Pam Bondi on April 28th. She was covertly recorded revealing previously undisclosed information about the Epstein files regarding tens of thousands of videos of little kids to a complete stranger in a D.C. restaurant. The AG made an almost identical statement publicly after O'Keefe Media provided a quote of what she said in a request for comment. So if you guys have been following this story, and I know we all have here, we knew that the females, the Epstein women were underage, you know what I mean? But I always thought it was like 15, 16, you know what I mean? Like
Virginia Jeffrey's age.
Again, completely horrible. And what they're now alluding to is child pornography, like little kids.
Right.
This has never been, discussed before, and it was just brought out into now all of a sudden the narrative on this has changed. And let's play the video, Phil.
Yesterday, Attorney General of the United States Pam Bondi was at the White House and disclosed what she represented as brand new information in relation to Jeffrey Epstein, the existence of tens of thousands of videos featuring little children.
There are tens of thousands of
we played this yesterday
of Epstein with children or child porn.
Now, this is the first time an official has publicly acknowledged that videos of Epstein and his victims exist. What you may not know is just 9 days prior, the Attorney General had a very similar conversation with a total stranger in a restaurant.
Do you know when the Epstein files are going to get released?
We hope soon. The FBI has been.
Okay.
So,
any dates?
No, you know what it is? There are tens of thousands of videos.
Yeah.
And it's all with little kids. So they have to go through every one.
In the past, officials have spoken about the, quote, mountain of evidence in the Epstein case, but they've never, previous to that moment, acknowledged on the existence of videos of, quote, little kids. Just a few days later, at 2 p.m. on May 1st, our reporter sent the AG's office the text of the recording. We asked why this detail had not been disclosed to the public, but was instead being told to a random stranger at a restaurant. The Attorney General used almost the exact same language as she did with the stranger in the restaurant, language that we shared with her press office.
There are tens of thousands of videos.
Yeah.
And it's all with little kids. There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn.
Now, we hesitated to publish this story, but believe, like we did yesterday, that the public has a right to know. And this one raises serious questions. On one hand, why did our country's highest law enforcement official share this information first not with the American people, but with a self-described nanny at brunch? But more importantly, why was this information held back in the first place? Does this show that a government apparatus is still working behind the scenes to protect powerful people involved in the scandal?
Yes.
Based upon the response to our Epstein story yesterday, it's clear that the American people want answers, and they want accountability.
Wow, so a bunch of thoughts here. First, it does feel like, okay, now maybe this is why this has been such a long, arduous, drawn-out process, because it's not just 15, 16, or 17-year-olds, still disgusting, still illegal, but now if we're talking 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds, even more heinous. Secondly, who's being protected? And then when we hear the exact same verbiage from Bondi in what she thought was a private setting versus a public press conference, same words, it makes me wonder, when she delivers that public speech where she's in front of that podium, is she just basically reiterating what she said in private to kind of cover her ass, so to speak? Or is this really the truth? Because to me, it feels like there's definitely a cover up here to protect a lot of prominent people. I don't want to throw out the names, but I'm talking in every walk of life. Politicians, entertainment, medical, big pharma, big tech, you name it. This thing stinks to high hell. Heads of all sorts of stuff, yes, and both foreign and domestic. And I would just say this, and I said this off the air, Pam Bondi might be a great prosecutor. I don't doubt her merit as far as being a lawyer, so to speak. But man, in the public sector, as far as public press conferences, you either need to stop talking or you need to get your message straight, because it's just not jiving with me right now. Sean, your thoughts?
No, it's not jiving with a lot of people. It's not, and I see she gets a lot of. So there's this argument that we need more transparency, but she spends too much time on Fox News. Well, spending time with the media would be a way to increase the transparency. It's just that those media hits are so obscure, right, and so vague, and she speaks in these generalities, right? Well, they're on my desk, or they're not on my desk, or the FBI has them, and now there's tens of thousands of videos with little children, and it's, Now, I saw on the other side, well, it's nice to see her saying the same things in private that she says publicly, right? Because that just, maybe she is being honest. Or, Nick, what you said could be true. She knows she made those statements. O'Keefe Media made it clear that they know she made those statements. They're going to make it public, so now that has to be her message. So it looks like she's not covering up different, all of these little things. Look, it's going to come down to this. Are there tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with little children, or are there not? And I don't want to see them.
No.
I don't think they should be distributed, right? Yeah. But is that what's going on? And if that is what's going on, then there needs to be. If that is the case, and there's no way he did it all, right? There had to be other people implicated. If that is the case, then there has to be some sort of accountability for those who were participating in whatever was going on in these tens of thousands of videos with the little children. Because if that's not true, then there wouldn't be any charges or arrests or indictments. But if it is true, then it shouldn't be hard to get these people. Something's got to give.
Let me bring it back to Trump for a second. And I don't think Trump has any involvement with anything that was disgusting at Epstein Island, so don't take it that way. But you did say you were going to release them unredacted, full transparency. We've yet to get that. Now, again, if there are redactions to protect victims, whether I don't care if they're 16 or 6, I totally get that. I'm on board with that. But I don't want any redactions to protect any perps. So let me ask you this. If you're Trump and now maybe you're backpedaling and you've seen more and you've learned more about what's in those files, are you surprised that he would do it, considering he is the F around and find out president, considering he was almost assassinated, not once, but twice? And I just look at it from how I would handle this if I was Trump. If I was shot in my ear, and it's by the grace of God that I'm still alive, split second, karma, fate, divine intervention, God watching out for me, for some reason he turned his head to look at that prompter, and if he doesn't, he's in a casket today. Why would you not want to release the Epstein? Like, all you've been through, weaponized government, trial after trial, arrests, mugshots, assassination attempts, is it really that bad? I mean, for us to get less than what he promised, and again, it doesn't really change my life. It's talk show fodder. I'd love to know, but it doesn't make my economy better. It doesn't give us peace in the Middle East. It doesn't restore law and order. There are bigger fish to fry as far as Trump's agenda. But I'm just a little surprised. Like, doesn't that speak volumes to what's being concealed from the American public, where even Trump, of all people, is like, maybe we're not going to release everything?
It could. I don't know if he's the one who is slowing it down or is backpedaling here. It could, though.
I'm not saying he's the one, but like,
yeah, I don't know. It's a good question, though. It is a good question. If it was me, I'd be like, screw these people, right? But is it worse than what we thought? And are there more victims than we thought? And is that what's taking so long? If that is what's taking so long, I get it. But at the same time, then why the binders? Why the I have it on my desk? I mean, you had to have known.
And where does
that
it?
You didn't have it on your desk.
Yeah.
The narrative seems to have changed on this, and that's my only thing. They never mentioned little kids.
Right.
Yes, we've heard underage girls. They never mentioned little kids. This came out of nowhere. So I believe, because when she released that press conference and we played it, there's something in the back of my mind where I was like, did they ever say little kids like that? That's horrific. Like this is horrific stuff.
Well, yeah.
And now all of a sudden we see that she may have changed her tune in the what she said publicly because she was caught on camera saying this exact same thing. So is it true that they are, or are they? Because here's the thing: is that you become kind of this story kind of becomes untouchable when there's little kids involved. You can't question it anymore.
Yep.
It's like, well, there's a lot of stuff they have to go through. So they can continuously move the goalposts and say, well, we're still going through it.
Yep.
Well, we're still going through it. Well, we're still going through it, in a way to kind of keep the public like, yes, we're doing something about it, when they're actually not doing something about it.
Yeah, the moment you throw out, little children, it becomes, well, if you push too hard for transparency, then you become the bad guy.
Yep.
Like I've always said, and I don't make light of mental health, but I do think some people take advantage of it because they're just soft little snowflakes and they're not really dealing with mental health. I think there's a difference in true mental health and just, having thicker skin. The moment you claim mental health in society, you're off limits from criticism. The moment, because then it's like, well, if I criticize you, then you're the intolerant person, right? So, and that could be the thing here. And we've seen the odds, right? We've seen the names, Bill Clinton on down the list of people allegedly, or speculation, or just pontification of who was on Epstein Island doing what. We've seen the cases now with Jay-Z. We've seen what Diddy's going through right now. We talk about the Catholic Church and popes and those in the religious sector and some of their deviant acts. This thing must be so encompassing of all aspects of pop culture and, government and every other entity under the sun. I actually believe that this will be, if it ever comes out, I think we're all going to be shocked. I really do. I
think it's worse than we thought.
Yeah.
Well, because like Greg said, it is the first time we've heard the terminology "little kids."
Yeah.
And that is significant. That means to me somebody younger than 15, 16.
Agreed. When you say little kids, yes, 100%.
Right.
I would even make you could say it's probably younger than 10.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And I've got twin daughters that are 10.
Yeah.
And just the thought of that just makes me want to vomit.
So I just want everybody to keep their eye on this story, because I think the public deserves the right to know what happened, and I don't care who the administration is. I want these things released. Kash Patel was asked about, he was testifying yesterday about the FBI 2026 budget request from that they're sending to the president. John Kennedy asked if Jeffrey Epstein hung himself, and then asked about the Epstein files, where he also then says about the little kids. Roll this.
Did Jeffrey Epstein hang himself, or did somebody kill him?
Senator, I believe he hung himself in a cell in the Metropolitan Detention Center.
Are you going to release all the information about that?
Senator, we are working through that right now with the Department of Justice.
When do you think you'll have it done, Cash?
I think in the near future, sir.
Like before I die?
Senator, we've been working on that, and we're doing it in a way that protects victims and also doesn't put out into the ether information that is irrelevant for production of the public, such as CSAM.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
How about Mr. Kennedy, my boy?
These people are about 10 exits past normal.
A little tough grilling there. I like it. I don't really like Kash Patel's answer to that. Not because I disagree. I don't believe Jeffrey Epstein hung himself in that isolated little cell with that little row of a handful of other inmates. The cameras suddenly got turned off, stopped working. I think he was killed by multiple people, but that's neither here nor there. What I have an issue with in Kash Patel's answer, and I generally like Kash Patel, and I think they've done a nice job with nailing some of these underage sex operations that they've been reporting on and giving press conferences over the last 5 days. So both he and Pam Bondi get credit from me for that. But you talk about Epstein specifically in the instance where he allegedly kills himself, protecting the victims. the only victim is Jeffrey Epstein. What other victims are we talking about here, right? Now, I get it. You don't want to put out stuff that has no relevance to the case, but I don't know. I mean, even Epstein's brother, if you've ever seen the 60 Minutes, they all believe there's no way that Epstein hung himself in that prison cell.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing that Epstein hung himself in that cell on suicide watch, and then the cameras just so happened to, not be working, and the guards fell asleep, and it's too much of a perfect storm for me to believe that it was all a coincidence, right? Especially now, seeing how these files are being handled, and obviously there's some sort of cover up going on, or at least a diversion away from releasing this. So, I mean, Kash Patel gave the politically correct answer, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And the safe answer. But, yeah, I'm with you. I don't love the answer. And I do like the way that Kennedy treated him, in terms of being tough on him. I think that's one of the best things about our side, to be honest, is that we're not afraid to hold our people accountable, where the left knows if they start doing that, they start getting whipped, right? It's like you stepped out of line, you have to be, you got to be pushed back in line and it's a cult. That's the cult. That's what a cult looks like. Nobody on the left, I've ever seen anybody on the left grill one of their own people. And it's not like Kennedy cross-examined them and put them through the ringer.
No, it's just a fair question.
He just asked them direct, fair questions. I've never seen leftists do that to leftists.
Like before I die? Which could be at any moment because he's up there.
Somebody who may or may not be on the Epstein list. Well, we know he was on the flight logs. Bill Gates.
This is great.
He spoke out yesterday about Doge, but we have to get to that on the other side. So we'll get to that in exactly 4 minutes.
855-839-1210. I see some people want to jump in on the Epstein conversation as well.
I'm
so
sure.
we
I'm
can
sure they do.
We can certainly take your calls. 855-839-1210. 9 o'clock hour. Sean Farish. It's a Farish Friday. We roll on next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-921-5252. 800-921-5252. That's 800-921-5252.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stop struggling to get your job posts seen on other job sites. Indeed's Sponsored Jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
What's better than saving? Save with certainty when you open a First Harvest Credit Union 11-month certificate and earn 3.5% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to learn more about this offer and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking accounts. Lock in higher earnings today. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
.902 Kayal and Company. It is a Friday morning. Nick Kayal, Sean Farish, Greg Stocker. Hopefully Dawn feels a little better. Dawn was with us for the first half of the show. Not feeling well, so we sent her packing, let her rest up. Mother's Day weekend. No way to live your life when you're a mom of multiple boys and you're under the weather. 855-839-1210, the number as we continue with Greg Stocker's never-ending cut sheet.
Bill Gates was on CBS this morning talking about Doge and how many lives it's going to cost.
Doge is going to cost lives.
Speaking of Epstein Island. Allegedly.
Now with these cuts, if they're not reversed, we'll go to over 6 million dying. So instead of going down, we'll go back up.
Wow. So it's a difference of 2 million lives.
Absolutely.
So I'm assuming he's referring to lives in these, and I don't want to see anybody lose a life, but these third world countries that were on the receiving end of our tax dollars for absurd causes that nobody knew about, that most people don't even agree about, and even where only 10 or 15% of said money actually goes to absurd cause. Kind of interesting that Gates is, and I know there's more, so I don't want to give everything away yet, but I find it fascinating that the Epstein stuff is in the news. Bill Gates comes out and basically goes top rope on Elon Musk. And, oh, by the way, Bill Gates said yesterday that by 2045, his foundation will be closing, and upon his death, presumably in the next 20 years, I don't know how old Bill Gates is, but I'm guessing he doesn't have 20 years left, he will disperse all of his wealth. Kind of fascinating for a guy that I'm not too fond of.
Yeah, I'm not exactly fond of him either. But I love this argument when you talk about Doge and they bring up, it's like when Bernie Sanders did this in 20s. People are going to die if you get rid of the health care, right?
Yeah.
Like it's always about people are going to die. Now, I don't want to see people die. I would rather if 2 million people die because of Doge, I hope it's not 2 million Americans, but Doge, we have to put our country first. And I've heard this a billion times from people. Well, what about, AIDS in Africa? And what about, disease in this country? And what about the underdeveloped world? I don't want to sound cold, but I really want to care. I really prioritize what's happening within our borders.
No, you don't have to qualify that. Don't couch it. No, right? America first. I don't want to see any kids die either, but we got to take care of our country first.
We got to take care of our own problems, right? And so, like my analogy I usually go to in a discussion like this is like, okay, you've been diagnosed with cancer, and you can either live with it because you're afraid to damage any healthy tissue, or you can cut the cancer out and you are going to damage some healthy tissue, but you'll recover and you'll survive. This is about survival. And the way that we're spending money is not sustainable. We can't survive this. So unfortunately, to these countries that may receive money from USAID and it may keep people alive, unfortunately, because we have to prioritize our own survival, that's what's going to happen. And I don't feel bad about it. I don't want to see people die, but I don't feel bad about it because it's putting our country first.
855-839-1210. Let's grab these calls on Epstein. First up is Mark in Philadelphia. Mark, you're on Kayal and Company. What's going on, buddy?
Yo, Ferris, you're hilarious, man. I just got to start off with that. You're hilarious. So
Thank
listen,
you, Mark.
Hey, this is, now that we're talking about, now that they mentioned kids, look, we can all have our differences, but when it comes to kids and these D-bags that are like, and we're talking about, it could even be women that could be in this group. We're not worried about, they keep saying about the victim's identity. That is BS, because we don't have to worry about their identity. We're just worried about the predators. You know what I mean? It's like, and also, like, I want all these people exposed, put in jail, and then a pay-per-view of gay porn of all these guys getting manhandled in prison.
Oh, boy.
I thought you were going to go down the road of the firing squad.
That's the first time I would ever watch gay porn to see these, these dudes get what they get.
Yeah, well,
Like,
eye for an eye, right?
Disgusting.
Yeah.
That's
not the visual I was hoping for on a Friday morning, but,
I agree with you, Mark.
Well, you started the cut sheet with Buttigieg, so now we're back to where we started, right?
That's true. It does come full circle.
Yeah.
Full circle.
In the
right?
9 o'clock.
Back to the bicycle and the husband in the back, right? You know?
He is right. We can all have our differences on different subjects and topics under the umbrella of life, society, politics, culture, you name it. But I don't think anybody, short of the ones that partake in this disgusting exercise, are on board with what happens to children in this capacity, right? Like when you go to prison, and I've said this, I've used this comparison many times, and most people know this. You're better off going to jail and having the inmates know that you murdered your wife than you are a pedophile, a predator, and preyed on little minor children.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yep.
They don't. I mean, like even the scum of prison say that's too far.
Agreed.
Yep.
Yeah, even they have standards, right?
That's right. Mike is in Flemington. He's up next. Mike, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, hopefully Dawn's feeling better and has a good Mother's Day. I just wanted to touch the Epstein case a bit, because the government doesn't work by sneaking someone in and killing them and then leaving. What happened is, if you look at the facts, in July, Epstein was in jail with an NYPD police officer who was in jail for quadruple murder. You don't survive as a cop in jail unless you play the game. This cop went into the cell with them in July. In July, he roughed them up, had his way with them, explained this is what's going to happen to you every day, told him how to kill himself, was pulled out of the cell. Epstein was then left alone in the cell, which is against policy for anyone on suicide watch, and then he killed himself. And no autopsy was done on Epstein's butt. So I guarantee if you want to find out what happened to this guy, you offer this cop a deal, and you'll find out who put him up to it.
I agree with Mike and Flemington 100%.
Yeah. Mike, you're former law enforcement, correct?
Yes, and military. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that's not a crazy theory. I don't think you're too far off.
No, I think he's 100% correct.
Let me ask you this.
Right.
Let me ask you this though, Mike. Do you think that he killed himself under the specific theory that you just laid out with the other officer in there and how to do it, or do you think the people that are praying that the information is never released that will end their lives and careers? Do you think they put the hit out for him or forced him into it? Like, I guess what I'm asking is I'm just going to throw out a name. Like the Bill Gateses of the world, allegedly involved in whatever. And I know it's just allegations. It's just reckless internet speculation.
Well, he was on the flight log, so
yeah.
We know
I'm just trying to protect ourselves here. Do you think it was somebody like that, or you really do believe it's this quadruple murder cop or somebody on that unit?
The cop did it for them.
The cop did it for the powerful people, you're saying?
Yes, exactly. So
well, let me ask you this then.
Way.
Okay, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but why would a cop that's not connected in any way to the wealthy elites that have the ability to fly to Epstein Island, why would the cop act on behalf of these people? Did he receive a benefit?
Because you're in prison as a police officer. You don't survive in prison as a police officer unless you have some protection. So either do this or we're going to put you in Gen Pop.
Okay. That's
my question, okay. Mike, did you say there were no autopsies done on Jeffrey Epstein?
No autopsy done on his butt.
Oh, on his butt.
That NYPD had his way with them and said, this is what's going to happen to
Had
you
his way with him sexually.
day.
My God.
Okay.
Autopsy's done.
There you go. Now I got it. Okay. Now, yeah. I heard him say butt, but I didn't know what the context was the first time.
I didn't know what he meant. I thought he might have said his body.
Yeah.
And that's why I was curious as to, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
no, they did. Maybe. They did the autopsy on, the neck and everything.
They
did.
Yeah.
But not on his.
They didn't examine his keister.
Not on his butt.
Right. Well, okay. I don't know that to be fact. That's Mike's opinion, but
I mean,
I wouldn't rule anything out. Like I'm open to any theory. Honestly.
Do they normally?
Anything's possible with this case, right?
Do they normally do autopsies on that region of the body? Just asking.
They better do it on me. I'm telling you right now. Not for any of those reasons, because whatever I eat doesn't stay in me for long. So I'm going to need some. Yeah. Trust. I just wanted to clarify the reason.
Thank you.
There you go.
Speaking,
it's
better than holding on to that for too long.
Yeah. I don't need.
Up.
Yeah.
Then one could say you're full of sugar on NXT.
Right. I don't engage in any of those activities. If you do, more power to you. God bless you. You do you. Live your life. I just garlic and onions, a little greasy food. It gets to me sometimes. But I'm not alone. Wild Bill. Speaking of wild things. Wild Bill in West Grove. Hello, Wild Bill.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I'm going to be real serious this morning, and I'll try not to stutter. First of all, we're all naive if we think Epstein killed himself. Didn't happen. The cameras don't go off and all those oddities don't happen because he just wants to kill himself. The next thing is that nobody's saying his girlfriend. She's got the information. She probably has allegedly two sources that maybe don't even know one another that will release that if anything happens to her. That's why she's still alive. The other thing is all these people involved with Epstein, when you allow yourself to be corrupted by cocaine and crystal meth for weeks on end, your mores go right out the window. So these people are, who knows who they are, but somebody knows who they are, and especially his girlfriend. And that's what I'm talking about, is there's more to this, way more to it than people are going to realize. And it's probably devastating as can be.
Yeah.
The girlfriend, do you mean Maxwell? Ghislaine Maxwell? Yeah.
Yeah, they're accused. Nothing's happening to her. How come she was around? She knew the same things that Epstein does, but she's got the sources out there somewhere, and whoever's behind all this does not want that information coming out, so they won't lay a hand on her. They're probably trying to get it, but they won't do anything to her because it'll probably
She's in
blow up
jail
her
right
face.
now, right?
Mhm.
She's serving time.
Yeah, she's in.
I haven't heard much about her.
She's in Florida, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this coming off of the heels of Virginia Jeffrey allegedly committing suicide, despite claiming she was not suicidal. Max on X, real quick, regarding Epstein, he says, "Our curiosity does not supersede convictions. An investigation of this size takes time, especially when you're fighting your own agency. Consider that the latest child predator arrests came from info obtained during the investigation. O'Keefe has forced the timeline." I agree with that last part right there. James O'Keefe putting this stuff out, I do think accelerates whatever we're going to eventually find out, if we find out anything.
It's pressure. It's good pressure. I think so. I think it. You know, and this is the thing that I have I'm not gonna say a problem, but I've seen a pattern now with O'Keefe, and I get it that he gets, I'm going into hiding, the drama and some of that, but there were people who, and I like James. I mean, I think he's great, but there are people who are like, oh, this is nothing, and I'm like, it isn't nothing, right? Even the Prince Andrew stuff, I saw a lot of people say, well, we knew that already. Well, we thought we knew it, right? I didn't know it for sure. I don't have ironclad proof. I just have, Virginia Jeffrey's accusations and other people making it. But now when you have somebody who's that close to Prince Andrew making the same accusations that we have, it carries a little bit more weight. Like if I made this analogy yesterday. If I walk into the supermarket and tell some guy, picking out steaks, Prince Andrew's allegedly a pedophile. They look at me like I'm nuts. But I play somebody who's close to Prince Andrew saying, yeah, he did with underage girls. He's going to go, whoa. Yeah. Okay, well, that's actually evidence. That's not just some dude picking out steak. That's Prince Andrew's confidant. So it's not nothing. It moves the needle. And I think it helps more people realize how deep this ran than us just, for lack of a better term, saying everybody, hey, is a pedophile or this, that, or the other thing online kind of could, to an outsider, to a normie, say, these people are kind of crazy. Yep. But there's evidence, right? Yes. And now when James O'Keefe can find this evidence and put this out of people who don't have a motive to say that, right? Yeah. A political angle like we would have, it does make our case stronger. So while it may not be this groundbreaking thing and new information for us to run with, it's new evidence for us to run with regards to information that we think we feel pretty confident about talking about.
Could you imagine being that butcher? Sir, would you like the ribeye or the strip?
Like, with the Prince Andrew.
I'm just here to give out steaks.
Right.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Make sure you're hitting the like and subscribe buttons. I'm going to get to the Maryland man, Abrego Garcia, and the fact that Chris Van Hollen's still dying on this hill. Still will not let this go. I'll get to that.
It's one thing to die on a hill that you shouldn't take a bike to work. Yeah, but that's one thing.
Yeah, you're wrong, by the way.
By the way, do we have an update on that?
Yeah, let me look at this. So if you're just tuning in now, we have a poll question up on YouTube. Out of line to ride a bike to work. Right now, 82% say no.
It's still sitting there.
He said he's dying on a 60-40 hill on his favor. It's 80-20 the other way.
I now know what it feels like to be Jasmine Crockett.
You know what it feels like to be Senator Van Hollen.
Yeah, I do. Say this.
Yeah. I do.
Holy cow.
By the way, I mentioned this earlier, so if you haven't done so yet, please make sure you subscribe to our podcast, Kayal and Company, the podcast. If you wherever you get your podcast, Odyssey, Apple, Spotify, whatever it is, make sure you're searching out Kayal and Company, hit the subscribe button, and leave a review. Please leave a review. 4 stars, 2 stars, whatever it is, 5 stars, it doesn't matter. Even if you hate the show, just leave a review because it helps us out tremendously. I got a stat the other day, and I was just like, I need more reviews. So please make sure you're giving us a review on wherever you download our podcast.
So if you're tracking the Stalker Beggar Tracker, it started off with following us on Instagram.
I'm doing my job, buddy.
Then it was follow us, like us, hit subscribe on YouTube. Now he wants you to download the podcast. He wants you to open up your checkbook, give money to jerseys and families behind the badge, Travis Manion Foundation. Stalker wants everything you have.
Please.
Your attention, your money, your clicks, your likes, your retweets, your reshares.
No, but
your downloads.
The podcast is especially important.
Your greed knows no limits.
So please make sure you're hitting the subscribe button.
9 o'clock hour, by the way, is brought to you by Piazza. For a limited time, enjoy special offers across the entire Mercedes-Benz family of SUVs like the GLB, GLC, and more. Find your dream Mercedes your way from Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. Beautiful facility. We were out there at Christmas time last year after they remodeled it. Or, of course, in Wilmington, Delaware, or Atlantic City, New Jersey.
So apparently Chris Van Hollen is going to die on this hill. I think he was talking to Kristi Noem here, or talking to. I mean, they were discussing. She was on the. She was testifying, and
well, if I'm going to die, I'd like to die with Kristi Noem. I mean, that's not a bad way to go.
This Abrego Garcia.
Well, she may kill you if she thinks you're a puppy.
You're a dog, and you're dead.
Dead like a dog.
Roll this.
Simple question: are you taking any action to facilitate his return, or are you not?
This administration is following and complying with all federal court orders to make sure that we.
So you are because the court ordered that you facilitate his return. So you are facilitating his return.
Sir, Senator, thank you for the question. But what I would tell you is that we are following court orders, and that your advocacy for a known terrorist is alarming to me.
Madam Secretary,
it's alarming to me because he's a human smuggler.
Madam Secretary, I'm going to have to reclaim
and a terrorist, and he's not a U.S. citizen. He's a citizen of El Salvador, and he's home. If he were to come back
Madam
here,
Secretary,
we would take him immediately.
All right, I'm going to have to.
Man, I'm telling you what. Find somebody in your life that will fight for you like Chris Van Hollen fights for Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I don't care if that's your boss at work, your future husband or wife, a best friend, a relative, a colleague. I mean, you would think that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is Van Hollen's kid.
I know.
I mean,
maybe. I have a theory.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Ready?
Yeah.
Maybe the gang got to Van Hollen too.
That's
right,
great.
just like the wife.
I mean, it's not an out there theory because he does seem to really be obsessed with this case.
It is like an obsession.
Yeah,
it's an the real. I think maybe it's just that he doesn't want to admit that he's wrong. Because he's like, we're going to go free the Maryland man. And he goes down there, and it's like there's the gang on his knuckles. The gang said he's in the gang. His wife said he's in the gang. His wife's ex-husband said he's in the gang. The police said he's in the gang. 2 courts said he's in the gang. The clothes he was wearing said he was in the gang. The El Salvador said he was in the gang. And he's probably like, well, you know what? It was still a mistake. We're going to bring him home. It's sure. Doubling down, tripling down. Guy's got no money left.
He's the only guy left. I mean, nobody in the media has talked about this story for 5 days.
Yeah.
Up until Van Hollen's clip there that we just played, other than the story I gave, which, by the way, is it Michael Plahy, Sean, the Tennessee Star CEO and writer?
Michael P. Leahy, yeah.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, he just had that story 2 days ago that confirmed that there was human smuggling going on. And now there was another sting on Nolensville Pike in Nashville.
Yep.
When you go from
that's loaded.
I mean,
come on.
And I lived 7/10 of a mile from there. I was right on the Davidson-Williamson County border. You go 5 minutes in your car down Nolensville Pike. You leave a very nice suburban community, and all of a sudden you feel like you're in Mexico City.
Is this this is the ICE arrest?
Yeah, with Nashville and Tennessee State Police. Yep.
21, Phil. We have
80 people.
Watch this.
21, Phil. We have the news report from it.
The very first video showing Tennessee Highway Patrol troopers stopping cars in South Nashville over the weekend.
I've been to that Waffle
Show that
House.
the stops took place at night. Your tips, videos, and reports to us show us now that these traffic stops, requested by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, have become more common since Saturday night.
Our role is to be a partner with them and to help when they request.
Wednesday, we got our first chance to ask Governor Bill Lee about this so-called coordinated public safety effort focusing on traffic enforcement. During an unrelated visit to Columbia, he told reporters he couldn't explain how ICE decided on Southeast Davidson County, as he didn't have the answer, but said he supports their mission.
We know that these folks that are dangerous, that are in our backyard, need to be removed. We want to be a partner with ICE and with the federal government to remove criminals from the streets. So when they reached out to us, we were ready to coordinate with them.
Since Saturday, May 3rd, 10 troopers have made 369 traffic stops in Davidson County. In cases where people were found to be in the country illegally, ICE stepped in. To date, 94 people have been detained for further investigation and transport. ICE has not shared many details about who is
4 days, 10 troopers, 369 stops, and 94 illegal aliens detained. That's how you govern right there. Bill Lee, he gave the right answer. Let ICE, let law enforcement do their job. Bill Lee, obviously the governor, Republican of Tennessee. But this was well known. I mean, Sean, I lived there for 4.5 years. My wife would use that road as a back way to get from the airport back to our house instead of taking some of the main intersections. And that area right there, it's got to be a 2-mile stretch. That just goes to show you, because Nashville is a blue city under a Democrat mayor.
Sanctuary city, yeah.
Yeah, so you know that they are aware of what's going on there, and they've done nothing about it.
Nothing about it. No, I'm happy to see this happen in Tennessee also, and Lee, he is a lame duck governor right now. He's termed out, so 2026, there'll be a new gubernatorial election. So he doesn't really have to be this aggressive, you know what I mean? But I think he's setting himself up maybe for a run at the presidency in the future, maybe a run at the Senate in the future. And he's doing a decent job. There are things that Lee could be better on, and there are things that he has done a fine job with. And right now, the cooperation that we've had with ICE has been fantastic. So I can't complain. I'm happy to see this happening in my state, and I hope more of it continues.
Does your, based on what you've gathered, does your boy Andy Ogle have any interest in running for that, or is that not something he's pursuing?
With the Senate?
Yeah, no, for Bill Lee to take over the
governor?
to run. Has he been asked about?
I haven't heard it.
Okay,
I haven't heard a thing about Ogles.
Okay.
I've heard a couple names. I have not heard of Ogles.
Gotcha. Okay.
I didn't realize Around the Horn on ESPN was still a thing.
Well, it officially ends later this month.
Okay.
Yeah.
So sad.
Yeah.
It was such a good show.
Kate Fagan, do you guys know who she is?
Used to write the Inquirer.
Okay.
Yeah, former Philly Inquirer writer, covered the Sixers. I actually had her on my show 10, 12 years ago. She's a nice lady, except she's just totally wrong on this issue.
So apparently she used the final moments in her return to ESPN and time on Around the Horn to say that trans kids deserve to play in sports.
Sure, in their biologically assigned at birth gendered sport.
Roll it.
Absolutely.
Well, listen, being on this show has been a privilege and a platform, and I know it's my last time on it, and I want to say something worthy of that privilege and platform, and that is this, that trans kids deserve to play sports. Think about what you remember from your time playing sports. Like 99% of it is finding that jersey for the first time, your favorite number, community, joy, those high fives. It's that moment when you have a great play with a teammate. It's the feeling of belonging, and it does not know gender.
Yes, it does.
And trans kids deserve that the same as everybody else does. And Tony, this space has, on Around the Horn, it's been about diversity and inclusion and lifting up new voices, because
that's why it's going out of business.
Joy and sports is humanity. And the more people who have that, the better. And
I need that
Tony,
for this show.
I love you. So thanks for having me back on.
And Jamel Hill there, by the way, the one who ruined 6 o'clock Sports Center and got fired. Now she's back on. So they brought back all the failures, basically.
I cannot believe Jamel Hill is back.
She's been on CNN. She's been on everywhere. I had her in the Big Take earlier this week. I'm giving her more exposure than she gets from the crappy networks that she appears on. But I would say this. You're right, Sean. Back in the day, Around the Horn and PTI was must-see TV. And then Around the Horn really bought into the whole DEI mantra. I mean, you were not going to find a straight white dude on that set anywhere, right? They had to check off all the boxes, and it's done.
You used to get like epic blow-ups between like Frank Isola and Tim Kalashaw.
Yeah.
Like, it was just insane. And the mute button.
Oh, I love the
and
mute
they didn't know
button.
they were muted. You would just see their mouth going. I was like, I love this. Yeah, this is the best button. And what a fall from grace.
By the way, nobody's saying that trans kids can't play in sports.
Right.
Like that.
Right.
That is not. Nobody's saying that.
Yes.
It's just that
If
they.
you want to be a dude
Yep.
who thinks you're a lady,
Yep.
you can compete next to dudes.
Yep.
And let your freak flag fly.
Agreed.
Right?
Agreed.
I don't really care. But you can't be a dude biologically and then compete against women.
Yeah.
In their division.
Yeah, women.
That's the only. You want to be trans and play sports? By all means, be trans, right? Be a guy, put a dress on, and then go play football.
Yep.
Nobody's stopping you, right? Go run track, but you have to run against other men.
Yeah.
Right.
That's it.
I remember in Married with Children, Thad.
Oh boy,
he was the quarterback at Polk High.
He was.
They came back for the reunion game. He was a woman.
Thad's a freaking woman.
Yeah. He showed up at Al's porch in a dress.
Two people understand that reference, but it's hysterical.
Great episode, by the way.
We should take it is a great episode. We should take a break because on the other side, I want to get Sean Farish's opinion on the new pick for Surgeon General, Casey Means, because RFK Jr. was on Brett Baer last night. He was there with Jay Bhattacharya and a bunch of other people and was asked about this. And I want to get Sean's reaction to the new Surgeon General, but we should do that on the other side.
Kayal and Company, we roll on at 9 o'clock hour on a Friday. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878, 800-384-7878.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner.
Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Oligarchy.
All right, we're back. 9:36, Kayal and Company. Live here on a Friday morning. Nick Kayal, Sean Farish, Greg Stocker, Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly. They will be coming up shortly. Phil has the music. Jimmy has the movies. We've got a pair of tickets for the Reading Phillies if you want to go to see some beautiful AA baseball.
AA.
Always a family-friendly, cost-effective way to head out to the ballpark. We'll give you one last pair of tickets to see them play the New Hampshire Fisher Cats. Always love minor league baseball team nicknames.
Texas Rangers are coming to town?
Wait, is that the Rangers AA program?
No, I was saying the Rangers are the Rangers AA program. They can't hit. They can't hit a baseball. They can't do their job. It's worse than, I don't know who's worse at their job, the Rangers lineup or Congress.
Oh, wow.
I have no idea. It's really bad.
Well, I think baseball players work more days per year, so I'll go Congress.
Well, yeah, you know what? You might be right about that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sean, curious what you think of the new pick for Surgeon General, Casey Means. Do you have any thoughts on her?
I haven't seen enough. I don't really pay attention too much to Surgeon General, but I did see Robert Malone talking about Casey Means, and Malone obviously very outspoken about mRNA and the COVID vaccine a few years ago. And Malone seems to think this is a good pick. So I don't like doing this, but I will defer to Malone's judgment. I see Jay Bhattacharya also believe this was a good move.
Yep.
And I'm willing to let RFK Jr. obviously, he's weighing in on this as well. And I know Shanahan, though, Nicole Shanahan's not very happy with
we'll get
Casey
to her.
Means.
Yeah, we'll get to her in a second. That's a good segue. Thank you, Sean. But Brett Baer sat down with Jay Bhattacharya, RFK Jr.
Was Marty McCary there as well?
Marty McCary was there, and there's somebody else. Forgive me, I don't know who it is. And was asked about the new Surgeon General. This is 28. Was asked about the new Surgeon General, Casey Means. Roll it.
The Surgeon General nominee was supposed to be a hearing today on Capitol Hill. Dr. Neshwat was pulled. She's heading here to the HHS. What happened with all that?
What happened with her withdrawal?
We talked to Dr. Neshwad. We're going to put her at a very good place here at HHS. Casey Means, we felt, was the best person to really bring the vision of MAHA to the American public. She has this unique capacity to articulate it. She's written a book that really mobilized, galvanized the movement. She is an extraordinary. She is excellence in everything that she's ever endeavored.
Obviously, she's come under her own criticism about.
All right, we'll get to the criticism in 1 second. But thoughts on that?
I am of the belief with this, and I'll use Bobby's words here, the vision of Maha. The vision of Maha originated because of the failures of all of these people for the last 35, 40 years. So give me the counter. I'll go against the grain in this whole health push that we're on of all the failures of big food, big pharma, and all of these bureaucrats in these positions. Give me the counterpoint. I don't care if it's Marty McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, Bobby, this broad, you name it. I'm on board because I'm tired of seeing people fat, loaded with cancer, and exposed to the point where they're diabetic, they're having amputations. We got all these people with Wegovy now and all these which, by the way, I'll tell you this I really think this, Sean. I don't know what you think about this. You don't need it because you're 150 or 60 pounds. But I think there's going to be a lot of people 10 years from now when the studies come out and it's a little too late that they took a lot of these quick fixes for their weight. We don't know. We don't know the side effects and what the ramifications will be.
Exactly. And I always say, look, if you have a weight problem and it's out of control and you need something like this to help get you going in the right direction, I have zero problem. If that was me and I was in that position, maybe it's a metabolic disorder. Maybe my weight's just out of control and I need help just, getting that first bit of weight off and forming those healthy habits. Fine. It's the people who will eat themselves into that situation and then use it, like you said, as a quick fix because it's easy. I don't have to go to the gym. We don't have to run miles. We don't actually have to you're not making yourself healthier. You're just losing weight, right? And that to me becomes the problem. Ozempic, Wegovy. Listen, the only one I like is Jardiance because the jingle is catchy. That's it, right?
That's how they get you.
When I flew home from West Virginia a couple of weeks ago, I flew out of gate A1C. I was singing the Jardiance theme song all the way in and out of the plane. But, that's it. So when RFK takes all the drug commercials off, I hope that's the exception to the rule because I like that song.
You got to love
seriously.
You got to love the commercials. The jingle.
Don't take them drugs.
Everybody's smiling. The yard is perfect. The house looks brand new.
The one big complaint that I'm seeing online from people about Casey Means is that she never finished her residency and doesn't currently have an active medical license. So
I didn't finish law school, but I give legal advice on the radio.
This is 29, Phil. This is Brett Baer brought this up, and this is how RFK Jr. responded.
Some of the things she's advocated for, she never finished her residency, and she doesn't currently have an active medical license. That's not.
She was the very top of her medical class at Stanford. She's during her residency, she won every award that she could win. She walked away from traditional medicine because she was not curing patients. She couldn't get anybody within her profession to look at the nutrition contributions to illness. And she said, if we're really going to heal people, if we're healers, we can't just be making our life about billing new procedures.
Amen.
We actually have to figure out new approaches to medicine.
And that's
the kind of leadership that she's going to bring to our country.
Last thing on this. Holy F. It's about damn time that somebody said that.
Look at you, giving up love for Bobby there.
No, exactly. We need to heal, not these quick fixes.
Well, think about this. Bobby Kennedy, he's no doctor, right? He's heading up health and human services. He went to Harvard. He went to London School of Economics, and he went to Virginia Law, where he got his law degree. He's an environmental lawyer, but he's done his research. He's done his due diligence. He's done his digging, and he's got opinions. I mean, nobody's saying Bobby Kennedy has to put you down, sedate you, and cut you open and perform some surgical procedure. But, and you don't even have to agree. That's the other thing, too. Whoa, Nick, you're validating my point. He's not why would you listen to that quack? Because he is right on some things, not everything. And just because he's right on something when it pertains to health doesn't mean you have to agree with him on his stances on vaccines and what causes what's led to autism, blah, blah, blah. Like, what's really frustrating for me, Sean, and I've been meaning to say this for a long time, is the left, when you support somebody on the right, they make it seem like you believe and subscribe to every single thing that comes out of their mouth, right? Like with Trump. You can be a Trump voter, a Trump supporter, and agree with him on 80% of what he says or does. But they just believe that you think everything that he says you're lock, stop, and barrel with. That's not the case, and certainly not the case with a guy like RFK Jr.
No, and you're right. They do this, and this whole, it's like a purity test type of thing. And
Yes.
you see this happen with the left and with, again, with members of the quote-unquote woke right, which I like to refer to. You have the you support Trump, so therefore you support everything Trump does, and Israel and Jews and this. And I'm like, stop. Just stop, right? I like 95% of what Donald Trump does. But when he endorsed Lindsey Graham, I put a post on X. It went viral. People were like, you're turning your back. It's this all or nothing thing. So it's like, I put a thing, Donald Trump shouldn't have endorsed Lindsey Graham. This is disappointing. Oh, what? You're jumping off the bandwagon? No, I'm saying I don't like that one particular thing that he did. And the left does the exact same thing. If a John Fetterman, who's a leftist, right? This guy's a leftist, comes out and says, yeah, we need a secure border. Oh, that's it. The guns come out for John Fetterman, right? And then there's people on the right who are like, oh, look, based. Not based. He just happens to think a secure border is a good thing, right? I mean, maybe common sense. It's just like, this all or nothing. Let's go to Star Wars Episode 3, shall we?
Yes.
We just finished up Star Wars Day,
Love
right?
it.
May 4th.
Yep.
May 5th was also Star Wars Day because that's Return of the 5th. May 6th is also Star Wars Day, Revenge of the 6th. Okay, so there are 3 days now.
I love you,
I
Sean.
make the rules. Now, Episode 3.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan Kenobi got along very well with him, by the way. Tremendous guy. I called him Ben.
He called him Ben.
He goes, only the Sith deal in absolutes, right?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
Stop dealing in absolutes and doing this all or nothing crap. You're like the political version of Adam Dunn. Either you hit a home run or you strike out. It's out of control, right? Take a breath.
Yep.
Let's get back. Look.
Uh-oh.
Where'd he go?
Uh-oh.
See this book?
Oh.
Right here? This is called Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. This teaches you how to think, right, and rationalize. Read it. It should be, and this is, by the way, my $1,000 Trump bill right there, right? My bookmark.
Based.
All right? So read yourself a little philosophy. Learn how to think like a real rational human being.
He's got props. He's got the
crazy.
Joy Reid glasses, the Kamala word
Got
salad
everything over
fork. He's got books. He's got what else you got over there?
I'll show you. I'm going to give you one nobody's ever. Oh, I have this.
Yep.
My wife got this for me last week.
Oh, what's that?
Right? This is don't feed the Sasquatch.
Oh, that's right.
James. Okay?
Letitia James.
That's actually Fetterman leaving the Democrat Party.
Yeah, we have this.
Yep.
A friend of mine gave me this.
What we
This
got?
is the bronze SWAT,
Oh.
right? The fly swatter, because
Yep.
we got swatted once.
Wow.
According to him, if we get swatted again, then we get the silver SWAT.
Yeah.
If we get swatted a third time, we get the gold SWAT. I don't want those awards. I'm
Right.
fine with the bronze SWAT.
By
all
the way,
right?
we
so
have
many
to bring back the fly swatter to households.
True.
I mean, when growing up as a kid in the 90s with the air conditioning units, right?
Yep.
You'd have those little cracks where the bugs would get in. My old man, we right next to the key shelf, the key rack in the kitchen, the fly swatter.
Yep.
Love the
You know
fly
what I used
swatter.
to use the fly swatter? You could use you roll the towel and you smack people with it. Right?
Yeah.
Whip 'em.
Yeah.
You could do that with the flies, but they have a really cool toy
Yeah.
sort of thing for the flies. It's called the bug assault.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have it, but there's actually a gun. It's a gun.
Mm-hmm.
You put table salt in it, right?
Yep.
And there's a laser sight, and you can actually shoot them off the wall.
Could you imagine
That's more
Sean
fun.
pitching
I
in
love
an
this.
infomercial,
I
the
love
bug
this.
assault as
I love
Trump?
this.
We love a Second Amendment. I'm surprised they haven't reached out yet. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're woke. I don't know. Love a second. We'll never take your guns away from you, right? Especially when you're killing those pesky bugs. Right?
Let me get to one more thing here. Sean brought up the Shanahan thing that now Nicole Shanahan, who was RFK Jr.'s running mate, says that people are controlling RFK Jr.'s decisions now or something along those lines. So Brett Baer asked him about that. This is cut 31. Phil, do you have it? Roll it.
General nominee. Was supposed to be a hearing today on Capitol Hill. Dr. Neshwat was pulled. She's heading here to the HHS. What happened with all that?
What happened with her withdrawal? We talked to Dr. Neshwat. We're going to put her at a very good place here at HHS. Casey Means, we felt, was the best person to really bring the vision of MAHA to the American public. She has this unique capacity to articulate it. She's written a book that really mobilized, galvanized the movement. She is an extraordinary. She is excellence in everything that she's ever endeavored.
Obviously, she's come under her own criticism about some of the things she's advocated for. She never finished her residency, and she doesn't currently have an active medical license. But that's not.
She was the very top of her medical class at Stanford. She's during her residency, she won every award that she could win. She walked away from traditional medicine because she was not curing patients. She couldn't get anybody within her profession to look at the nutrition contributions to illness. And she said, if we're really going to heal people, if we're healers, we can't just be making our life about billing new procedures. We actually have to figure out new approaches to medicine. And that's the kind of leadership that she's going to bring to our country.
And last thing on this, your former running mate weighed in today saying that she wasn't happy about this and said that you're somehow being controlled. Your decisions are being controlled. That's what she posted.
Listen, you guys sitting here, 4 people who were all canceled during COVID.
Yeah, that's right.
These people are, you've got the entire leadership of this agency is renegades who are juggernauts against convention and who are trying to look for truth no matter what the cost.
So nobody's controlling your
Casey
decisions.
is among those.
Gentlemen, stand by if you would.
I like 3 of the 4.
Sorry, that was a longer version.
No,
I didn't realize we didn't have the.
A couple of thoughts on that. I like 3 of the 4 on that panel. Oz is just. Dude, he got boat raced by Fetterman. If I never see Oz again, I'm good. I'm out on the whole Dr. Oz thing. But, you talk about the renegades there and the guys that are, not in line with mainstream medical health and don't subscribe to what Big Pharma tells them to. I don't understand this. And Sean, I don't know if you have a theory on this, but Nicole Shanahan basically implying that Bobby's bought and paid for now, that he's been corrupted by, big whatever. I don't get that feeling. I mean, one adjustment to the Surgeon General does not give me pause for concern or cause for concern with the selection of any of those individuals up there other than Oz. It's sour grapes, but she did kind of couch it there because she says, no, it's not President Trump. So who behind the scenes is pulling the strings on the ventriloquist that is Bobby now?
I don't know, but this is another thought, another pattern that I've noticed, right? Where when you disagree with somebody, people are automatically jumping to this conclusion that you were paid to take that position or controlled. How many times I've said, no, I like the fact that Israel's fighting against Hamas, and they're like, you are a Mossad shill. And I'm like, well, then their checks surely haven't found my bank account. I'll tell you what, right?
Or my Venmo.
Listen, the day Bibi pays this mortgage, I'll come out and I'll dance for you. How about that?
That's a nice,
because I mean,
That's a nice spread you got out there. That's a nice spread you got out there, Sean.
I've been paid by Israel. I've been paid by a New Jersey gubernatorial candidate. I've been paid by Trump. I was paid by Vivek Ramaswamy. I've been paid by someone. Where the hell are the checks? Where am I paid by Elon? Where are all these checks? Right,
House goes a little further in Murfreesboro, right, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, listen, come on now. Maybe the mail is doing something. I don't know. No, and this is the thing. Is Shanahan falling? Does she know something? Maybe. Is she falling into that same trap where, oh my gosh, he disagrees with me? It must be because somebody paid him. I hate that, right? What? We can't have our own opinions anymore?
Yeah.
It is crazy to me. Right, just crazy to me to see. I was sticking up for Ed Martin. I had people, what is he paying you? No, he's not paying me. I like the guy. I know him personally. I like the guy. I want to see him to be the D.C. prosecutor. It's every single time you take a stance in favor of something, you get accused of, you taking something under the table. No.
But I find it hard to believe.
I don't know if that's what Shanahan's doing.
I just, for a guy that's made his career off of being the contrarian, I find it hard to believe at 71 that he's now a propagandist.
By the way, the Nicole Shanahan now has her own podcast with Megyn Kelly's network, because Megyn Kelly has her own podcast network now. So,
by the way, is Megyn Kelly aging in reverse?
She looks great.
My God,
yeah, she looks great. Yep.
I have to say thank you to Megyn Kelly, just because she was the one who asked the infamous Rosie O'Donnell question. She might be the reason why Donald Trump won the presidency. So
one more thing before we have to say goodbye to Sean. Do you guys think that with the infusion of RFK Jr. and Maha into Trump's campaign, do you think that I don't want to say put him over the edge, because I think there was all kinds of factors that put him over the edge, but do you think that was a big contributing factor to his winning?
I think it's quantifiable. What that percentage or number is hard to figure out unless you really just poll how many independents or Bobby supporters actually still pulled the button for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
I still argue that Elon Musk was more influential.
Yep.
But to say that Bobby had no impact, I think would be wrong.
I disagree.
I think not only did he have an impact, I think he had an impact. But I'll say when he did it, remember the day that the announcement happened was the Friday after the DNC.
Yeah.
So the Democrats had all the wind in their sails, and then the Foo Fighters and the pyrotechnics and Bobby came in. I can't quantify how many voters he moved, but I can say that it definitely gave off that big tent vibe, and I think it absolutely played a role.
Agreed.
I would rank him as far as the former Democrats going Republican with Trump.
Yeah.
I would put Elon 1.
I would not say Elon.
Bobby 2.
No.
Tulsi 3.
Tulsi, Bobby, I think was a huge factor. I don't think Elon was at all.
Really?
Yeah, I think
Because I think Elon has more fans than Bobby.
I think Elon's
not anymore.
I think
but it did.
I think Elon's net negative is a lot more than people think.
Wow. Look at you, top rope stalker with a take at 9:55.
Well, I have to. And by the way, we're way over, and we're gonna have to get to Sean, Phil, and Jimmy on the other side.
Oh, yes, that's right. We're going to stick around for a little longer. Dawn is out sick. Dom will be coming in a little earlier than usual, and Sean's got to run because he has his show. Great stuff as always, brother. Woo! Have a great Mother's Day weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks. We'll talk to you soon next week.
Thanks.
Got it.
Thanks,
there
Sean.
he is, Sean Farish, live from technically Murfreesboro, Tennessee, just a little bit above Nashville. Kayal and Company, bonus coverage.
Bonus!
Yes.
We're going over, baby.
Movies and music and perhaps a little debate on could 100 men beat a gorilla in a fight?
Uh-oh.
What do the
Ruh-roh.
primatologists, however you say it, say? I don't care what they say. I have my opinion, and we're back after this. Stay right there.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting.
You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Jim Cipriani at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriani, NPN number 2083768.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Bonus coverage. Kayal and Company, technically the Dawn Show.
Yeah, baby.
Dawn had to head home about 7:45 this morning, not feeling well.
She has strep.
She has strep.
Okay. I didn't want to say that without.
I mean, he said it, so I would.
Yeah.
I mean, she texted us. So
yeah, I know.
She doesn't care.
I didn't want to be like New York Magazine revealing Fetterman's health and medical status.
I mean, I didn't say she had AIDS. I said she had strep.
Finish, would you?
Well, Dawn, we would have let you finish, but you were like Joe.
Let me finish, would you?
You couldn't complete the sentence. Not because your brain was kapooey, but your
the show
vocal cords were not cooperating. I can relate to that.
That was one of the best moments this week.
I know. People at Politics and Pints were like, "Hey, you and Dawn are cool, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's called a debate."
You know what the problem is?
You're so uncomfortable by that.
People are not used to hearing that on this type of radio.
No, I know.
And I'm trying to change that. You know what I mean? And by the way, we're succeeding. Like it's just it doesn't always need to be in lockstep with everything. You know what I mean? Like,
right. And it was organic.
Yes.
It wasn't some contrived debate where I'll take one side and you take the other, like ESPN puts out on First Take with Stephen A. Smith. 855-839-1210. All right, I've got some good financial news, courtesy of CNBC of all places. We will give you some price decreases on a variety of items that you probably pick up at least once a week, and we'll give you that shortly. But first, let's get all of the stuff that we normally do to wrap up the show before we hand it off to Dawn. And we start with Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What's the highest grossing fight in the history of boxing? The highest grossing fight in the history of boxing.
Nick versus Dawn.
It's Cooney versus Holmes. Can you tell me why, James?
Is that true?
Yeah. Because Cooney was a white boy. And his jab couldn't break wind. If there ain't a white guy out there for you, I'm going to create you one.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Final pair of tickets, Reading Phillies, next Thursday, May 15th, as they take on the vaunted New Hampshire Fisher Cats.
Of the Toronto Blue Jays.
Of the Toronto Blue Jays organization.
Really?
That's fact.
Wow.
Phil Almquist also triples down as a minor league baseball reporter.
Have you been to the Reading Phillies?
Many times.
Yeah.
Many
For an
times.
actual Reading Phillies game or a concert?
A Reading Phillies game.
Okay.
And a concert. But Reading Phillies.
I knew it. I knew it.
Foghat was there.
Oh, for God's sake, you did not see Foghat. Was it
in Reading?
Was it Foghat or was it like?
No, I mean all they have left is the drummer. But so it's
so I said I saw the drummer of Foghat.
I did.
Who people couldn't pick out of a lineup.
It was a pretzel festival too.
Oh, jeez.
So what the hell? I mean, it's free music. I mean, okay.
I had pretzels, a drummer, and a double-A outfield seat.
Amazing. It's amazing.
I'm a sucker for live music.
Yes,
I know you are. Yeah.
All right, let's get to the music. What occurred today? Phil Almquist in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, May 9th, we celebrate the birthdays of Billy Joel, who's 76, John Edwards from Status Quo, who's 72, and Paul McGuigan from Oasis, who's 54. We also lost Little Richard on this day in 2020. Sigakud, One Hit to the Body by the Stones in 86, Pulling Muscles from Squeeze in 80, and Dancing in the Dark by Bruce in 84. Altitude Stadium Arcadium by the Red Hot Chili Peppers in 2006. Dangerous Toys debut in 89. And last, The Independents by the Pretenders in 94. Also in 92, Springsteen made his North American Network TV debut on SNL. In 70, the Guess Who was topped the singles chart with American Woman. In 64, Chuck Berry began his first ever UK tour. In 92, Bohemian Rhapsody peaked at number 2 on the singles chart after being featured in the Wayne's World movie. And in 87, the Grateful Dead shot the video for Touch of Grey. But lastly, 3 drinking-related stories, because it is Friday. In 2020, Ghost sued the makers of Ghost Vodka over the name and branding. In 2019, GNR sued Oscar Blues Brewery over its GNR Ale, claimed it infringed on the band's trademark. And in 2013, Iron Maiden and Robinson's Brewery launched the band's Trooper beer, which is really good. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Bingo hand job. There he is, Phil Almquist.
By the way, the that clip must be old because the biggest grossing boxing pay-per-view of all time was Floyd Mayweather and
Pacquiao.
Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah, I figured that. So Bohemian Rhapsody never reached number 1.
Nope.
Wow. I never would have guessed that. You said peaked at number 2.
Peaked at number 2.
Maybe that.
And by the way, number 2 was Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor.
Oh,
Is Floyd Mayweather like the greatest boxer of all time?
Technically, he's a technically sound guy. He's just not a knockout artist. What's really weird is he has all these pay-per-view buy records because of the hype and the trash talk leading up to it. But in the ring, and it's not to diminish his style, he's not an exciting fighter. Like,
agreed. Yeah.
Tyson was like a knockout guy.
So he's the top. He's all of his bouts are the top 4 because number 3 is Mayweather De La Hoya, number 4 is Mayweather Canelo Alvarez, and then 5 is Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield.
96, 97, yeah.
Number 6 is Mike Tyson Lennox Lewis.
02.
Number 7 is Mike Tyson Roy Jones Jr. Number 8 is Mike Tyson, Evander Holyfield. Number 9, Mike Tyson and Peter McNeely.
Well, Peter McNeely was the first fight when Tyson got out of the joint.
Yep. And 10 was Floyd Mayweather and Miguel Cotto. So like it's it's Mayweather and Tyson.
I'll never forget. Do you remember when Peter McNeely was signed that fight? That was, I think, 95 or 96. It was right before the Holyfield fight. Peter McNeely was endorsing Papa John's. Or not Papa John's, Pizza Hut.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Peter McNeely was in the Pizza Hut commercial.
I got to give this to Mayweather because you're right. He's not really an exciting fighter.
No.
The hype is all of his, like, he's like the ultimate heel. You know what I mean? And he did that on purpose. He made himself the ultimate heel because he knew that people would pay a lot of money to see him get his butt kicked.
Yeah.
Well, what he just said regarding Tyson was why the Netflix thing not too long ago when Netflix
with
fighted
Jake Paul.
with Jake
Yeah.
Paul.
Yeah, when it kept
became,
buffering.
Well, what buffered, but yeah,
God,
but that was.
I'll never forget that. I'm seeing on my X feed results of the fight. And on Netflix, they hadn't even gotten in the ring yet.
It's amazing.
I'm like, wait a minute, what is this on tape delay? Is that a thing?
Amazing.
All right, we've got our winner for the movie Clip. Pat is in Ridley, and he's on his way to the Reading Phillies. Pat, what movie did we play for you?
The Great White Hype.
That is correct.
Great White Hype.
Yes, Pat, congratulations. Enjoy the baseball game next
Thank you
Thursday.
much.
You got it. There he is,
Thanks.
Pat in Ridley. Do we have time to give these economic news?
Sure.
How about this? So CNBC, let's see here. Gasoline down 10%. So this is, let me give you just the specifics. Where is deflation occurring in the U.S.? U.S. Consumer Price Index categories whose prices decreased between March of 2024 and March of 2025. Gas down 10%. This according to CNBC. Tomatoes down 8%. Lettuce down 5%. TVs, car and truck rental down 9%. Dishes and flatware down 11%. Fish and seafood down 2%. Seasonings and spices down 2%. Lunch meats down 2%. Potatoes down 1.7%. Frozen, freezed, dried, prepared foods down 1%. Turkey, rice, pasta, bananas, white bread down a percent. Let's see what else we have here. Televisions 9%. Sport vehicles 7% down. Major appliances 6%. Computers 5%. Airline fares 5%. Bedroom furniture, women's dresses. So for all the men out there making a transition, you're going to save a few bucks. Whiskey, women's suits, toys. I know there's a lot of talk. Trump's being criticized for, well, you're not going to get 30 Barbies for Christmas, but you'll get 5. Toys down 2%. So looks like some good numbers coming across here from March of 24 to March of 25.
Yeah, concert fees are still up. Drives me crazy.
And you would know.
That drives me crazy.
And you would know.
J.D. Vance was asked about the Trump doll austerity thing.
Mm-hmm.
Here, let me play this. Hang on. I'm doing this because Phil's...
Do you need me to go back?
No.
Okay.
No, you're good.
Okay.
So the president said, maybe American kids should have 3 dolls instead of 30 or whatever the number was. Do you agree? Do you tell the people of this country that you need to make some sacrifices in order to reorganize this bad trade relationship?
Well, I think the president's point here is that, yeah, we do need to become more self-reliant, and that's not going to happen overnight, and it's not always going to be easy, Martha. But what I'd ask people is not whether they want $2 or $5 or $20 for their kids. I'd ask American moms and dads, would you like to be able to go into a pharmacy and know that the drugs your kids need are actually available to you as an American parent? Would you like to, God forbid, if your country goes to a war and your son or daughter is sent off to fight, would you like to know that the weapons that they have are good American-made stuff, not made by a foreign adversary? What President Trump is talking about is bringing self-reliance back to the United States economy. We have
I try to be consistent. I don't want to have to downsize what I buy my daughters because the price is going up. I don't think we're going to get to that point. I think a lot of this is fear-driven. Again, the tariffs are a negotiation tool, and so far it has not blown up in Trump's face, despite the media insisting that it will and Democrats claiming that it will. But when I look at this, and regardless of who the president is, and also to some extent regardless of where prices are, I'm a minimalist. Like I swear, we are, and that's probably the biggest issue with this country is we're not a manufacturing country. We're a consumer
100%.
country, right?
Yep.
And we're just suckers for buying such garbage. And the amount of things that we waste our money on. And I'm not trying to downplay Amazon or Temu. Look, I use Amazon just like everybody else. I got to shave my head every other day. I burn through razor blades. I buy them cheap on Amazon because if I go and I drop money at Giant on Harry's razor blades, I'm going to be wasting money. So I get the cheapest ones. I flip through them. They show up on my doorstep. So I'm not shunning and trying to downplay and ridicule Amazon. It's a great service. But I also like the fact that I still try to buy local. I try to buy small business. I don't go out of my way to buy American. I look. Good luck. It's a monotonous exercise to try to find everything under the sun produced here in America. I know we gave you that story a couple of weeks ago about the place in Buffalo where the guy has a whole shop dedicated to everything that's American made.
Yep.
That's great. But I'm just, I would prefer to buy from a small business. I like supporting small businesses, but the convenience of Amazon. But getting back to the whole consumerism, I'm a minimalist. You see it.
Yep.
Right? I mean, I have clothes at home besides the stuff that the station gives me.
Do you?
But I burn through these.
I was just going to say,
yeah.
I've never seen anything except the stuff that the station has given you. But
the only thing I waste my money. But here's the thing: is I don't waste my money. Like when I was in college, I worked at Foot Locker. And I would get a 30. I'm like Al Bundy. I sold shoes. I played high school football and I sold shoes.
I sold shoes at Macy's.
It's real life. Yeah. And I was a sneakerhead in college. I was constantly blowing my paycheck because at that time, all I had was gas, car insurance, and a cell phone bill, right?
Yep.
So I would, every time we would have employee appreciation 50% off, I'd buy the new Jordans. I'd buy the New Balances, the Nike Air Max 90 throwback retros. And then I got to a point, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm not wasting my money on this stuff anymore.
Yeah.
Although now it looks like the sneaker resale market is very profitable.
Yeah. It is.
As Stalker, you're a Jordan guy. You have a lot of like the retro throwback sneakers.
I do. Yeah. I don't sell them. I just wear them.
Yeah, you wear them.
Yeah.
But my buddies, my one buddy who got pretty high up at Foot Locker corporately, he was actually running the Times Square New York store for a while. He would purchase all of these limited release shoes. Now, they were like $250.
And save them.
And
then sell them.
And he's got a closet full of untouched Jordans.
Yep.
He's sitting on $30,000 worth of shoes in the resale market.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Can we, before we have to break again, I want to get to Sean Duffy was on with Hannity last night. And, all these problems that are happening in Newark now, they're rebuilding or they're upgrading the FAA ATC systems. Sean Duffy went on Hannity last night to explain.
Can you explain the shortage of air traffic controllers that you inherited? How many are we short? Because that is vital to air safety. And explain how antiquated the technology is at these centers and at these airports, especially the busiest airports around the country.
So let's start with the last question first. So the systems were developed when Elvis was a star. Rolling Stones were a star. When Duran Duran was making music, I mean, we go back to the 60s and 70s. We laid out a lot of the infrastructure. It looks like it was from, remember the movie War Games or Apollo 13? It looks like equipment from the movie sets for those movies. It looks like we got the infrastructure from the Smithsonian, but it's not. It's the equipment that we use in American air traffic control towers. Really, really old. It all has to be brand new, state of the art. And, with regard to air traffic controllers, we're 3,000 controllers short. They didn't stand up to school during COVID. Wow. And as controllers were retiring, they didn't have a pipeline of new controllers coming in through the academy. So we've done two things. Air traffic controllers who can retire after 25 years of service, we're going to pay them a bonus. We're going to ask them to stay past their retirement date to serve their country. I think we're going to get a lot of controllers to do that. But then we're going to expand the pipeline at our academy in Oklahoma City to get the best and the brightest air traffic controllers through that system and trained up. And then, I think it's going to take us, a year to 3 years to get fully staffed. Here's an example. I can take one of the most complicated air systems, say like D.C., the Potomac Tracon around Washington, D.C., take a controller from there and move them to New York. It takes them a year to get trained up on that airspace. So you just can't move controllers around. They have to be trained in the airspace in which they work, and that takes time. And so we're navigating the mess that was left to us. We're hiring more air traffic controllers. We're fixing the system. But again, it's going to take time.
So, two things. One, with the infrastructure, why was that not a part of the Joe Biden bipartisan infrastructure bill that he touts all the time? And then secondly, how do you fall that far behind with the pipeline of staffing? How do you have such a vacated, empty bench, so to speak, when you know that these individuals are eligible for a nice pension and a retirement after 25 years of work or service, right?
Yeah.
Is this another blame game for the DEI world?
I don't know.
Was it not appealing to advertisers, to applicants? Were they looking for certain boxes to check and couldn't fill that?
It's a great question.
I mean, I would imagine, because I think we played a clip on this a day or two ago. They make $140,000 a year.
Yeah,
a nice little salary.
One more from Duffy. He says we'll need Congress to do a lot of permitting waivers to rebuild the system. So, this will take
decades.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So the end of Trump's term.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, the prior secretary indicated to me that this was a department that ran itself. And, when he was a secretary, I'm not sure that he actually showed up to the office. Most of the office didn't come into work. And so as I've been here, this is my 100th day, Sean. I've been here for 100 days. And this is more than a full-time job. You have to show up. You have to work 12, 16 hours a day to do this job. And if you don't come, things don't happen. And for Pete Buttigieg, when you don't show up and you get multiple warnings from watchdog groups that say, hey, listen, the air traffic control system is failing. You have to take action. They did absolutely nothing. The Biden administration, remember this, Sean? They spent $1.2 trillion on infrastructure in America. $1.2 trillion. None of it went to fix the air traffic control system, which is a crumbling infrastructure, key infrastructure in this country. They didn't fix it. And so now we've been left with a problem, right? We had the DCA air crash. We then have had the Newark outage. And we have said in the Trump administration, listen, we don't pass problems off to the next administration. We actually fix problems. We take hard problems and we make them better. And so today we rolled out the most historic aviation plan that has been ever laid out in the history of man. We are going to rebuild every part, every aspect of the air traffic control system. So it's going to be, as you played the clip, it's going to be radios, radar, a whole infrastructure of telecom, all the front-facing and back office side of telecommunication for air traffic controllers. They're going to have a brand new system. But here's what's key. All right. This would normally take. Oh, go ahead. Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, all right, that's enough of Sean Duffy. It's time for Sean Hannity to interject. Does Sean Duffy realize he got about 98 seconds there? That's more than anybody else gets with Hannity, all right? I love the fact that he took a shot at Mayor Pete. Look, 12 to 16-hour days, it's hard to put in those days when you're taking bike rides with your husband, right?
That's right.
Mayor Pete.
Buttigieg!
Or as Trump was talking about Mayor Pete yesterday.
Over Buttigieg.
Wait.
And when they took over Buttigieg, who has no clue, he drives to work on his bicycle with his, in all fairness, with his husband in the back, which is a nice, loving relationship. But he didn't have a clue.
Jimmy, I need that Buttigieg clip put on my board.
Well, Jimmy went home too because he's sick. So
jeez,
we're the
three of us.
We're the walking wounded here. So apparently. Hopefully, we'll all be here Monday. Who knows?
Yeah,
but
let's. If it's a slow news cycle, I might text you on Sunday. Hey, Greg.
No,
I think I've got a.
you better not.
I think I caught what Jimmy and Dawn had.
Unless you and Dawn were kissing, there's no way you got strep from.
I mean, we kissed and made up after our little on-air debate because we didn't want people to think that there was like a rift. Because everybody's wants to hear everybody in agreement with each other. All three of us for 4 straight hours. Oh, I love you. No, you're great.
We have a lot more, but we should break.
Yes, we do. Kayal and Company back after this bonus coverage.
The Dawn Stensland Show.
Of the Dawn Show.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call GUIDA today to schedule a free, no obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hey, honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm going to call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2000.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C. Cozy Jewelers.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer customer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. Just in time for Mother's Day, take 25% off all outdoor and patio furniture. That's 25% off stylish patio sets, comfy outdoor seating, and everything you need to enjoy the season. Create the perfect backyard oasis with their beautiful, high-quality selection. And here's a bonus for mom. Get a free moving blanket with any self-pickup order. Don't miss these special Mother's Day savings. Use code Mother's Day 25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit their showroom in Hatfield today.
The only thing better than a hot dog at the ballpark is two for the price of one. Enjoy two for $5 on Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO Night, Monday, May 12th, when the Phils host the Cardinals at 6:45. Order tickets now at phillies.com. It'll be a Pennsylvania showdown on Friday, May 16th at 6:45, Saturday, May 17th at 6:05, and Sunday, May 18th at 1:35 when Pittsburgh visits Philly. Secure your seats now at phillies.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
.31. It is a Friday morning, technically the Dawn Show. Dawn has come down with strep throat. Jimmy Kelly, he's under the weather.
What does he have? Are we like, is this like, who's patient zero here, Nick?
It's a great question. It's a great question.
Is it you, Dom?
Is it Dom?
Explain me, the one guy that shows up here.
Dom Giordano,
yeah.
The one guy that never takes a day off. The immune system of Donald Trump. He's got great antibodies.
Great genes.
Great genes. You know, I thought we were done with all this extra lifting around here when Dawn was on her trip to Italy.
For God's sake.
You notice the common theme here, Dom?
Yeah, we're fighting a man here who happens to be the boss and part of his show. That's a strange relationship that goes on here. Yes.
That's all right, Dawn. We'll keep carrying it and doing the heavy lifting. Uh-huh. I kid. So, the Pope, if we're judging based on social media history, Dom, either he is super woke or for some reason AOC has been controlling his Twitter handle for the last 10 years. I'm not sure which one it is, but it seems like the writing is on the wall with what we got now in the first American Pope at the age of 69.
Well, first of all, the brilliance by the cardinals, who are more politicians, in my view, as a disgruntled Catholic than spiritualists, in that they're selling him as an American, a guy who adopts Peruvian citizenship, and I think is a France's liberation theology guy, which means progressive Marxism and the church coming together. He will be better, though, Nick, buttoned up, calmer, then the Pope's biggest problem was saying something and then they walk it back, and he didn't mean it in this language,
Mhm.
etc. It was the most troubling. And I have Rick Santorum on today, who's in Rome.
What time?
11:30.
11:30.
And I remember I was broadcasting from Phoenixville over a big dispute going on over a little golf course there in Phoenixville. And Santorum came on with me, and we're reading the encyclical of the Pope attacking air conditioning.
Was it bad for the climate? What was
the climate?
Of
yeah,
course,
yeah.
of course, of course.
Exactly,
Okay.
so-
Yeah. Well, I'll just keep my windows open to preserve the climate
Yeah.
this summer as I swelter to death and turn my house into a hot box. But that's fine.
So it's going to be fun with him. He knows Wawa, Villanova, the whole thing, and he's being billed as an American Pope, where really his sensibilities, I think, are the Latin Pope Francis type of stuff. He did not say a word in English yesterday. He spoke in Italian and Spanish.
Were you able to translate the Italian?
No, I wish,
Okay.
that's, I tried that for years on the air. And no, I wish, how about you? Would you speak another language?
Oh, I absolutely would. I could not translate Italian, but I did take my honeymoon there in 2008 for 12 days, and I felt awful that I did not know Italian. I felt embarrassed and ashamed, which is one of the big pet peeves I have when you come here to this country. If you've been here for a long time and you don't learn English, I think it's just disrespectful.
All right,
Learn the language.
We're going to Sicily in October, so yeah, by then I should know enough Italian.
Now, has the
Yeah.
Pope declared whether or not he's pro gravy or pro sauce?
Well, yeah.
That's what I want to
Yeah.
know. I mean, I don't know that we really accomplished
you know
much
what?
Tuesday, but
I don't know the south side of Chicago, what they're about, but he does know Wawa. He does know going to a Wawa, yeah.
I was going to say this. I got an email from a listener yesterday, I believe it was Richard, who says that he believes that Pope Leo got his name from Leo's cheesesteak in Delco.
Here we go. Does he speak Delco, too? Yes.
Because he lived in Delco
Right.
in the 70s. By the way, somebody pointing out he went to Villanova before Villanova had a basketball team.
Oh, is that right?
I didn't. They didn't have a basketball team? Sure they did.
No?
I don't.
Come on, that's Howard Porter.
That's Raleigh
yeah.
Massimino time, right?
Yeah, Howard Porter.
Or Howard- okay.
Yeah, they went to the Final Four.
Yes.
They
In the
played Penn
70s?
in the Final Four. Sure they did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
I'm not
Okay.
sure early 70s, but sometime.
Right. Well, because they
Yeah.
won it in '85 with Raleigh.
Yeah, they went there early on, sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just saying what I believe everything I see in the YouTube chat.
Well, you should. It's just like the internet. Everything's true.
That's what I was. Hang on, I'm
all
gonna-
the networks too yesterday with the Philadelphia ties when they were talking about it, because that's what the networks, that's what all the mainstream media does. It's just like when the Eagles are on Sunday Night Football, we got to show the obligatory shot of Pats or
the
Geno's.
cheesesteaks, yeah.
I mean, you would think
Yeah.
that Philadelphia the only thing that ever came out of Philadelphia was a cheesesteak.
Well, they were an NCAA tournament runner-up in 1971.
That's
So-
it.
That's
Yeah.
what Dom's talking about. Yeah.
Wow.
And I know it because LaSalle was number 2 in the country when I tried out. And
Who said this to me on the YouTube
Yeah.
chat? I am upset.
Stop getting our news from Twitter.
I am upset.
there you go. I have to come in here and correct everything.
Apparently,
here.
their first season was 1920 and 1921.
Yes.
I was gonna say the '70s didn't sound right.
They had the guy that invented the matchup zone.
Yeah.
Jack Kraft.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
Matchup
come on,
zone.
buddy.
Come on,
You
man.
coming here with basketball stuff? Are
I
you
know,
kidding
I
me?
know.
Come
What
on,
am I
yes.
doing?
We got
What am I
Dom.
doing
We got
with
Dom
you two?
Hoops over here.
What am I doing with you two?
There you go.
Dommy Hoops.
Dommy Hoops. Dom time coming up earlier than normal. Your thoughts? I'm sure you talked about this yesterday. We talked a lot about it today as well. The tariffs. Now it seems to me like this is the first one where, all right, the Democrat, even Morning Joe, we played the clip in the Big Take this morning. Mika and Joe basically had this look on their face like they had to put their dog down. They were wrong. They had economic experts on. CNBC, by the way, has just cranked out a new list of declining prices on a litany of items in the marketplace. Do you think we are now inching our way closer towards the big one with China, or was this something that the administration maybe just had to get something on the record, so to speak, and put a skin up on the wall?
The tell is this on True Social, the president doing what we were whispering to him. He said, oh, that's up to Scott B. Bessent.
Yep.
As long as Bessent's been out there. Last time you and I did this, we
Yes.
said the same thing, except
Yes.
the crazy firm of Lutnick, who
Right.
was there, and the Navarro crazy guy.
Yep.
If they're not doing stuff and Trump's listening to this guy, look at the This is like a long field goal, a 60-yard field goal in a tight game.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a 40-yard touchdown pass, but that's coming built on this. And if the markets buy that, Nick, and are steady, they have nothing to talk about.
Yep.
They can't, Trump don't talk about dolls anymore, but other than that, they're fine.
Well, they've given up on Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Yeah, exactly.
Except for Chris Van Hollen. Chris Van Hollen's the only one that's still riding with him, like it's his own child.
And I have people calling all the time saying, well, why are they doing this? Well, they have to do something. So doing something, they think, as bad as it is strategically, is better than just sitting there and taking it.
That's correct.
By the way, can I play one more cut before we close down for the morning?
Sure.
I should have done this when Phil was in here, but I kind of need him to play this video. This is cut 20. Metallica played at Virginia Tech's Lane Stadium.
Oh, love it.
Last night, and they played Enter Sandman. And as everybody was jumping in unison, it registered a small earthquake.
Yes. Virginia Tech's football team takes the field to this song every Saturday, and I've seen them play. I saw them play Florida State, and it is a sight to behold.
According to the Virginia Tech Seismologic Observatory, there was a spike when Metallica started playing Enter Sandman, as reported by CBS Sports. The Virginia Tech football team is known for running out the song before the football games as the Hokie fans jump in union.
All right, I got to ask a question of Metallica, along with the rock people there once, because when they came here, WWDB sent me down to the stadium. There were mass numbers of protesters because of the sound, and I thought that was kind of crazy.
Really?
Wow.
Until from a couple football fields away, I didn't go closer than that. I was witnessing it as they're warming up.
Yeah.
It's that bad. Yeah. You really are hurting your hearing if you get anywhere near that.
All right, let's roll this.
Yeah.
Look at this. Wow. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see the video. The whole place is jumping.
Oh, yeah. It's a sight. I think this clip will pivot into the football stadium entrance to kind of give you a comparison. So let's let this run. I think that's Phil in the mosh pit.
Wow. That's awesome. There's nothing.
Now here's the football entrance. This is why I love college football so much. You can't recreate that in professional football.
I do have a college football story of note, too. North Carolina, I don't know if you guys covered it.
Well, let's talk about it. Yeah. Stocker wants us to go for another 2 hours anyway. So what the hell? What else do we got?
Well, the what should we call the love interest of Bill Belichick is banned from North Carolina facilities.
I've seen that.
But more importantly, her name is not Jordan, it's Jordan.
Is that right?
As soon as you hear that, we're getting into Meghan Markle territory, which is close to Yoko Ono.
Yep.
Is he tarnishing his legacy at this point?
Yeah, he looks bad.
He looks like a controlled puppet, right?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
I mean,
I have a thing about the name thing. DJ and I once didn't pick a kid because he corrected us too much when he was pitching on the name in Littlewood.
I mean, he's what? Belichick is 73
or so,
and she's 24.
Yeah.
Boy.
49 years.
Also, she's got $9 million in rentals and real estate suddenly, and they think it may be Belichick money that's engaged.
Yeah, her net worth increased quicker than Nancy Pelosi's.
By the way,
fascinating.
By the way, Dom, we brought this up earlier. I don't know if you agree, but Dave Skopinich, our wonderful director of sales, said about politics and Pines the other night. Sean Farish, as Trump did the video entrance for you guys to come up on stage, the one thing that was missing, Scope said, was entrance music.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yes.
Would you do you have any preference what your entrance music would be? Because we already know what Nick wants. Do you have any thoughts?
My way, I like. I don't know if that's
Sinatra?
good. If that's good entrance music,
I
got to think
like
of something a little bit more.
No, that fits. That fits the brand.
How about
exactly.
How about to speed it up a little bit. How about if we do Sid Vicious's version of My Way instead of Frank Sinatra?
I was going to say maybe Dom should come out to Enter Sandman.
I think that would be great too. I hate to do this, but we have to take another break and then hand it off to Dom.
All right, Dom is coming up next.
No, we're going to take another break and then hand it off to Dom.
All right. Okay, we'll come back and I'm going to hand it off. I'm going to be like Jalen Hurts. Go Saquon, run. Now hurdle a Jaguar. Kayal and Company, stay right there. We're back after this.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Your kitchens and bathrooms should be a retreat. Spaces that are as beautiful as they are functional. At Emmons, we customize every detail to fit your style, needs, and budget. From sleek modern updates to timeless classics, we make your dream kitchen or bathroom a reality and offer free interior design services. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com and let the Emmons team start designing your perfect space. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold. An asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers. Just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, welcome back in. Bonus coverage of Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dom Giordano, Greg Stocker. This is technically the Dawn Show. The Dom Show will start at the top of the hour a little earlier today. We've got a couple of minutes left. We just did a show during the commercial. Some of that would have been great content. Others would not be privy to the stuff that we were speaking
Including your
about.
wife.
Including my wife, who's watching on YouTube.
Definitely including Rose.
Yes.
That needs to know none of this.
Yeah, none of the wives that are watching on YouTube.
No.
You'll only have to wonder what we're talking about. As Al Bundy said to Peg in Married with Children, if I wanted you to know what I was thinking, I would be speaking. I've been known to drop that on the wife from time to time.
Are you, so your wives both watch you guys on YouTube?
No, Rose doesn't. You know, Rose says all the time, Greg, what we do is we bloviate for 3 hours, put out the trash. There's no, It's not show business. There's no singing. Tell me the singing and dancing.
Yes.
So, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And why is it that the wives always have to diminish what a talk show host does? As if this is not monotonous and grinding at times.
Right. Look at the other night.
You
the
know?
fans, the whole thing. And then you go home, and that's it. It's all over.
You fill up 15, 20, 30 hours a week of content.
Bloviating, right.
Yes.
4 of us together bloviating.
Yes.
That's a lot, yeah.
Speaking of bloviating, I don't think it's bloviating. I think it'll probably happen, but I think I might be in the minority. I threw up a poll on X a couple of days ago about whether or not people think Trump or any politician should get involved in the NCAA with what's going on with name, image, and likeness, Dom. And you and I were talking about that during the break, where Trump and Saban are getting together to kind of put some guardrails and some structure to this free-for-all, which I love from the standpoint of capitalism and less regulation, but it is the wild, wild west. And your thoughts on that have been what?
Yeah, I defer to you on college football. Yeah, on this, and I think I just like the idea. Coaches did this forever. They move around, they lectured people, and they were making a lot of money off people that many times had trouble subsisting at college. So I kind of like what they're doing.
Yeah.
But some guardrail, maybe points every time you move. You can't play for 6 schools or something, or try to stay in the school. You're going to make more there than going to the NFL, but not go to classes. How does that work?
There's got to be some, and like I'm all for these young adults making all the money that they can, right?
Yeah.
Because these
particularly football,
football,
right,
yes, and I know you love college basketball.
right.
Those are the two sports that generate the revenue for the athletic department and create the TV deals.
Gymnastics, depending upon how you look.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And then, of course,
Yeah.
like Phil's a big UConn women's basketball fan, but for the most part, women's basketball does not generate revenue. When you see these kids that are now basically going from school to school, 5 schools in 4 years to the highest bidder, something is wrong with that, where there's got to be, like a 2 transfer limit, or maybe put some sort of cap either on what the schools can pay or what the players can make. Because, look, I get it, and I'm a capitalist, but Alabama football can spend more than, insert whatever other lesser school. Or same thing for college basketball. Duke and North Carolina can make more money, or Villanova has more money to spend than a Temple, a Drexel, or a LaSalle.
Right.
So there's got to be some leveling of the playing field here.
I think the basketball thing is more level. You don't need to be gigantic. Villanova can probably outspend with their alumni, et cetera, these other big-time schools.
Right.
Like Illinois, I bet they can outspend them. But football, you can't do it.
Right.
It's just the big is going to dominate.
Yep.
Yeah.
And now they have the Catholic Church in their corner as well with the Pope.
Oh,
Villanova
special
got it.
blessing. They got to win 20 games. Did they make the tournament this year that they have the Pope?
Look, if they don't make it, they have been excommunicated. They're out of the Catholic Church.
Excommunicado.
Yes.
By the way, Ill Skills on Twitter says, "Don't hand it off to Dom. Pass it 40 yards down the line."
Oh boy, that's good.
Chest pass or bounce pass?
No, you know about the 40-yard football throw. Dan claimed I can't do that, so we did at Mulligan's a 40-yard football throw. Greg participated.
I did.
And a ringer threw the ball 65 yards.
Yeah,
a ringer.
I don't know if it was a ringer. Was it a ringer?
Did you hit the 40-yard mark?
That's undisclosed information that you do not need to know.
All right.
The answer's no.
All right.
Dan did, though, in flip-flops.
I was going to say, I'm not going to doubt Dom because I've seen him downplay his golf ability, and then he shows up at Bala and he's striping it all over the place.
40 yards is a little bit far.
Yeah. My shoulder hurts after the Papa shot at the amusement parks. All right, Dom is coming up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Friday. Dawn Stensland, get better, rest up, feel better, have a great Mother's Day, and a happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Dom time, an hour early. We'll see you Monday morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.